下一把了，没事，我们集中下一把。
我在副把。
好，不相信听他的解释观。
喂，他有什么？
准备看我，准备看我。
哎，后面了，后面了。
能看我吗？能看我吗？
我有什么？
打，
我有什么没闪？
没人也没闪。
开把，
看龙，
往下打，往下打。
我有什么意思？我一打二，
维罗斯梅尔没闪，维罗斯梅尔没闪。
那个啥？
我俩
没看左边。看我小杰，
还要
报告。
慢点，看不到。
看一下这边，没人没闪。nice。
退吧。哎。
感觉是一样的阵容。
应该不会，我上次应该有他上单肯定不会一样。
杰斯来平等就杀了，杰斯来平等，动。
看我大。
打后续，
我直接杀黄了。开地。这边2个人都先走。
我来后面。
可以卖。我就不火。让他，哎，他这样送。
我来杀他晚上。
你小心啊！我没事。我也没事。
大花没血。
大花一丝血，有人。黑打，回复活，看回。别先把他杀了。后续状态一般都。
慢点。
杀了。哎，你别闪。看好。追塔吧。
开塔。
对。nice。
叫迷柳，遇见你我很高兴。这是新的冰鞋吗？感觉真棒！即时寒冬。
我曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
竭力祝你择日快乐。
Anytime you want me, you don't have to say please. And anytime you want me, I'll be there. Ain't nobody like you, even if I tried to. Only got my eyes on you, only got my eyes on you. 'Cause you are, you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. I know you inside out, you know me up and down. You can never make me walk away. What's left to figure out? Let's go get out this town. There's no need to play it safe again. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Don't know what I did to deserve you, but I don't ever wanna hurt you. Don't know what I did to deserve you, but I don't ever wanna hurt you. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Perfect in my eyes. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl. You are perfect in my eyes.
Hello, greetings everyone. Just getting ready for casts of the day. So we've got a lot of, I think, fairly good matchups today. I think IG, with the amount of substitutes that they have, should actually be much more towards the level of EDG. In fact, I might even favor EDG. NIP LGD, that's pretty close now, actually. I think that the mid jungle of LGD seems like an upgrade from what they had before, and NIP have some weaknesses to exploit, I think particularly yeah, particularly mid jungle. I'm very interested to see how that goes. So yes, we shall see what happens. We shall see what happens between those two teams, because of course we've got a couple of new players in each role there, and then Weibo OMG. Now I'm expecting Weibo to really come out swinging there, and for OMG to have a hard time, but maybe we'll find an upset there too. Weibo are forever a team which surprises us. Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee, lock in, folks. good to go in a little bit. out of all of the duo memes, what is your favorite? Where's Belveth? Pioche glazing, go on. Maybe the Belveth. Like, yeah, because when people ask about draft stuff, I'm normally pretty locked in. So when I hear about the Belveth, I'm like, no, that's not normal. Okay, folks, minutes we go live. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I'm glad I finally set up like a silent alert box. It does make a difference.
是时候做出真正的改变了。
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。
也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。
I'm sure we'll find some place to have that duo, don't you worry. Maybe I need to have some like I need to find some more random sound effects. Put them all into a thing and then just let them go.
没有点难度，哪来的乐趣？岁月、环境、规则都在改变。想想大家一直为什么坚持到现在。
兵哥变化倒是挺大的，包括的兄弟，从内而外都有变化。为了曾经存在的过去，也为了继续努力的现在。
为了更多能被记住的 ID
和更多能被呐喊助威的队伍。为了让这个故事有更多的篇章。
加入我们，见证这场改变。
What's up? Not much, not much. Looking forward to today's games. I just realised I'm not sure where Breathes can be playing next year. If Zuka and Breathe are both on Weibo or not. That could be quite interesting. Oh, do I put a camera on? I haven't set up to have my camera on. Well, folks, first series of the day coming right up, NIP LGD. This should actually be pretty fun, I think. I think it should be pretty fun. But NIP, like, I have to say I'm a little bit worried about draw. And definitely the team cohesion left a little bit to be desired, but I think this is within punching distance, these two teams. I think that even, you know, call me crazy, I actually wonder whether LGD, I slightly give them the tip of the hat, actually. You know, Tongyun and Heng look pretty good. You know, Care was decent on the other side too, but we know he's a bit of an inconsistent player. I think Guon's got that real killer instinct for aggressive plays, but if his team isn't coordinated with him, that might be hard to pull off. I don't know, I think this is actually a pretty close match. Maybe slightly LGD favored. This could be well, it's not that I don't believe in Guon duo, it's more I don't believe in the synergy between him and his team for the moment. Demacia Cup is the place where this will be the weakest, right? Because you do have a new roster coming together. In fact, how many of these players have played together before? Well, Guon's not played with any of the above. Did Care and Assume play at the same time? Yeah, Assume and Draw, I'm not sure they've been on the same team before. There's a lot of players who've not played together before. And I think that they do have, I mean, Guon, I loved his Nocturne ults and Ambassador ults in terms of timing. Hey, how's it going, like Baller? Thanks for the follow, welcome to the channel. But yes, I'm not sure the coordination is there quite yet from NIP to make the most out of a player like Guon. I'm sure it will be eventually, or at least it could be there eventually. What do you mean Freerun Season 2 is only going to have 10 episodes? Rip off. You mean like the full 28 again.
幽魂双枪横扫敌人，海妖魔杖控场强化，在对局当中同时登场，还可以激活特殊彩蛋。现在前往客户端盛唐系统即可获取。快叫上你的好伙伴一起拿下。
Looked good yesterday though. In game 2 and 3, they punched EDC's mistakes well enough. They did, but I do think that draw is a real weak link as it stands right now, which is not fantastic for them.
也简单的就是看了一下，就是来到第2赛段这几支战队对于目前这个版本的一个理解，因为确实我觉得在打野生态上的话
Love the Nami splash up, but I don't want to spend money for it. Well, you know, the things we do for our main champions.
一年到头的最后一个版本吧，就会做一个很巨量而且很疯狂的改变。
Did everyone see that Jake Paul got his jaw broken by Anthony Joshua? I mean, I didn't see the fight. I don't watch boxing, but I saw that. There, he had his jaw broken. Hey, Zarek, good to see you.
老干爹的比赛，而随后微博会对阵 OMG 以及最终最后一场。
Thank you for the resub, appreciate you.
今天的话，同样也是有6支战队会。
We saw this team play yesterday.
我们先来看一下，我们上来给大家放送到第一场。
And that Care had one very good Talia game.
看一下 NIP 这边上路的好友。
You on good aggressive instincts, but couldn't quite link up with the team well enough to make the most of them.
昨天跟 EDG 也是鏖战3局，最终
I think that the mid jungle LGD
老干爹也是从第一赛段
surprised me quite a lot, and Sassy as well. Sassy, some pretty good moments, honestly.
跟樱吹雪啊。 这少爷也是终于运用回他自己的原来的 ID 了。
对，之前那个确实对于有些就是不熟悉他的观众来讲的话
Jake Paul is bad for boxing. Logan Paul fits wrestling way too well, though. Yeah, no, I actually think the wrestling angle, because it's very melodramatic anyway, that makes a lot of sense for them, really.
你说少爷我就懂了，对，
Yeah, and that's the problem is that every boxer wants to fight them just to get a huge payday.
觉得这次德杯成绩的话，因为我们目前还处在一个磨合的状态嘛，然后因为队伍里面也是有韩国人，所以我觉得这次主要就是在磨合我们队伍之间的配合吧，然后希望就是在比赛中能够找到我们赢比赛的办法。
好，那也是来到了一个新队伍之后，很渴望跟
Do you
新的队
think
友一起
I
拿下比赛的一个胜利。
I think this is quite close. This is probably 3-game material, if I were to hazard a guess.
是，昨天跟 EDG 那个 BO3 看起来就是
I think, well, LGD obviously come in as the lower ranked team, but I think they've looked fairly consistent. Normally I'd say Xiaoyu and YCX maybe not the best bot lane, but I think that draw has really given me some worries. I think that should be fine. Mid jungle's quite competitive. There's top lane actually, so yeah, it's pretty even across the board.
可能还是更偏向于磨合，然后准备新的赛季。
哦，这个目标定的其实还蛮高的，我觉得，
而且两边都比较相像，都是磨合。
正常，因为每年到一个德杯的时间刚好是我们冬转结束的一个时间点嘛，对吧？都是每个队伍往往都会有一些变动，都需要磨合。但是少爷刚刚说的这个线下赛嘛，要知道我们这次德杯的线下赛，那到半决才会开启线下，所以也就意味着你起码得进个半决赛。
是的，而且购票活动也开启了，对吧？想来看的都可以去购一下票。
是，各位观众朋友们是可以去关注一下。但是对于选手们来说的话，就这次想进半决赛，其实难度不小，对吧？因为蛮多的队伍其实都是全员上阵的。
对。
目的也很明确嘛。
Predictions in all matches today. Well, you're gonna have to keep watching. You're gonna have to keep watching and find that out. How else am I gonna get you to stick around? I can't just give you the script for free, you know. That's not a good business model. No, the funny thing is, I did actually talk about this earlier, so you just missed it. I'm sure I'll talk about it again. Why has he got a beret? Whatever. I shouldn't be asking questions like that. That's stupid, Alex. Why? It should be obvious why he has a beret. So, into draft. Zyra banned away, so we still have Kiana, Aatrox, Nymaera, Orianna, Azir, Rumble as our power picks, really. I'm expecting the Kiana to be banned. With Orianna banned, I mean, both these players do play Azir, though. I think NAP banned Azir on blue side yesterday from memory, so maybe they do that again. Maybe they're not willing to first pick it. I don't think, well, LPL teams weren't really willing to do that. They banned away the Poppy this time, so presumably they don't care about it in this game. We have Kiana available, Aatrox available. Rumble is banned. Poppy ban for NIP though.
比较热门的选项，那看看 NIP 这边怎么说吧。
I don't know.
昨天孤网的首秀
Poppy's not a bad champion. Don't get me wrong, and Heng's a good player of it.
说是偏一般的。 就第一把其实朗姆开局开的还不错，但是后面因为掏了一个那个大。
I'm watching you. You're the only English speaker that commentates. So LPL English are also live as well. Oh, I shouldn't have told you that. You'll go watch them now. Damn. Oh, Nico gets through. Of course, I'm so used to Nico being perma-banned. Of course, that's a big power pick. Does get through. So now you have to think about, well, what can you contest Nico with in lane? The Karma tends to be YCX's answer to it, because he's a big mage player, so they either go stuff like Ashe Seraphine or go for the Karma. Qiyana's an easy lock-in because it's kind of the tier list jungle pick right now, although I suppose on the other side then Guon can think about stuff like Vi Pantheon. Are they really giving up the Qiyana? I think the Qiyana is just all around the best jungler in the game right now. I don't think there's a reason to go for anything else. They go Wukong? I'm surprised to see that in game 1. There's a lot of good junglers up. Like, Qiyana's not unhappy playing against that. John played an Ambassador game the other day. He was playing it a lot this year in LCP. Okay, easy lock it. So wow, we've completely forgone. We've completely forgone Qiyana, which has been so pick and ban between Worlds, then Casper Cup, then Demacia Cup. LGD, I mean, Wukong with a Karma behind them is a strong character for sure. This is not a... Folks, okay. If this gets locked in, Sassy's a big player of it. It's a comfort pick. LGD's side of the draft is not what I would call meta drafting. This is not the typical counter picks. Power picks, rather. Power picks. LGD already have very good frontline with a Karma buffing them up. Banning away one of the better picks away from Nico in the Kai'Sa, not a bad idea. LGD probably want to go for like a hyper carry AD carry now, which can use this good frontline. It doesn't matter if they lock in a high carry. I don't think it does, because there's no hyper tank on the side of NIP. I think he'd be happy with something like Ezreal, maybe, against the comp so far. NIP, what do they want to round out their draft? Well, Ambassador, we assume it's going jungle. Top lane, I don't really know the pro matchups into Udyr. I guess you can just kind of soak pressure and go Cassante. Always a world in which you go something like... Well, I mean, let me think about it. You could go Zahen, I suppose. No, he's gone, so not Zahen. I missed that in the bans. This is not your typical draft. Syndra banned away from Tongyuan. Of course, Azir's been let through the draft as well for a long time now. Although I have to say, Azir vs Ambassador for LGD would be a bit rough. Not fantastic into Talir or Nico either, really. Hey, Montes, good to see you. Misfortune banned away from Assume. Varus away from Shire. At least I assume that's the Varus. There you go. Not a bad... Okay, the Ahri comes in. Tongyuan had a pretty decent game on this the other day, if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, it's pretty good kill threat onto the Talir. Once you get into side lanes, the Ahri does have genuine kill threat onto the Talir. Ahri Wukong, pretty decent mid-jungle 2v2. And if Wukong starts going ham, Ahri can always follow. That tends to be the go button, really. Nymaera for Assume. God, hang on. Whoa, that made itself through as well. Very late into the draft for that to get picked up. And the Scion is then a front line too. And now I just think that NAP have just got a better version of what LGD want to do. You know, playmaking mid-jungle with a fair amount of mobility. Stronger front line in the Scion compared to the Udyr. And a very good AD carry pickup as well for the DPS. Are you thinking about something special there? Come on, that'd be so fun. Okay, Smolder not awful into the Nymaera. You ever hit a W onto Nymaera, she can really struggle to go aggressive onto you. I think that NIP come away with the better comp. I think NIP come away with the better comp. I think just in terms of tier list, all of these champions are a little bit up on what LGD do. And I think LGD they have a fair amount of comfort, but I'm not that convinced by the draft. We'll get into that first game. LGD they impressed me a fair amount actually coming out of stage 1, but it was a lower level of competition. Had the streamer teams and whatever. Twitch hover is disrespectful, right? I know that some people have issue with Twitch hovers within the LPL, but given that it's an LPL player doing it, I doubt it. No, I doubt it's an issue because it's more a case of like, yeah, no, it's weird to read into it, but I doubt it's a problem because it's an LPL player doing it. Did NIP win yesterday? No, EDG won yesterday versus NIP. EDG won. No, EDG won. But NIP currently sat at 0-1. No bone plating for Tongyuan again. Care has gone for that. The bone plating actually quite important for Toy versus Ari. If you don't get bone plating versus Ari and she walks up and kind of double electrocutes, you really struggle. Alright, on to the Rift. Yes, oh sorry, yes. For those of you not watching this tournament as much, the Ambassador is quite a meta jungle pick now, as is Jace. Jace is actually a very meta jungle pick, so when you see that band away, often quite crazy. Ooh, stack up at level 1. Sassy is spotted. Yeah, I guess they'll know there's a ward there now. They should know. Gaia stood in Pixel Brush. You ever get flashbacks to where Bush... Hang on, Sassy, buddy. That's not gonna help him. Flashes away. Just put down the slow of the Wingborn Storm, but there's all 5 people here. Oh, dude, that's just not it. Go for the early invade. They had no information on the enemy team. Walks in, finds all 5 of them, and he's died. So no flash. And the kill goes over to the Nymaera. Good. You know, champion which really uses a lead well in early game. Good job there, Sassy. Hang also loses his flash in the midst of that too. Sassy is now... so Hoya, because he knows that Udyr can't walk up to level 1, notice how Hoya is actually... he's dragging the wave. He's pulling the wave on top side to make sure it pushes into him safely. That's a really good play by Hoya, knowing that Sassy won't be back in lane in time. He might lose CS from the first wave, but he knows that the minion wave will shove into him. He will be fine with that. Ambassador was kind of a niche pick in the LCP last year. Yeah, there weren't too many people who played it globally, but hang on, was that first strike from Shire? For a second I thought that was the first strike particle. Probably not, right? Well, I guess it was a thing for a while. Strange. Alright, good eye monsters. Reminder that against EDG, Guon was the one who had kind of the awful start, where EDG read his jungle pathing very well, and Xiaohao kind of did a number on him. Xiaohao was a very good jungler though, so it's not a damning statement or anything. Push in from the Karma. This is why you pick the Karma into the Nico. It just gives you that extra ability to play out early game, especially with something like the Smolder. You're not expecting to have much lane pressure, so Karma kind of gives it to you. We talked about this a little bit actually with Sivir Alistair, where Sivir carries the support through the laning phase. That's quite a rare thing to see. Typically it's the support which carries the weaker laning AD carries through laning phase. Light XP advantage. Q missing. You don't want to miss those. Missing Mantra Qs feels really bad on Karma. You kind of need to have... Karma's been nerfed over time in terms of a laning threat. Because it was so obnoxious for many a moon. The Karma now needs to kind of hit everything in laning phase. That Hoya actually pretty happily picking up farm here towards topside, and the Udyr's not been able to hit the enemy turret yet. LGD, after that early first blood went away from them, the mistake by Sassy and the read of the team at level 1. Laning phase is going fine. Well, I say that just as Xiaoye does get, you know, rooted up. He has a teleport, he can come back whenever he wants, really. Definitely helps him. Tong Yuan, my man. Good boy, picks up the Dark Seal early on. Always get that first back on the Ahri if you can. Good backstop there. It's not the AD carry as well. That's important. Good stop by YCX. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with me, I have several million points on Ahri as a one-trick. I consider myself one of the more informed Ahri players in at least the commentating scene. The best Ahri players all get Dark Seal first off. Or they should do. Dark Seal is a gateway to Ahri's best play pattern, which is a Magi snowball. Magi's is the best Ahri item in the game, and you want to make sure you have the best chance of getting good stacks of it early. Get that Dark Seal first back, and look to use your first ult of the game in an aggressive way. Combo up with your jungler or your support, whoever gets the best angle first. Get that first kill, assist, whatever you can get, and see if you can roll that into a mid-game power spike. Did I do my League Wrapped? I did do the year-end lol. Yeah, I did, but I didn't play much League this year, actually. I played a lot of ARAM. I played an amount of Arena. Less Arena than I did before because the ranked mode went away from that. Again, for those of you not familiar with me, I reached rank 1 on Arena. Arena was a hell of a time. But then they removed the rank system, so that sucked. Yeah. I mean, it made sure that I wasn't losing my life to that game mode, but, you know, I missed the accolades. Still going to bot river. Sion up against the Smolder. So Smolder will be free stacking there. You on forced out of bot side. Did put down a ward. Do they know that he put down a ward? I guess they don't. Well, they know they put one into the pit now. Is that Arena ladder website? I actually didn't realize there was an Arena ladder website. Oh, is that widespread or what? Oh, they pay all stats for it. I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay for that stuff. You think I make money from commentating? You think I got money for this stuff? Oh, God. No worries, Montes. Dragon Star by LGD. If you're gonna try and go to sleep, I'm just gonna start randomly streaming. You know? Q gets a little bit of HP off there. Hoya needs to be careful not to get too isolated from the team. Shaya. What's he do that? Decent amount of damage. Of course, Sion early damage. Pretty nasty. You still get a Dark Seal if you're into a hard counter? Yeah, you do, because you try and get kills outside of the matchup in that case, where, in fact, in some times it's even more important, because if you get a good Dark Seal stack going, and it's a very cheap item, but if you do get that, it allows you to go much more defensive with your next budget, really. You know, if I'm against, I don't know, what's a good example? Yeah, you know, if I'm against Annie, Lissandra, which can cause some issues, you go towards Merc Treads. But if you go towards Merc Treads, your damage drops pretty heavily. But if you do get the Dark Seal stacking, you don't feel too bad about it, really. Ian was rank 1 in career Arena Toolwords. That's fantastic. That's really cool. There was a very interesting conversation. In fact, I had this on Summoning Insight with Thorin. The pro players have some mixed opinions on whether you should play, well, what their warm-up game mode is effectively. And it is somewhat jokingly, but I think there was actually some serious conversation about it in terms of ARAM or Arena, what teaches you better just random mixed skill sets. I think Arena gives you better eye for building stuff, because you have to kind of react on the fly to what random items you get and cobble stuff together. Which I think can be, it's not often a tested skill set in Summoner's Rift, because you often just go towards the same stuff, and then, obviously, either of the modes gives you good experience in just random team comps. First Grub goes in towards LGD, they're going to potentially get second one. Sion charging up the ult early, where are they going towards? It's going to go right the way around. Sassy YCS, you got to tank that. He does, goes into the wall instead. Grub 3 goes to NIP. I think YCS might be quite dead here. Probably could have flashed a little earlier. Very good series of roots. NIP, quick 3 kills. And out. Don't get themselves the second grub. They get themselves 1 out of the 3 there and stop the full house. Good ult from Hoya to cut them off at the pass, even if it wasn't, I suppose, 100% accurate in terms of the knock-up. Tongyuan wasn't even there at the play. This is actually a big mistake from Tongyuan. If you're going to be playing stuff like the Ahri Wukong, you do want to get a good fight early. And Ahri going in towards top side, not being in position for the play. Not great. As we were saying, Ahri really wants to get that first play, and very good ult there from Draw. Draw gets a great Nico ult.
因为 Kier 是踩着扶持冲那个滑板过来的，
对的，
就一定能跟上。
Definitely helps things out.
先直接给出去了。
8 rep teaches you why you should go mid lane later in the game. Yeah. Damn, I'm always winning these games and I'm only in mid lane. Surely that's a good sign. Wow, good damage from Drawn to hang that. Nico, hell of an early game champion. Somehow has a ridiculous amount of early damage. Trying to steal away this red buff. And they get it. Alright, quick steal. YCX, reminder, doesn't have any of those summons. Good aggressive play by Gu on that. Gu want to hang on, but now they've left themselves out to draw. Remember, Draw does not have himself any defensive tools, used all of them for that play earlier, so it is one back, so both Heng and Guon having their chance to pull the trigger aggressively. Guon currently at the 2-0-2, playing well on the Ambassador so far, see if that keeps up. Nico is starting to get really stale to see in pro play. The problem is she does everything, and she's meant to be like Glass Cannon. But right now she's just an everything, really. She's not as risky as she's meant to be. Sassy getting chased down. Good Sanq. That's probably going to lead to the kill, actually. Not going to get round to a second shield. A third kill for the Ambassador. Guon very, very much off the ground and in flight now. Sassy finally gets themselves the completer of the Winter's Approach. We'll upgrade into the Thimble Winter later on. NIP seems to be much better at judging aggressive options so far. Hang and Tung Yuan, you know, I like what they've shown in the first stage of games, but, well, they're not exactly the problem in this game. YCX on the Karma, now died a second time. Sassy, after that first blood, it stabilized a bit, but now second death means that their lead is inconsequential, really. I'd like to reiterate that Guon is the best Ambassador jungle in the world. Well, dear, the problem is he's one of the only ones in the world. Not many people have... Yeah, so yes, I suppose, by that metric, he's definitely up there. We haven't really seen that many people play it. Ooh, good auto-attack reset by Assume. Damn, YCX just doesn't have the slash. Doesn't have the flash. YCX dies again. Now, a Karma without a flash is a very, very vulnerable support. Did Ambassador get jungle creep buffs? I'm actually not sure she did. She was somewhat viable. Somewhat viable. When does OMG Weibo play? They'll play after this series is over. So whenever the series is over, the next one will happen. It's a rolling schedule. Keep your eyes on what's happening on the stream and you'll figure out what's happening for the next games after that, if you're here for a specific one. You did get buffs? Yeah, but Ambassador Jungle was already kind of a thing, you know, like, I would say that the more consequential ones were the Jace and the Aatrox buffs. They were the ones which genuinely changed them into a place where, yes, you could genuinely rush through jungle with them. I don't know why they threw so many random jungle champion buffs out, though. Often what jungle champion buffs like that do is just make people more... They kind of force people to be a bit more creative. That being said, when Nautilus got buffs earlier in the year, it wasn't like he got played too much in jungle. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes there are buffs just to put eyes on something. To say, well, this is now viable. Shaya got that cull stacking up. Seam does too. Seam has the 3 kills though. So, you know, slightly better position. Dragon is alive. LGD, can they find themselves a good fight at some point? As we were saying, NIP, it feels like they just have a slightly better comp in general, really. Teleport coming through from Hoya. Shaya going to be free stacking on the top side. LGD, I think they realized, look, we're losing too many plays right now. Let's get the Smolder online. Get some solo gold in this top side. Gets himself a plate there. Despite the fact that the Nymaera does have 3 kills, Shaya has himself the 1, and he's got himself a bunch of plates too, so he's not unhappy with how everything's going. I say a bunch of plates. He's got precisely 1 plate, which, you know, probably doesn't count as that. Tung Yuan. Flash away from Draw, who has had an okay game so far. He had an awful time of things yesterday. Good flip grab. YCX is not having the best time of things. He's being punished an awful lot so far. Where I've never seen Smolder get being useful after the early nerf he got. I don't think that's completely true. We've seen bits and pieces of it from around... Even Worlds, there were 1 or 2 games of it where it looked pretty good. The thing about Smolder is that when you go very aggressive, Smolder can always just chuck a W and ult at over the play, and it's still a decent amount of damage. A lot of AD carries can't do that. But if you need a champion like that, often you go towards, you know, Varus or Jhin. It's just that Smolder is a champion which can do a bit of that, but then also still be able to kill chat tanks in a way that Poke Varus or Jhin can't really do. Smolder is much better at killing frontline than the other champions which can contribute to aggressive plays like that. You know if BLG will play their proper roster? They're playing everyone but Knight. So Knight will not be playing. I believe it's YXL, I think is the player who's subbing in for Knight. Yeah, the full roster should be available on Leaguepedia or Liquipedia. Though I will say, I got a bit bamboozled by a couple of them. NIP were meant to be playing Ali top lane, I believe, and then Hoyer is now on their starting roster, so that one jump scared me a little bit. Worth noting that Tong Yuan has gone for the Malignants. Let's go! I've not been as big a fan of the Blackfire build. It feels like Blackfire into a lot of the cooldown reduction items hasn't felt fantastic, whereas Malignance allows you to make a lot of plays. The problem is, look, Tong Yuan's gone for Malignance, he's gone for the Sorcerer's Boots. This kind of build requires you to play fast and loose, try and get those early kills, because you're very strong at this item mark right now. Hang on, draw here, there's a minion. Very good flash away, though. Sassy, he did not flash away, and well, he might end up dying for it. And indeed he does. Good damage back from Smolder. Sion charged up the ult, not getting a fantastic angle into mid lane, trying to improvise, going around the corner, though. He might be well out of sorts, though. Cyclone's the back line. Tanking up a good amount of damage, not the best one I've ever seen. Ariel now forced defensively by the Sion Q. Good fight overall for NIP again. They get the 1 for none, although Smolder, I suppose, gets a bunch of stacks through it. He's over the 10 stack a minute mark now, which is very good for a little Smolder that could. LGD struggling to get the damage down that they need to do to get kills back. I suppose with the Malignance used there, it doesn't matter as much they use the ultimate defensively. Level 11, the tier 2 ult means that it's more like a, well, it's a little bit like a, what, 110 second cooldown with nothing at first rank. Bro, hit his minion. Oh, did he hide inside the cannon minion here? Oh, that's nasty. What do you mean he hid inside the cannon minion? Oh, okay. Alright, count your minions, folks. Much like Hit, Bring Me the Horizon album, count your blessings. Yeah, that probably wasn't as, well, probably doesn't really count as a Hit album when you've got Sempiternal and that's the spirit after, but you know. How many stacks does Smolder have? Currently has 168. You can see it over the bottom right corner of Smolder there, where the rune would normally be shown. That's his passive instead. Herald started up. This would be, well, it would have been feats of strength. No, it wouldn't have been feats of strength for LGD. But it would have been the feats of strength marker for them, the objective one. I think this is going to be quite an easy take by NIP. Much better read on the early game from them. I will say, EDG also struggled in the early game versus NIP. NIP punished them quite well. Or at least, there was one big fight in every early game where it felt like NIP managed to get one over on EDG. And right here, it feels like, again, they're actually finding the angle fairly effectively. Oh, that's a thing. Shia is actually stacking up a few Smolder stacks onto the clone. Interesting. You can do that. Karma pick is so useless. I don't think the Karma pick is useless. We saw that it actually allowed Shia to have positioning in lane. I'm not sure I believe in that. However, YCX, once he lost his flash, didn't know how to play defensively well enough on it. He was punished very heavily. But the Karma is here just to get the Smolder through laning phase, and that has happened now. Shia, well on his way towards, you know, max stacks quite early into the game, especially with a dragon apiece as well. He won't have stacks for this next fight, but for 4th dragon, he will have the stacks. Herald going into mid lane, is it going to full kill the turret? Well, not on the charge, but I think the auto attacks after might do. Assume. Oh, he stepped up too much for the turret. I think he might die for it. Indeed, he does. Tong Yuan gets himself some stacks on that Dark Seal we were talking about earlier. Does he have a charm left to bring into it? Sion Q is actually pretty good. Damn, Hoya, that's a damn fine combo. They get themselves a kill onto the Ari. Goodbye, Dark Seal stacks on the other side. Another kill through. Hoya saves the day. Awesome unseen Q from the Brush Hung, trying to go forwards, get some damage on towards draw. Goes into the shape split up. And the fight goes, I suppose, 2 for 1 total. Hoya's really feeling it. Oh my god, damn fine damage from the Sion onto the Wukong. Make that a 3 for 1. Sassy will walk away. NIP, great turnaround, because initially it started off as Assume making a big mistake in mid lane. Instant kill onto the Nymaera, who did eventually, well, they did get the mid lane out turret, but it could have been at the cost of a fight which went very far away from them.
红色方大军是浩浩荡荡从左边过来的，
对啊，而且是顶着眼过来的，就是横那个位置刚踩了个针眼，那个他想强行了。
This is the replay again, is that the Herald and the Wave stuck around not long enough to get that tower. Draw tried to pull out that ultimate a little bit slow there. This is the real hero play though. The blast cone meant that he was out of vision going into the brush. Oh, that is disgusting. Walked into the middle of him to get the instant knock up from the ultimate. Doesn't have the most damage, but the extra CC makes the difference. What is this Scion damage? Scion early damage is nuts. Look, Scion early damage is really high. Tangyuan's gone for the Horizon Focus. Second is a good stat stick. Sucks to lose the Dark Seal Snakes he just picked up there. It's the first kill which Tangyuan had in this game. I will say, there have been... I've got a couple of worries about Tangyuan getting involved in early fights. From, yeah, hang on a second. Did they give the Raptor camps over here? Or they just give him the mini ones, not the big ones. You want the XP and the gold to go towards the jungle. You don't want falling behind. But Shaya, he's only, well, effectively one wave off of getting 225 now. He won't get it just on this one. Unless he gets very lucky with some taps on some enemy champions later. 3 off. 3 off. And then you get the execute value from Smolder. Very scary, that. I'm really worried that Sassy's not going to get much value in these later fights. And the reason I say that is Smolder needs a front line to get as much value out of his passive as possible, continually being able to step forwards a little further because he's got a tank line which can protect him. Got the rapid fire cannon second, which I think in this game, yeah, I think he needs it. It's not good for your damage. You'd love to have an Infinity Edge or even something like the Lord Dominus Regards into the Scion, although he's not really building that much armor right now. But hang on, looking maybe for an aggressive angle. Mind game, whether someone would be there. Hang on, now it's the Lear ult coming through. Doesn't lead to anything. Cool. Off of vision, we'll spot out Hung here. Could be a big fight angle for NIP. They've got the potential of the Scion coming through. Believe I've taken by Hung. They'll spot the Nico now. Does he go for an engage? Who's the real one? Get a knock up onto the clone, and that's it. Runderfoes, there's no dragon up. They don't have to fight for this. They can just back off. Fimbulwinter giving some value there. Ooh! Flash forwards from Guwon, flash away from Shaya. He had the 225, so Smolder is online. Flash for flash. Works out pretty well there for NIP. Smolder without flash is much more easy target to pick off in the next fight. Sassy picking up as much as he can now. Atakan, the only objective alive right now. He has teleport if he ever does get himself a big item breakpoint and wants to come back into the field of play. There's a good flash away from Shaya, but Guwon found the angle to force it. Well played by both players, I suppose. I don't think that Tangyuan on this Ahri has accelerated enough. I don't think he's accelerated enough, and now the problem is now, if Ambessa's Scion end up kind of going into melee, putting yourself between the Ahri and the target she actually wants to hit, then Ahri's not going to do enough damage there. Into Merc Treads, champions with a bit of HP, Ahri loses a lot of threat, really. I actually wonder whether it was better going Leandri's second. Well, hasn't accelerated either way. As the Shy left IG, he's on a break right now. Atakan going down from NIP. LG not in position to contest. They do have, again, the Smolder 225, but they're not in a position to actually use it. As he walks up to that Tri-Brush. Not nearly enough in time, so hang on a second, going towards LSX. Good Duncan towards him. Draw gets the extra CC. Smolder does not have flash, and he's caught out. Smolder pinged off by Guwon. Not bad in terms of the top jungle going to assume. Can he get the extra kill? Hung needs a little bit more damage. One more auto would do it. He can't do it. Kited to hell. And further, Assume takes down the Wukong, and that is a clean engage by Hoya and crew. Hoya, Guwon finding their target, splitting over the team, and Shayo without that flash was taken away earlier. Could not outplay the composition of NIP. And NIP will march forwards, take themselves an inner turret, and LGD, despite the fact that I thought that they were looking pretty good coming into this match, they've been quite severely outplayed. I think their draft was The draft was just a little bit weaker. The good combo over the wall. Not a bad play there, you know. Managed to take down the Talir very early into the play. Can't quite get that last auto onto Assume. That is a heartbreaker. And one of the problems there is that if Hung had flashed a little later, he could have ignored some of the auto attack damage and maybe gotten himself the gap close he needed. Dragon taken now, NIP on their third one.
下明年要叫第8件了，好吧？明年 ADC 确实有7件装备，明年要叫第8件，没问题。那现在还算
8,000 gold behind. A fair amount of petals from the Atacon, not the craziest amount, but a fair amount. And then Dragons as well. NIP massively in the driver's seat, 2.5k lead towards the team. I will say, Smolder, Guwon, you don't have flash yourself. That could be a mistake. Who's got the follow-up damage? There's only one person there, Guwon, which has the support of the Nico, and Ari goes straight into that ultimate. Target goes forwards, meets the full fire of the other Vastaya, and gets blasted. Shaya just doesn't have the damage to solo carry this. Assume is very powerful, and Hung has found that out a couple of times now. Shaya just doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have an Infinity Edge or the Lord Doms. Fire Cannon gives you target access, doesn't give you the sting, though, behind it. NIP, very good recovery again. Draw to the rescue of Guwon. Draw had a very poor day yesterday, and honestly had a pretty poor year. Not great on either LNG or JDG. Shao's going to walk up, try and get the... Oh, try to get the execute onto the Ambessa jungle. Can't quite manage it. The Atakan's slow. Will probably put the Smolder into the death chamber as well. Trying to get the last bit of damage onto the Nymaera. Can't quite manage it. A triple kill to Assume. He now finds himself at 10-1 and 4. Has been kiting about like a master, like an ice skater for the last few fights. 4,000 gold lead. NIP much cleaner in the fights. Much better play than LGD so far. Baron goes down. NIP firm position in this game. So Tongyuan flew over, I guess without realizing that Nico was charging up the ult, and just gets insta-popped by Nymaera, who was over the wall in the duration of that CC. Assume if he ever gets to get that extended run at someone is so powerful here. Tell you what though, my player of the game is Hoya. Hoya has been doing so well on the Scion. You know, from the early laning phase where, you know, he pulled the wave, made sure that he was never under any threat there, consistent engaged threat, always at the play. Hoya, I think, is my player of the game. He's been playing very, very well. I know that the gold has gone to Assume, and he has been very good. And NIP have a number of players within touching distance to that ward, Guwon as well. But I think Hoya's had a very good game. Draw, of course, much better games than yesterday too. And now with the Baron buff, I find it quite hard to see a world in which LGD can find themselves a way out of this. Hung extended flank, but he's just not there. He's just not there, and the engage comes through as the Wukong was looking for his own player. Hoya arrives. There's a little bit of a party at the end of it. Inhibitor will go down and Hung. He was looking for the extended play, was spotted out. NIP said, well, you don't have your Wukong, so let's finish this game. Quick game. Decisive from NIP. Great engages coming through. A wall at the Nexus. Has a couple of party decorations handed onto it as well. NIP finished that game. No idea what that finishing call meant. We'll figure that out at some point in the future. NIP won up in the series. LGD blasted from beginning to end, really. Smolder is not good anymore at all. I don't think that's true. I just think in this game, LGD just had a much better composition in general than LGD. LGD just kind of had a bit of a worse version of the comp, where it was kind of, you know, playmaking mid-jungle, tank front line, back line AD carry, you know.
BP 到游戏内吧，感觉老干爹就没睡醒。只能说3点钟的比赛确实会有兄弟没睡醒，这也很正常。少爷说。 兄弟们，怎么整场比赛要我一个人 save 吧？
Someone from LGD popped the blast gun so they couldn't put burst go on. I don't think that ended up making too much difference, really.
41%的一个伤害占比。
这把我 MVP 我要给卓哥，我感觉卓哥这个妮可玩有点好。我个人给卓哥，
我要犹豫一下给他也还是给 AD 了。这后亚发挥也很亮眼，
没问题啊。过往阿萨姆卓，我觉得这把都玩的都挺好，后亚也没毛病，好吧？
我给 AD 吧，我觉得 AD 这把的画面很足，而且就是吃到资源、吃到经济的情况下，确实也 C 了。
知道卓哥波波开的都是那种完美团啊，
没问题。我们下路一人一票。
这样孤网，其实孤网这把打也挺好的。你看卓哥这种开，我真好。
就这种就是摁开，这个叫、
我跟你讲，这个跟解说杯唯一的区别就是那个小火龙能闪出来，你知道吧？我解说杯小火龙应该闪不出来。
毛吃了，
毛吃了。
I need to get myself a snack, but I don't have anything in.
这种开就是阳谋，然后你谁爱吃谁吃。哦哟，后要这个 Q3个，然后配合队友也打得挺好的。
然后这波也是，这波是国网前面就已经逼过小龙人的大了，然后这一波，哇，这一波有点怎么说呢？有点乌龙。他乌龙在哪呢？就小火人开大的时候，刚好那个龙母的吐息吐到地上，把那个狼母的公开处刑的那个轨迹给遮住了，两个特效夹在一起，然后少爷是完全没有反应过来。当然，
你研究的这么细吗？
因为我当时其实我也没看到那个狼母的抬手动作啊，然后后来刚刚 replay 仔细看了一眼，才发现原来那个公开主席那条红线藏在那个龙母的那个火里面了。
明白了，动画的锅。
Oh, apparently Naughty Dog is adding crunch time into their game dev again, even though it's very early until whatever their next game is.
打到后面的时候，又是你看狼母主动出手，眼里只有火龙，火龙在扑棱扑棱的空中直接被绽放。
是，还有国网去玩好，国网很多都是裸抬的。
Smolder always seems to lose these days.
对，好，这把的 MVP 给到阿萨姆，操到使用到的云安娜，
可以。I
would be I don't know what the stats are. I don't think that Smolder is the reason they lose
但
though.
萨姆昨天我看那个比赛就感觉就这个小伙子属于是那种伤害有的，而且很敢打，但是他是属于那种他不玩那种花里胡哨的那种人。
对，
他就是能打伤害就打伤害，如果需要他打伤害，他能把命都打上。
对，
他也不考虑活不活的事情的。
我觉得他其实一定程度上跟 Live 的那种风格有点相像，就是一往无前的去打伤害，只是有的时候这个 Live 给的机会也是比较多的。所以我觉得有的时候我们看比赛还是挺希望有一支战队就是有这么一种 AD 能够站出来，因为起码他会在。
Okay, well I'm gonna put on an ad break. We'll get ready for game 2, and then I'm gonna grab myself some food, I
Live 是在
suppose.
玩点操作的，而且 Live 他很喜欢自己去研究一些那种站位，还有角度，
还有出装那种。
对，但是阿萨姆不搞那些的，阿萨姆他就是直来直往的。就是如果我昨天看到那有一波他那个飞机龙团打完了之后，他咖位的输出就直接一个 W 上去，刚好撞到那个3人的车上，两个人就直接撞车了。但那波他打了巨爆的伤害，
反正就是他的勇气很足啊。他这一件装备已经升到满级了，
但是这种得发育好，如果发育不好的时候，他就只有勇气这一件装备就没什么用。
好，那我们也是得到消息啊，老干爹在下场比赛里面是主动选择了一个红色方。那我们稍事休息，一会儿回来看双方的第二局。
I miss the days where I had enough time between games to go downstairs and get a croissant between games. By the way, if you want to check how many like kills people have, you can always subscribe to the channel on Twitch and scroll back that way, because that does unlock being able to scroll people back. You can just read it off the scoreboard at the end of the game. What do you mean, lol? Genuine, like, is a genuine reason to do that, duo? Well, I'm sorry for having reasons for people to come and subscribe to the channel. My bad. I won't do that again. My bad. Sorry for trying to make a living off of this.
you till forever and the stars collide. There ain't nobody with a body that steals my mind. Now I'm
Okay, back for game 2. And I've been much better game. I don't think it's wild at all, duo. I don't think it's wild at all. I mean, it's really hard to make money off of stuff which people get for free, duo. I think it's actually, I mean, I actually think it's completely fine. There actually are like Chrome extensions stuff like that, we can do it already, but only when people insta-publish their VODs.
然后齐安娜没出，对，然后再加上可能包括是像石头人啊之类的这种，就是其实你会发现这个版本基本上争夺点都在打野位上，所以他这把可能会在红色方去开出比较多的这种需要争场的英雄，然后在红色方优势那边依然拿俩嘛，对吧？拿两个嘛。
And there's kind of got to be some reason for people to subscribe, though, right? It's a basic, you know. What would you subscribe for on a channel? That's the thing, you know. What would convince you to spend a little bit of money on someone that you watch? Now, even if you watch a fair amount of content from someone, you don't always subscribe to them, you know? I mean, some people do, obviously they do, because there's people that want to just support that. I think particularly with stuff like 7TV being a thing, a lot of people don't subscribe for emotes anymore. I think, yeah, I suppose people do it for like sub-only mode, sub-only chat. Sometimes people do that, but I don't really want to put that on because, you know, I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to be too harsh with it, right?
就是因为这个英雄，其实大家能看在眼里，这个英雄后期 carry 能力确实强啊。可问题在前面对线。
In streaming and in esports, it's actually quite difficult to convince people to actually spend money on the people they enjoy watching. Some people do, obviously people do. I think Twitch loses a lot of money from mid-level streamers. Okay, so very similar Banshman IP again. Poppy's through. We've got Aatrox Kiana up, Orianna as well. Those are the big power picks, really. Last game, it was the first pick of Nico, which also made its way through. I wonder whether LGD really respected how much power they were giving over with that one. They banned the Orianna on red side. I think Tongyuan could have taken whatever matchup they wanted, as Zero, of course, made his way through the entirety of the first draft. Surprised to see... Well, I guess with the Orianna banned, it makes more sense. Obviously, Talia, one of the better answers too, also taken out of the pool. Please don't be blind picking Jax. And what perhaps a smidgen of Aatrox and or Kiana, one of the two. Sassy is a big Jax player. Just don't be blind picking this. Don't be blind picking this, please. Oh my God, they blind pick Jax. Sassy, I get it, but come on, that's probably I don't know. There's so many power picks up. There's so many power picks up. Are we just getting? Doesn't Guon just slam Kiana at this point, or Aatrox and feel really happy about it? What is LGD's drafting today? I actually think that Hoya could weirdly enough, folks, I think Hoya could even slam something like Malphite. Double auto attack as top side? Yes, please. You can Malphite top lane and just stack armor against them. You can Malphite Kiana or something like that. Or Aatrox. Poppy's also not a bad pick here. It's either good in top lane or in jungle. Yeah, that's fine too. Why not? You could chuck it down to support. The triple flex. Kiana been weirdly passed over though. Strange that.
当然，你波比走打野位的话，其实可以跟沙皇的一个大招做比较完美的联动，推人，然后秒接壁咚，再捕手飞机。
Borky locked in, that's fine again. Early game powerhouse, double long range backline, both fairly mobile backliners actually. Yeah, Hui's pretty good into his ear. We should see more of this pick. It's a good pick. I like that. And now when you've got the 3 champions locked in that NIP have, there isn't a crazy amount of threat onto the Hui. Azir can often struggle to shuffle the way because he just kind of clicks EQ at you and you get stopped mid-dash by the Grim Visage.
会也选出来了，现在来到两边的一个次轮，我觉得真能搬石头人吧。你别管这个波比到底是不是一个走辅。
Second round, no bot lane in for LGD yet. Flexible Poppy from NIP opens up their options a lot. Because Poppy's completely fine in jungle, even if you do ban away something like the Trundle, there's every chance that the Poppy could just go straight in there. Hui's kit is like Vex, once you get hit by A skill, you get hit by everything. Yes. Yeah, if you ever get hit by the E skill, everything, well, you get hit by the Q and the R afterwards. We did mention the Malphite before. Would have been very powerful here. Personally, I would have locked in the Malphite instead of the Poppy. I don't quite see why the Poppy is such a power pick right now. I don't think it's bad. Poppy Azir is a hell of a combo. Oh yeah, people can randomly change picks in client now before everything else is locked in. Bel'Veth would be funny for the quest. Yes, Bel'Veth and Jax for some reason have a shared quest about fishing. Not quite sure why, but you know. Nautilus Brawn banned away from Y6, so some tankier supports. I suppose you could go something like, you know what, I actually think that Xiao could go towards something like a Misfortune here. Misfortune seems pretty good. You can go MF Leona maybe, or MF Rel. Alice is a little bit harder into Poppy, well not that Rel's easier either. Yeah, I actually think you can go towards something like Misfortune Leona. You don't need to lock the MF right now, but taking away the Leona is kind of, that's pretty good here, because if Draw had taken the Leona, I don't think you have a good engaged support into the Poppy, because at least with Leona into Poppy, you can ult the Poppy so you can then get your Zenith Blade off, which is often stopped by Poppy's W. That is now going to be Poppy top lane. Hoya does play a fair amount of it. Top lane matchup is, yeah, Hoya is a big Poppy top lane player. We did mention the triple flex before. Rakan locked into support, knocked in its jungle. Now you have a couple of choices. You know it's going to be a pretty tanky Poppy in topside now. Felios, if you get the right weapons, can stand and fight against Nocturne pretty well. They go towards the Sivir, want a little bit more enabling for the rest of the team. Sivir can really unlock Jax and Shinzao pretty well. And of course the Sivir doesn't get blocked out by something like the Poppy. You just run away instead of dashing away. Patch version, I think it's either 24 or 25. Technically it says in game, but my socials banner tends to cover that up. I'll let you know when I find out. 24, patch 25-24.
从对线角度上来说，
Now this draft is a little bit more even. I think the first game, the problem was NIP just had a slightly better, well, a significantly better version of the comp, which LGD tried to bring out. This time it's a little bit different. Both teams trying to do slightly different things. More defensive, Poppy pick from NIP. Jax on the other side, a little bit more backline threat. The lane matchups aren't bad from LGD though, and hopefully they have a better start to the game than last game, which was a disaster. Let's get into the Rift and let's see how it goes. I don't think this is a crazy draft diff either way. Poppy's fine as the Jackson early lane, jungle matchup's a wash. I guess bot lane is fairly even, mid lane slightly towards the Hui. I think this is a fairly even game for draft reasons.
电龙，第一条龙价值挺高的，但打起来挺费劲的，因为
One walking up with care. Of course, the level 1 last time went very much in favor of NIP. And LGD chose red side, by the way. They would have chosen red side here.
看能不能放置一个 F6的开野眼，那赵信是很难一下子一个人把整个眼给排掉。
起码这把。 老干爹没整什么幺蛾子，在一级团的时候，汤圆这边也是帮横站一下 F6的岗。
Guan Nocturne gives me hope. Guan was very good at pulling the trigger on the Nocturne. I think from what I'm noticing, his point and click go button junglers seem to be. Alright, let me crack up on a cold one with the boys. There you go. Red Bull ASMR. Hope I get to cast a Bel'Veth game soon. I cast it a fair bit in Europe back in 22. Because Elioyo was a big Bel'Veth player back in 22. Played on Mad Lions a fair amount. I hope LGD shows a better game. I want to see a good series. That first game was not fantastic from LGD. Ooh, Zenith taking level 1. Sunlight procs from the Leona, but then the problem is if Rakan hits WQ as he does there, the health feels a lot better. Shaya did, but the big thing there was actually that Shaya got the ricochet off. But you see Assume and Draw here, they do the right thing. They see that the wave is actually going to push too far from LGD because every single ricochet from Sivir went across the wave. And now the Corki Rakan can play for the bounce back. Because LGD have pushed too far, it's going to go into the enemy turret. They can let the wave slowly die to turret, and they'll be able to push out at the level 3, level 4. And Rakan Corki level 3, level 4 is very powerful. So they're going to get level 2, you know, now. And now Shaya and Y6, they pushed too far. Because the Ricochet went onto every single minion, it ended up working against them. Normally you think, oh, if you kill the first wave quicker, that's a good thing. But if you push it too fast, you actually give the enemy team a bit of a free play. You don't have to just insta push the wave back. You soak it in. So let's see what happens with level 3, level 4. I mean, Hung's coming down to that side of the map, but you know, it seems picking up all the farm he needs to. The wave will be fine in a little bit. Oh, he's recoiling right now. And now that's surprising. That is surprising. I didn't expect them to see the channeling a recall right then. Do they want like an early tier? Yeah, he gets tier right from the off. Does he lose any minions for this? I need to see what's happening in the bot lane laning phase. This top lane matchup, it doesn't matter too much. Corki's recalled now because he's gotten himself just enough gold for the tier. He can get an earliest possible timing. And hopefully Rakan can hold the wave for him. Gorn's going topside. Sassy might have overpushed here. The thing is, Corki's recalled on the bot side. You know that he's not on the strong side of the map. You know that likely he's topside. Nocturne was pathing up here, and Sassy, on the first rotation, Jax has died very easily to quite a telegraphed gank right on the full clear timer. That is not good, Sassy. First kill over towards the Poppy as well, into the counter matchup. Assume back into lane. Hung's coming towards this bot side. There's no barrier, remember, on the Corki. It does have flash. I guess they can just, ooh, really good double knockup. Who's got the aggro? It's onto the Shins out. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I don't think they can dive now. Very well played from Draw and Assume. Double knockup. Valkyrie away before CC came in any real amount. Yeah, dying to a pre-6 Nocturne is not okay. You should never be giving Nocturne a free kill like that unless there's a huge outplay or something like that, or a level 1 set of shenanigans. If you walk into a Nocturne, then yes, he has a lot of power. Nocturne should never be able to walk into you like that and get good value. YCX successfully holds the wave here despite taking a lot of his HP. Ooh, trying to get a big trade just as he comes back to lane. Get that sunlight down. Was playing much better. Yeah, he is. He is. But just a reminder for those of you that didn't watch JDG or LNG. Well, LNG are quite a low tier team this year, so it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people didn't tune into their games. But Draw really struggled. And I guess Draw's had such a strange career because he's had some very high moments on NIP actually. Last time he was there on 24 winter. They ended up making 4th place. They ended up bowing out to JDG, I think it was. And then the top 2 were BLG Top Esports. Or would have been Spring, I suppose, in 24. They didn't have the 3 split system back then. Only came in 25. Wait, is that true? Am I gaslighting? Am I gaslamping you? No, I'm correct. I'm correct. For once. Dragon started by LGD. Hull brought up by Shaya. An amount of CS ahead, but I don't think the Corky's unhappy with how the game's gone so far. Especially given that he survived the dive, which was put towards him. Hey, Fairy Tail, appreciate the resub. Hey, look, if I'm not gonna be slightly self-deprecating, you know, who else is gonna keep me down, keep my ego in check, you know? What? Tokyo just cast ult backwards. I was like, that's not his E. Wait, that's a big old skill shot. Wait. Tokyo just cast his ult backwards. My dude. All right. Hui ult and cooldown. Base Tongyo and my go. Yeah, that's the Hui gameplay that we're here for, man. Is OMG good? Depends what you mean. For the first stage of the competition, yes, OMG were fine. I think for this stage of the competition, they will likely be a bit outclassed. But they have some decent players. Oh, I think that Starry's good. I think that Haichao on his day is pretty good. Then I think the rest of the players they struggle a bit more. I think the carries aren't bad comparative to, you know, the level of team they are. Like, I could see Starry being on a mid-table LPL team. He's pretty good. Haichao is in a bit of a weirder spot because I think he had his chance maybe to be on a mid-table team, and then this last year was a bit of a disaster. He was known as Chauvi. He was really good at stuff like Lucian Tristana and the AD mid-meta. Also pretty good on his... Yeah, the thing is, Haichao's pretty good on a number of playmaking champions. He just outplays himself as much as the enemy, it feels like sometimes. Grub startup LGD. They also had the first dragon as well. If they do get the grubs, they're in a happy spot. Tongyo's ult is coming up in, what, 20 seconds maybe? Slightly less. 2 grubs taken, so they get the objective marker for it. Don't want to stick around for the fight. Well, you know, because they don't have whale. Third grub taken by NP to make sure it isn't a full house. Yuan has a level 6 now, going towards first item. Wait, is that Stride Breaker with that build actually? I suppose you don't need as many ults off cooldown when you're jumping into Shinzao or Leona, where you kind of need your ult to be more powerful rather than have more of them. Because there's often a first item discussion for Nocturne between Stride Breaker or not Hullbreaker. X-Plate. I'm going for the Blackfire Torch. Has kind of been standard on Hui longest time now. Stride Breaker Nocturne is the main one though. I think you'd be surprised at the item stats. I think they're pretty even between the two of them.
也没换扫描的。整个目前的一个发育态势来讲的话，对于右边来讲都是挺优的。你看轮子领先。
Let me see what the stats are for the entire year.
路基本上都是
Actually, Hexplate is more than Stridebreaker. 73% of games this year had a Hexplates in it. Only 62% had Stridebreaker.
他就有你，一波一波消耗你的血量。
撒气很难受啊，主要每次博弈那跳闪跟
I hate Stridebreaker as an item. They definitely nerfed it to the point where it's much less satisfying.
很懂那种就是。
I know Phage still builds into both. It's just, oh, it is the Hexblade first. There you go. So the thing is, I don't play enough of these champions too much in terms of the AD skirmishes like that. I knew that Stridebreaker had a dagger in it. I just didn't realize that Hexblade actually had a dagger in its build path. There you go. Hexblade first.
这个确实也很难单线去完成一些单杀之类的。
Oh yeah, no, that's a fair point. It would have been Tiamat if it was Stridebreaker. You're right. I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
玩的好恶心啊！侯雅的这个，
主要他给你抡走之后，他可以原地回啊。他其实
Tell you the last champion I built Hexplate on was actually AD Ari. I was actually building AD Ari with Hexplate, where you go like Triforce Hexplate, and you look. I was cooking. Weirdly, it actually ended up being pretty good. Just don't question me too much, you know. Oh shit. Okay. Right, so assume jumping forwards with Shaya. Not bad trade back from Shaya actually though. Rakan Q hits, gives a bit of healing back. Dragon available now, second one for LGD if they get it. Getting the Sivir ult's not bad, but the trade that Shaya got onto Corki means that it's somewhat easy trade. Oh, Care gets onto Shinzao and everyone's inside the Thunderdome. The ult gets 0 value. Very, very good pick off from Care, but also LGD probably didn't have the position to be doing that. A big one lands. And, I don't know, Leona will be taking a quick break in the fountain. No, the line should have been, a big one hits Leona and Diana is very jealous. That should have been the line. Oh, God. Anyway, forget about that. Oh yeah, doing fine in this top lane matchup, getting a plate up here. Hang walks up, and this is no damage nearby. The thing is, when you're face checking like this, you need someone to deal damage behind you. You need your Sivir there, you need your Hui there. You're just not safe enough. And the ult gets no value. No value.
你看一下，其实这一波赵信被开，然后你闪现进去 QR，轮子是没蓝的，我都不知道这波控到了沙皇谁能跟，
只能说都是本能反应。好吧。
我卓哥知道这个草丛里面可能有伏笔哦，有伏兵哦，所以就直接没有往前去探。
So NIP get themselves the kill off of that, get themselves the dragon. NIP's early game has been pretty good so far. Pretty good. First item in for pretty much everyone now, besides the Triforce from Jax. And Corki, I suppose, the extra tier gold. Taking them behind a little bit. Expensive items, that Triforce first item. Triforce is one of those items where immediately on completion, the item really changes everything though. I miss when we had more Triforce AD carries. I kind of miss something like Triforce Cogmore. That felt like it was a very fun build for those of you who were playing back in 2013, 2014. 2014 was really when Triforce Cogmore was the thing. Felt like it was a very different style of play that for the time anyway.
你像潘森这种英雄就没有那么好去进那个会的神，因为他可以用一个 EQ 直接把你给打断。但是梦魇是可以带着盾来飞你的。
Peng Yuan, yeah. Throws a skill shot backwards. I will say that when you play Hui, especially, I think this is, well, this isn't a LAN environment, so there is an amount of ping. It's quite easy to miss that skill shot. Okay, it's a big combo. Does he get another QW? Needs a little bit more damage. Trying to get the ult away. Oh, just about misses it. Think he'll die from that now. Tries to get some damage through from the Thunder Sky. It's not enough. Not enough. Almost an outplay though. Oh yeah, goes down. Kill goes over to Peng Yuan. Didn't Genja from Moscow 5 build Triforce on Corki Punch? Yes, and that was before it was good on Cogmore, it's worth noting. Like, he definitely saw the vision, but the stats weren't there for it yet. I'm trying to remember exactly what changed, but yes, eventually it became a lot better on Cogmore, but at the time you built it, it probably wasn't the best build. Yeah, Genja the Time Lord. 5 men, 9 eyebrows, 1 dream. Oh god. Team trying to trade onto Shy. Shy's been doing pretty well at trading back though. Significant amount of gold. Of course, the early laning phase went well from him, and he had the Cull cash in a way that I assume didn't go for. You know what's quite interesting? There might be some worlds in which... so there's a new item coming on the new season, which is effectively kind of like an AP Bruiser Triforce, which applies your on-hits twice. So Gwen might go towards that. For instance, Kayle Kayle might do as well, actually, I'm not sure. But one of the things is, it will apply your Cull on a hit twice, but in terms of the healing, it won't give you double damage, it won't give you double gold from it. But I think there's actually a world in which you sit on Cull, power farm up towards that, you keep your Cull into the mid game, because the extra on-hit healing is actually kind of nice. Good damage from Tangyuan there. Decent amount of damage onto the Rakan. Rakan, if he ever gets onto low HP, really struggles to make the engage, and he's quite easy to poke out. Good control of the choke point so far. Tangyuan uses a lot of his cooldowns, though, and actually, the Leona's got a little bit too far. It's a magnificent engage! Gets a clump of 3 in total, and they've managed to break out of the choke point. Care trying to disengage a little bit more with the Emperor's Divide. I think it's enough. I think it is. It's a little bit close. Hung trying to get the healing, can't quite manage it. LGD, I think, just about even up the fight, though. 3 for 3, both sets of carries alive. Initially, I thought it was going to be a clean disengage from NIP, because the way that fight started was LGD had control of the choke point. NIP broke out of that choke point, and it looked really good for them, but LGD, with the power of the Shinzao ultimate, managed to just about buy positioning back. That was a real mess. LGD managed to find themselves a good foot back into it. So right here, they have control of the choke point. Tangyuan ends up misusing a lot of his skills there, and Draw gets the clump here. Triple combo, but it's not onto the carries they need, really. Well, Shai is part of that, but it doesn't get the damage they need to. Then, you know, Hung comes in for a triple burst combo. Sassy, not the best fight itself, I suppose. Seems lucky to make his way out of there, actually. Went very far into the back line. After the fight, NIP return to the scene with the grind. They're the ones going towards the Herald now. LGD going to the Dragon instead, giving up the Herald for the Dragon. They'll get the feats of strength, this LGD, actually, if they get that Dragon. Tangyuan walking up alone for now. Needs to be quite careful. Has his ult, though, to be powerful. And he misses it. Right, he misses. That could be a problem. I believe he does anyway. Alright, okay. Jumping in. Guwon, he just dies. Guwon just presses the button at the wrong time. Vizier ult coming out. Good damage back onto the Leona. Likely to go 1 for 1, but Kaz died all the same. So it's going to be a 2 for 1. NIP did get themselves their Herald, but Guwon are really... Well, he's been pretty good at timing his engages, coordinate his engages. That time it wasn't that good, though. Just immediately got exploded. Typically been much better at timing his way forwards. LGD, can they stick around and get damage on towers after the fight with 20 seconds down on Care, 10 on Guwon? Not sure. Sassy going to push up towards this top side. Tangyuan missed another ult in that play, as we were noting. Demolish on tower. Should be a full tower take. 2 turrets to them now, and they're starting to get good control of this game. Got 2 dragons, 2 grubs, feats of warfare, 2 side lane turrets opened up. A scaling Sivir who's 1,000 gold ahead, a Hui who's 1,000 gold ahead. NIP diving into the Hui Sivir is not okay. I think a lot of people disrespect the fact that Hui is one of the best anti-dive champions in the game. You have to dive into the Molten Fissure and the Malefic Visions, the QE and the ults. The damage goes through the roof. Particularly when people clump together, so the Hui passive, which is effectively you double tap a champion and then another burst of damage comes through, but it's an AoE burst. It does way too much. YCX hiding around the Atakan wall. Hui is spotted? Yes, he is. There's no turret here now. Trying to stop the Poppy W, but he just walks up and Qs. I think he's dead. I think he's just dead. Ult comes through. Flash away. Is there another cooldown? Is it needed? He does have the flash. Might be able to get away with that. Nope. Say that. He goes down. Flash not enough from Hoya. A dead Poppy once again. He's been a little bit of a piggy bank for Tangyuan on the top side. And we did say, you know, he's quite a confident Poppy top player. He's played it quite a lot before. This game struggled to make the outplays happen in a side lane. Remind me of Dave Mustaine? Yeah, except I'm not homophobic. I was a Megadeth fan, and then, you know, yeah.
让这个毛笔玩的太舒服了。现在
I definitely have that 80 tear metal thing going on right now. Like my hair curls up like that.
正常落 NOC 往
You think prismatic items would be okay for standard league if you had to straight buy it? Well, that's basically mythic items. No build path? I mean, it's basically mythic items is the same problem there. That's Guon presses the ultimate, tries to go onto the back line onto Xiaoye. Doesn't have flash. It's not bad from Guon, you know. Almost gets the full kill. Just about trying to kill him. Can't quite manage it. Xiaoye will get the kill back instead, or rather, Hun gets the kill credit. 1 for none. Guon caught out. Almost makes a play out of nothing. Xiaoye, that 2-item spiker, the Essence Raver Infetch, is an intense amount of damage. Guon, a couple of ults in a row now, not really achieving what they wanted. They're heading towards this top side. Do they know that people are hanging out in this fog of war? I'm not sure they do. What CC do they have coming out of here? Who's in that brush? He's pushing up very far. He doesn't have flash. YCX and Hung. Roar and Hoyer up here. This could be huge. Great flank teleport. Care. He's going to try and shuffle towards the rest of his team. Gets out of the solar flare. Not bad from Care right now. Has himself the ultimate. They can get someone out of the pass. Leona shunted out. Hoyer avoids the wind, becomes lightning, but I think he's going to be left alone. Considering how bad that should have gone, only giving up the 1 kill is actually not bad from NIP. Yeah, it's their top laner. Well, I suppose it could lead to the Atakan as well. It's still not great for them. LGD, a good punish, waiting for Care to overpush. NIP, they are going to shove themselves into the mid lane. Herald maybe even gets a double charge here. Go through some jungle camps as well. They're trying to get the most out of this play after it's kind of falling away from them. The Atakan's gone. They lose a kill. But if they get 2 turrets, they are very happy with their slapback, considering the position in the game. Not a bad response at all. Is it even going to be a 3 push? Ooh, not quite. Not quite. Tangme gets the kill there. I wish you cast LCK next year. I did think about applying, but I'm not going to lie. I wasn't sure that it would accept me, actually. I don't know how... yeah. Maybe I should have applied. I was getting in my own head a little bit. Quite hard going to be locked away in your bedroom doing casts like this for so much of the year.
这原神的装备太好了，就他们把这个视野站住之后，汤圆是可以无压力先 poke 的啊。然后赵信刚刚这几波打下来，赵信的装备也起来了，血手加焚天也很能扛。
Dragon up in 10 seconds will be the third one for LGD. They've been playing well so far, LGD, much better than the last game, and now we get to see a much more of an even team fight. I feel like we didn't get to see that nearly as much the last game, especially with the composition difference. Starting up the Dragon. No flash available for someone like the Leona. There is one for the Rakan. Guon has flash and ultimate as well, but diving into it is a big problem. Hoyer stops the Zenith Blade coming through. Not bad from NIP at the start of it. Now do LGD look to go away from the fight and instead go towards the Dragon? It's a steal. Guon gets the steal, gets the smite secure, and gets out for now. Do they get the full disengage? They do. NIP make out like bandits. Bandits in pajamas instead, perhaps. Even the Dragon's up 2-2. LGD don't find the engage, and they don't find themselves a smite either.
其实这波后亚的大也抡空了，但就是拼成没拼过。对，那这样给 NIP 缓了口大气，不然的话这个 team 排龙的压力会很大。这样 K 能回去。
Tell you what I might do for next year, folks. I might try and get LCK co-streaming rights. So I wouldn't be casting in the same way, but next year I might try and watch more LCK on stream. Try and yeah, there's so much LPL and I love to cover it when I can, but I do realize that a lot of people who tune in would also like to watch some LCK, you know, as well. That being said, I'm understanding of how the co-streaming market kind of kills traditional broadcast, and I'm mindful of that. It's okay, Blade. It's alright. I understand the spirit behind the comments. Don't you worry about that. Hey, Raccoon, how's it going? All good, Vest. All good. Oh yeah, folks. So Sam and I, this is a quick PSA for anyone listening in right now. So Sam and I, we're not really going to have much time to cast the rest of this tournament. We'll be back for the very last stages of it. But because we have, you know, holiday plans, and this year, folks, we've cast 1,000 games or whatever between LPL and LEC. Been a lot of work. We finally are going to take a break coming through to the next couple of weeks. We'll be back for semis and finals, maybe at least the finals. Might even have Twitch front page for that. So yeah, if you need a place to go watch Demacia Cup for the rest of it, LPL English are good friends, and hopefully they'll... Hang on a second, Sassy might just kill him here. That he could actually kill. I guess they're afraid of Nocturne. Ah, Nocturne's coming down, and that means it's not an honorable 1v1. Reminder, this was a first rotation Jax. Not exactly providing the most value right now. Blue buff stolen away. And you're entitled to that opinion clap as well. But yes, basically, folks, Sam and I aren't really going to have the time or bandwidth to do most of the rest of Demacia Cup. So we've very much enjoyed what we've done so far. And yeah, keep an eye out on our socials. Join the Discord, by the way. Join the Discord. Hang on a second. Catch out in River. Why is he stood there? He's away from everyone. Tongyuan, my dude. What? You're not safe versus that comp. That huge mistake from the mid laner of LGD. There's no one within, like, nautical mile of him. In the top side River. Capsized around the Baron. And that's going to open up a win condition from NIP. If they can get this into a Baron, the game turns on its head, and it could end up in a 2-0, despite the fact that LG are in a great position this game. First death for that Wait could be absolutely insane. There's the Poppy ultimate as well. Watch to see where that punt away comes from. Sassy into the backline. Care. Good Emperor's Divide, but he's taking a lot of damage, and he'll go down. Azir down. Mid lane if the mid lane are dead. And Poppy doesn't get enough value, and LGD will somehow claw back a losing position. I don't think Asuma has the damage, and indeed he doesn't. Neither does he have the HP. LGD clutch out the play on the top side, despite the fact that Tongyuan was so caught out before the play. NIP, surely with the power of Poppy there, with the Azir ult, they should have been able to disengage at the very least. What went wrong there? I didn't even think that the solar flare was that good. Thoughts on AP Malphite with Comet? It's pretty good. I mean, yeah. I think on the whole, though, in pro play, AP Malphite struggles to have the staying power. He often dies if he's left isolated. Comet is good on Malphite in general for laning phase, though. So what happens here? Poppy. Hoya, you have to just save the ult. That's a bad ult from Poppy. As soon as that Poppy ult misses, I think LGD realized, hang on, we've actually got a fight on our hands. They had enough flashes to make that work. The fact that they win that in a 4v5 is quite something. With the Baron now in tow, Dragon in a minute. Well, it won't be Soul, but LGD are in firm control of this game. They've got the Atacant. They've got 30 petals to 2, folks. It's genuinely huge, that. Feats of Strength helping them too, particularly Tongyuan with the upgraded Sword Boots, the Spell Slinger's Shoes. Very powerful, that. Oh, Rack, I've been borrowing your Rise Shower card quite a lot. I borrowed that for the CM. I won my CM, by the way. My gold chip kind of went nuts. I ended up with 2 aces with Stamina Rita, which was kind of crazy. And they both procced in that one. Onto, like, all of the competing, like, yeah. You won with Saiyan Sky? I did think about building a front runner, because I think people really underestimated front runners for that CM, because no one was getting, like, triple front runner debuffs. I think a lot of people disrespected the fact that actually no one's actually debuffing the front runners, because everyone thought they'd be gone. I'm going to build, like, a Saiyan Sky for the next one. Dragon's going to go to third of LGD. Easy. Easy, like. Almost at Zonya's for Sassy now. He's in a happy place. Oh, you had a Slingshot Suzuka. Right. I didn't want to overthink it too much. I had my own top gun, which was... I had to rebuild both my debuff. I rebuilt all 3 of my Umas mid-tournament, actually. It worked pretty well for me. First day wasn't great, and then I managed to clutch it out at the end. It was good. I think the next CM... I think I'm going to go Medra McQueen, Saiyan Sky, and then I haven't figured out my third yet. LGD. Not a bad Baron power play. Getting to the point where Shaya's Sivir is going to be absolutely apocalyptic. Hung on the Shinzao, getting better and better in the team fights as well. Struggled in the early game, of course, got picked off once or twice. Wow, that's insane. I'm very surprised that that pick onto Tongyuan didn't switch the game back into NIP's favor. I suppose they just don't have the damage on... well, it's not that they don't have damage on the carries, it's just that how do they put out that damage now? But I think now LGD are actually ahead in the game. Sassy and Hung are, and YCX even, are tanky enough that Assume and Care can just kind of chuck everything into melee range, and I don't think that the Azir and Corki have enough damage to see that off. Earlier in the game, they would get instant blown up. Hoya needs to be doing a lot more work, really. They catch out Sassy in the top lane. That's a very isolated Jax. Doesn't have flash. There should at least be a dead split pusher. Sassy should die here. Uses that leap strike. He's got himself a bit of a dark trail going behind him, though. Who did they give the kill to? They give it to the Poppy, interestingly, who was 2,000 gold behind. It's an extended play, though, and that means that Tangyama gets free reign to go towards bot side. There should be a dead inhibitor turret. Do they lose mid lane inhibitor too? Maybe not. Corki should have enough wave cleared there, I would assume. Aha, Corki would assume too. Then she'll pick up onto Shaya. Diveralt popped. Oh, good solar flare. I might have bit enough more than he can chew. No Zhonya's. Has himself the Emperor's Divide. It's not bad. It's not bad, but will it be enough? I'm pretty sure it won't be. The minions might even finish the job for him. Minions! Minions take down the Emperor. Take back the means of gold production. Got ourselves a bit of a revolution of Minion v Emperor. LGD, I think they'll even up the series here. It's a bit of a whimper to the end of the game. But LGD should bring us to a Game 3. A reminder, folks, to those of you who have not been tuning in for the rest of Demacia Cup, Game 3 in a best of 3 is a blind pick. So if this game is finished now, we'll get ourselves potentially mirror matchups. Tanking the tower is Y6 not exactly where he wants to be, really. First turret down, Sassy will walk up. The minion debuff will be put on again from that last surviving cannon minion. Rakan goes down, and LGD will bring us to an even series and to a, yes, folks, blind pick Game 3. Wasn't it Veigar that controlled the Summoner's Rift minions? There's been a lot of lore on them over time. Honestly, pretty hard to keep track of all that. Not going to lie. What's the chance we get the classic 2 Shens? Not very likely, but it's quite likely that we see double Jace, potentially double Orianna, potentially double Yunara, potentially double Nico, double Rumble. All of those are pretty up there. Yeah, so those are the big picks that we've seen so far. I've actually quite enjoyed watching blind pick. I like the fact that 2 teams basically come together and say, these are the best champions we can make. This is the best composition we can make. You know, this is the strongest. That's me, by the way. Don't ignore the window sounds. I was just turning my camera on because I figured I should probably turn on less antisocial. You know how it goes. Oh wait, hang on. I'm gonna have to. Or is it deactivate and reactivate on it? Hello, how's it going? I'm alive. I say that just as we turn back to it, actually see the stats here. Whoopsies. What's Ares' value? Very consistent early poke. It's also good on enchanters. Farming minions all game, killed by minions? Yeah, something like that. 100% kill participation from Guon. Guon struggled more in that game. It was a fairly good anti-dive comp. I think, I have to say, immediately if I'm a coach going against NIP, I think about drafting anti-dive against them because Guon draw seemed to pick very heavy dive towards them. I'm not a fan of many of the champs that pros prioritize, but blind pick seems like it could be interesting. I like it for a tournament like this. There's something fun about saying, look, this is the pinnacle of Pro League right now in terms of drafting. Like you get one of the problems about Fearless is that what Fearless does is it, as the series goes on, it drops the power of the meta, you know? Because you have less comfort picks available that were picked earlier in the series, less power picks, and you end up kind of just cobbling things together at the end. Whereas blind pick at the end of the series, you get the most powerful version of a team, potentially, in the last game. I think teams are really bad at Fearless. They are. They absolutely are. However, I think it does make sense that there is logic to say Fearless means that you don't get to play your best champions multiple times. And I do miss seeing multiple games of Knight Ahri, Faker Azir, I don't know, another good one. Like, I guess Guma Varus or something like that, right? I think there's also a power in saying someone is so good at a pick, you have to ban it for the rest of the series. You can give like one game over in a best of 5 to say, right, see if you can beat it. I've heard LPL will bring back side selection, this time 2v2. No, that's LCP. LCP are doing 2v2 side selection. LPL I don't think are doing that. I don't think LPL are doing that. Who here, Alien Soul? Yeah. Although that was less like picked all the time, you know what I mean?
你真别让这个原神多打个10来分钟啊，给自己打醒。
Yeah, I don't know what to do for my third for the next cup. I think Medroma Queen Saiyan Sky I'm pretty set on. I don't think I'm gonna do debuffer. I think people are bringing too much stamina this time. I don't think I want to do debuffer. I want to go 3 aces. I guess maybe I'll go for like a late surge or something. I could go like late surge or augury cat maybe. Oh wait, hang on, that's a point. If maybe I really sweat it out and I try and roll for. No way you're doing double dominator. Are you kidding me? No, get out. No, don't be doing double debuffer. Oh, that's so disgusting. I might end up. Why do I turn off my face cam during the game? Because a lot of people want this to be, well, one, because it means that I don't have to it means I can slouch more. 1, 2, I could be, yeah, and then 2, also people prefer the traditional broadcast a lot more of the time. You know, I'm not someone at the same level of, say, Cage Reliable Dominate, whatever, where people come to watch just me. Some people do. Some people do, but I think a lot of people would prefer just to focus on the gameplay. Yeah. And it helps me focus on the game rather than, yeah. Weirdly, despite my job being on camera, I'm not always comfortable being on camera, not all the time. Especially when I'm sat and vegging out at home. Never did that thing where I ordered food, did I? Yeah, it's just because I want to pick my nose. Yeah. Now, the thing is, so in LEC now, and in like the tier 1 broadcast, they have a vertical stream now, and that's always on. So, you can't do anything like stupid. You can't. Okay, sometimes you do things stupid on camera now because I need to put some adverts on. Sometimes you do some stupid things on camera just to kind of like entertain people on vertical camera. But it now means that you can't like goof off too much because there is actually a recorded feed of you now for the entire game. Blind pick for game 5 could be fun for some tournaments. I mean, that's what used to happen in OGN back in Korea season 3, season 4. Fearless is the best thing to happen to League since Faker. What was that? I mean, I don't think I agree with Fearless. I think that, for instance, the level of top lane has been really bad this year. And I think it's been really bad this year because Fearless Draft means you don't get to practice the same matchups as often. Because top lane is very good when you know the matchups which are happening very well. Exactly, Rhythm, yep. Funnily enough, for my Worlds co-streams, I had Monty and Doa on for finals because it was KT versus SKT, the same matchup. And they were the guys that cast the Faker. What was that? Monty and Doa. So I had them on for Worlds Finals co-stream. It's very, very cool. Iron is the LCK casting style? Well, technically they kind of got it from Tasteless Artosis, but yes, they were the ones that brought it to League. And I mean, Monty Doe is still my favorite casting duo of all time. I have a lot of very fond memories of their casts. I had to do something in Miss Game 2. Can you give me a rundown of what happens? LGD didn't cock up early game this time. And were much better at playing around picks in side lanes. Like, Tongyuan got a bunch of kills in side lanes because Hoya just died on Poppy on repeat. And then later into the game, Guwon would jump in as Nocturne into an anti-dive comp and just immediately die. I'm excited for LEC Winter Split. I mean, I would be more excited if I knew I was working it or not. I'm not sure about that right now because I've not been contacted about it, which is often not a good sign. I mean, in terms of the actual gameplay of it, yes, very excited for it, especially on the new patch. I think it's going to be an exciting new meta. But I would like to work LEC again. That's why it's so good, though. It only benefits the ones that can adapt the best. But it's not about it's not about OTPs that because at the end of the day, you can ban out an OTP in standard draft too, right? But it means that you don't get to see the pinnacle of League of Legends in Fearless because you don't get people who get to practice the same champions and matchups and then be really, really good at them. But yes, no, for sure, it can mean that people stumble across better champions, for sure. I mean, look, it's not that there aren't... It's not like there aren't positives to Fearless. But if I want to see... And I think particularly for mid and bottom table teams, I prefer Fearless because it stops them getting stale. But if I want to watch the best teams in the world, I want to see them being at full power. I want to see BLG T1 at full power when they get to play all their comfort champions. So I want to see, like, Genji... You know, Genji versus... I don't know, Top... Well, maybe not Top Esports, but, like... I want to see Genji in that list. I want to see all of these teams where these legendary players get to play the very best that they can, you know? And it's about viewership? Well, I mean, if it's about viewership, then that's a whole different conversation, right? But but again, it's actually massively overstated seeing 5 games of the same 10 champions. I mean, we still see, at the end of the day, every series, you tell me, every series, you still see Nico, you still see Varus, you still see Nymaera, you still see, like, Orianna Azir. You are still seeing the same 10 champions again in Fearless. I think there has been, like, I understand the psychology of it, of not seeing, like, the reverse of the matchup. But, for instance, I like seeing, like, Azir or Orianna, then Orianna or Azir to say, okay, I'm better at this matchup than you. I can play both sides of it. But only once, but then sometimes that would happen. I think that would happen a lot more in standard draft than people realize. Look, again, there are... Look, and again, I really want to reiterate, for mid and bottom table teams, I really do think that Fearless has a lot of value because it stops them getting stale. But for the best teams in the world, I want to see the best teams in the world be the best. I remember Azir Corki for 80% of matches 2 years in a row. Again, like, which tournaments had that crazy... I mean, which tournaments had that kind of stats? You tell me, because actually I think it happens for... I think it happened when the regular season was the longer regular seasons, right? But I think, again, that was massively overstated. I mean, there was, like, one season where it kind of happened all the time. And I think, like, last summer, 80 jungle, 80 mid-meta was definitely a little bit like that with Corki Tristana. But I think people massively overstate that. You cover NA are too busy? I mean, I watch it when I can, but this year I've watched less of it because I just didn't have the time for it. So let me check. How many... Let me tell you how much I've streamed this year. Because this is all LPL stuff. How much did I stream this year?
欢迎回来继续收看德玛西亚杯啊，那也是来到了 NIP 对阵到老干爹的第3小局了。那这一小局的话，将会直接变成一个盲选的模式，所以我们的这个 BP 也会进得非常的快。麦哥觉得就是这个盲选模式之下，两边会掏出什么样的一个比较核心
I've streamed 1,014 hours this year, folks. I've not exactly had much time for anything else. 1,014 hours. Been a lot. As a fan of watching LPL LCK, I love watching diverse champions. The thing is, LPL has diverse champions with Fearless or not. I mean, like, I've cast LPL since 23, right? LPL has diverse champion pools. I mean, I had that before Fearless. LPL was one of the regions which needed it the least. The regions which needed it the most were NA and LEC. LCK LPL were actually pretty good at showing some random stuff. LPL probably the best one. For the showing random champions. I actually don't think that Fearless was needed as much in LCK LPL. And yeah, there were some teams which were a little bit more typecast, but yeah. Yeah, and again, I know that there are positives, and I agree with you for, say, you know, like your 5th through 10th best teams, but the top 4 teams in a region, I want to see them play their best stuff, and particularly at Worlds. You know, I think that, for instance, I think the level of top lane at Worlds was kind of tragic this year, right? Worlds was not very clean this year, folks. If you have a top lane matchup in finals of, you know, Perfect versus Doran, and playing the way that they did sadly in finals, it's not great, you know? But you can't change the meta mid-tournament. You can't have it Fearless then not Fearless. You either have to make a choice, is it going to be Fearless or not? Because you can't... It's very unfair to have... it's very unfair to have a changing format throughout the year. Problem is that I think most pros teams fundamentally misunderstand draft regardless. Well, yes and no. They understand what draft looks like for themselves. But yeah, sometimes I think that drafts are massively misunderstood for sure. Because you do need to, you need to have, you know, you need to explore the champions which are out there, but also just as a team, you must be practiced on the champions you play as a team. You know, for instance, the best example of this is probably something like Kalista, right? Where Kalista is not a single pick, it is a team champion. Playing Kalista, playing Nidalee, playing Nocturne, playing Gangplank, these are team sport champions, where the whole team needs to understand how these matchups work, how to path around them, how to plan accordingly, how to team fight, how to set them up. You need the team to understand it, and to do that, you need to be drilling these. To put that amount of research and development time into champions as a team is no small thing. And there is an argument to say actually that in Fearless it's not worth putting that time into something you can only use once in a series as to multiple times. There is actually, I've heard some teams actually not practice that much stuff. Yeah, folks, like, don't be assuming, like people, and obviously, folks, people are allowed their opinion. Like, this is me saying my opinion, right? No, for sure, Raccoon. And again, I really want to reiterate this again. I completely agree. I think that drafting in general is not perfect in League. In Gen G, one of the greatest teams of all time has poor drafting. BLG, one of the greatest teams of the last few years, has had poor drafting. Why do they have emojis on their face? Because they're using, like, Snapchat filters or something like that. Yeah, let's be respectful in chat, folks. Let's be respectful. I get that it's kind of facetious saying, you know, not gold, silver, Q, XYZ, XYZ. And I will say that even like top tier players in solo queue, they won't always transfer well into pro because of drafting problems. I love watching Showmaker and BDD. Yeah, Showmaker just randomly pulling out Malzahar as a Rise counter was really big at ASI, for instance. Do you think the level of League is not as high macro-wise due to the insane amount of team fighting with that? I mean, objective macro is still macro, but I think that, yes, I think there is a certain degree you have to say that split pushing not being a win condition since about 2019, and the over-priority of Dragons in the meta to force fast-paced teamfight games has reduced some macro aspects of the game. And the meta has just been, are you good at early Dragon fights and then Dragon 3 and 4? And then you just kind of plan team fights around. And it was Herald as well, of course. It was either, are you good at fighting around Herald at 8 minutes? That was like the world's 21-22 meta. And that's why, so Damwon Kia, when they beat T1 in World's 21 semi-finals, they were, you know, locking Maokai support, rushing them to level 6 by leeching mid lane XP on the way up towards the Herald spawn, and then having Maokai ult for the Herald fight, which T1 would always go for. The best drafting was Fly Gen G last year until Game 5. Well, you say that, and then, you know, stuff like the Kassadin happened, and then that wasn't great for them. So, folks, welcome to Blind Pick. Double Rumble, double Orianna. What? That is a very different bot lane. We get Jin Draven? What? So, no Nico. No Nymaera. This is a very different kind of draft. So we get Rumble Jin, which is very good at setting up into the Equalizer. Only one Jace. I'm surprised that the other team didn't have that, but it is Nocturne Orianna. LGD have Nocturne Orianna into a very tanky team besides the Alistar. Who gets the best draft from this? Who has the best draft? I actually think Red Side Draft is a little better. I think Red Side Draft is a little better. I think the Nocturne Orianna is so disgusting into the Jace. How does Jace ever live through that? That's a great way to deal with the Jace. Is that the same comp? Yeah, so yes, if it goes to the last game of a series in this tournament, it is blind pick with no bans. Blind pick with no bans, folks. Oh, Sam's going to see family today. He's going to see her grandparents, so he's not around, by the way, so will just be me for today. Raven is such a gamble. Xiaoya plays a lot of it. Both teams kind of gambling on having a ball delivery system. The Alistar is one of them, and the Rel and the Nocturne on the other side. It's much easier for LGD to play. Do I play Riftbound? I want to, but I don't have any cards yet. Haven't had a chance to play it yet. My brother's picked up some cards. Is the blind pick rule only for the tournament? It is only for this tournament. It is not going to take place anywhere else. Whose draft do I like? I think I like Red Side's draft a little better. I think Nocturne Orianna is very good into NIP's comp. And then outside of that, but then the problem is you have so many mirror matchups. You know, both solo lanes being mirror matchups is really important. Because, you know, they're doing exactly the same thing. It is a great way to tell who is more skilled at laning, right? Because there are no other variables. You are playing exactly the same stuff. Bone plating from Tongyuan. Does Care have it as well? Care doesn't have bone plating, interestingly. The Tongyuan has Tongyuan has bone plating and Scorch. Care doesn't have bone plating, and I didn't see if he has Scorch. He does. They both have Scorch. Really enjoy watching Orianna versus Orianna. Very, very intricate matchup as a mirror matchup. Alistar Rel, pretty well studied bot lane matchup. I'd actually say that Alistar's slightly better in the lane versus the Rel. Flicks back, but a very good headbutt away. This is one of the best things you can do as the Alistar, is just headbutt someone away as they look to trade. In the 2v2, if the AD carry is punted back, it's not like they can get auto attacks on target, is they? Is they? Can they? That's the one. Ugh. Language. I failed my language check there. Is they? I'm gonna start speaking a pig Latin or something. Potential Hex Flash over the brush. Gets comboed back. Not bad damage there from Seam. I don't get the Jace prior for jungle. He got some Jace. He got some jungle buffs for one, just in terms of damage to camps. But the big thing for me is that Jace in solo lanes for the last year has had to go quite tanky. You know, it's either full tank Jace, as we saw in top lane, but we also saw kind of we see a lot more Shojin. We see stuff like Black Cleaver. If you go jungle Jace, you don't need that HP to survive a laning phase. One of the problems about solo lane Jace is that it doesn't matter who you're against, you probably need like an extra 400 HP from your build, kind of. You know? Otherwise you're too squishy and you die. Whereas in jungle, you never have to interact with a laner, so you just go full glass cannon and you can be an artillery bot. I mean, you'll see it, right? Once you hit 2 items, 3 items, you are taking like a third to a half of someone's HP with a shock blast. Oh, so you missed the cannon. Whoopsies. Yeah, if you honestly just go scroll back on the Twitch VODs here or on YouTube or wherever, go look back at the streams. We're seeing quite a lot of Jace jungle. It's been basically permabanned. That champion is so high damage. Fight over the bot side scuttle. I'm trying to get it into smite range. He doesn't have smite. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Hung does have flash. I think he'll be safe here. Mid lane prior is basically even, so Hung gets himself the bot scuttle. Can he fight for top lane scuttle as well? I think this might also be a fight, because Hung has smite. And jumping into a knockdown feels bad. So Hung gets double scuttle. Big win for him. Nice. Gorn didn't have smite either. No, I thought he might be able to get it with a shock blast. That's gonna... What is this first blood? YCX gets blasted in lane. One of my worries about LGD has been this bot lane in terms of its laning phase. YCX has occasionally had some good, you know, mage support games, but YCX is sadly no stranger to making missteps. Aaron Tongyuan very even in mid lane, same in top lane as well. The mirror matchups haven't really flipped one way or the other just yet. I figure just because jungle role is played around a fair bit less gold than laners. Yes, that's true, and it is worth noting going into the new season. I think jungle does get less gold in general because they farm slightly slower. I'm missing Syndra versus Orianna. Funnily enough, Raccoon, at this tournament, we've seen a resurgence of Syndra, same in Casper Cup, of Syndra into Orianna. That matchup has made a return. Funny you mention that now. I miss seeing stuff like LeBlanc lanes, like interactive LeBlanc lanes. LeBlanc Ahri was a very fun matchup. I miss fast-paced knife's edge matchups in mid lane. It feels like a lot of mid lane matchups are, I'm not going to say not interactive, but they're quite death by 1,000 cuts, kind of slow burn. You know, I miss seeing some assassins in mid lane like Zed as well, obviously. Zed mid lane is a much more interesting champion than Zed jungle. Bro gets the knock up. W lands. Bro loses a lot of HP though. Oh, level 6 hit by Hoya first. Trying to go for the overheat. One auto might do it. Just leads the one. Hoya gets the solo kill in the top lane. Jamaica pulled the LeBlanc cat recently. Yeah, he always likes playing that. Bot lane. Heal forced out a draw. Shockwave from Kara onto Tongyuan. Doesn't really change that much. And now Tongyuan has his own shockwave. Oh, Hung does have flash. Does not manage to steal any of those Krugs. The Kruglets. Stay in school. Don't do Krugs. Mind you, this is series 1 of 3 today. 3 best of seed. Oh, doesn't quite get the CC. Does YCX on to draw. Good stand aside. Has to be body blocked. That W there. Assume does have flash. He can kill him. There is a barrier on Xiaoya. Perhaps would have been enough. No level 6 from Assume yet to threaten the curtain call. Good control over this 2v2 from NIP's bot lane, actually. Draw's having a much better day at the office. We criticized him heavily yesterday, and he deserved it. But, you know, where's that equalizer going? Sassy! Sasa Lele! Hung good damage onto him. Might end up being a 1-for-1. Can he get the extra damage? He gets level 6! He gets level 6, and the Paranoia kills him! Paranoia kills him. Care can't get the shield in time. And even with this, the equalizer going to Narnia, it doesn't matter. Perhaps Narnia's quite relevant here. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of, well, this jungler. Topside fracas goes the side of LGD. YCX first timing Rel, what's going on? The thing is, it's a well-studied matchup too. You know, this is Rel Alistair. This matchup is one which goes way back. As soon as Rel was released, we saw tons of Rel Alistair, you know? Is Jhin a good answer to Draven, or is it just the Rel? I mean, I would say that Jhin is better in lane than Draven, because the problem is, Jhin just slightly outranges Xiaoya and the Draven, and is slightly burstier in the very short trades where you just Q auto or W or something like that. On the whole, I think Jhin has better wave control than Draven. In the extended trades, if you actually get to avoid the Jhin W and run at them, then I think Draven obviously gets big value. I think Jhin can often just choose to be out of range of the Draven, though, is the thing. Rod of Age is coming in from both mid laners, actually, both Orianas. Like, at the end of the day, Draven matchups are basically, can Draven kind of slow bleed you out and go towards Bloodthirster early, take quote-unquote bad trades and then regen up, or can he just all-in you and just threaten that huge burst damage? Ooh, Shockwave back onto Tangyuan. There's a Shockwave from him available now to Hoya. Try to combo up with Tangyuan, flash away from LGD's mid laner. Rob's taken by NIP, Dragon taken by LGD while that was happening. LGD have themselves their first objective, NIP the same. Now with 3 grubs, obviously now if you start hitting turrets, it's a lot harder. Rel Jungle was very nice to watch. I enjoyed Rel Jungle. I did enjoy it. I understand why they took it away, because having a tank-engaged champion with good clear speed was very, very strong. But I thought it was a different archetype of jungler compared to many. I don't really understand why the balancing philosophy has changed away, it changed away from giving random champions like jungle buffs, and hang, this is probably a dead. This is gonna be the Nocturne Orianna. Knockwave combo, no flash onto the Rumble, and no HP either. First Nocturne Orianna combo of the game lands heavily here. Doesn't matter that there's no AP behind that Shockwave just yet. It's enough just for the CC. And this is why I said, look, actually, I think that the draft from LGD, perhaps a little better. That Nocturne Orianna is really dangerous against this team. Basically, only the Alistair survives that combo. Yes, the Orianna themselves is going to be actually quite hard to take down with the Rod of Ages and the Command Protect shield eventually, but I don't even think that's going to be enough to save them as the game goes on. The thing about Rel was she did essentially 0 damage to champion. It was all PvE damage and CC that she had. Yeah, she had some okay base damages, but you needed a lot more follow-up, of course. But I enjoyed the champion, seeing it in jungle. The champion was a lot more popular in jungle than support as well. Rel support has not been that popular in solo queue. Rel in general is not a very popular champion, but in jungle it was very kind of flashy, doomsday engage, so... Okay, so Guon at least knows that there's no paranoia to be afraid of here. Y6 does have a Magnet Storm. Could get Hammerblade out of it. Was that a steal away from Guon? I think it was, actually. Good steal away there. Is NIP going to be bottom 4 team? No, probably not. No. They're not going to be down there. I mean, we'll see who ends up being down there. I mean, realistically... Well, hang on. I mean... I don't know, actually. Maybe they will be. It depends on the level of the rest of the teams. We'll see what happens with IG... with all of their different substitutes. That could the floor of that team's quite low, sadly. Ooh, teleport from draw. Can they catch Tungman? He doesn't have flash. He's going to get headbutt into the wall. Okay, well, that's going to be full CC onto him. He doesn't have... Well, he has a little bit of HP from the Catalyst, and he has a phase rush to get him out. Sassy's in now. Has flash as well. I think both solo laners having to retreat here. Good teleport in from draw. It's been playing well. If I were to hazard a guess about bottom 4 teams in LPL, I mean, it's probably Ultra Prime TT, and then probably a toss-up between... I suppose NIP, LGD, LNG, WE, one of those 4. See how that goes. Knockwave combo. Well, there's no knock Orianna in lane, so it's definitely not that. That's not a good paranoia at all, actually. Hang on a second. You have no follow-up on that. You don't have an equalizer. Triple knock-up from the cow. The stakes are high and his enemies are higher. NIP now pulling up the curtain call to see if they can close out this matinee performance. YCX will just about escape. The Shock Blast will land onto Hung. It ends up being a 1 for none. And NIP take the 1 kill, disengage, get out, and get some plates on the bot side. Did you like the stakes have never been higher as the cow knocked up someone? Why say he's overstayed? We thought they were out safe, and they probably should have been. Doesn't have flash, should be. Huh, they don't follow on for the kill. Didn't know who else was around there, I suppose. Why is he lucky to get out of that alive? Another plate for Assume. This Jhin is actually getting weirdly quite scary now. I actually wonder whether Jhin at, you know, say, Collector Infedge does just explode the enemy team too. Seems the Draven value is abysmal this game. He's not got a single cash-in. Not ahead of the game. Draven needs to be someone that can kind of walk up and just brawl with the extra stats and the extra gold you get from early game. If you don't get a cash-in as Draven, yes, you have that threat of the extended execute damage from your ultimate, which does calculate from your stacks. But I'm worried that Shaya is just going to have one of these passenger Draven games where you do nothing, you get shut down once in mid-game, and you don't really contribute much to the game. The laning phase didn't really go the way that they wanted. I think YCX played very poorly on the Rel in laning phase. But, you know, 1 good cash-in, 300 stacks. What's the calculation? Is it about 1.5 stacks plus a base value? There's probably going to be a cash-in which he gets will probably give him about 800 gold, I'd say. And I think it would pretty much even up the gold between him and Jhin. I reckon that'll be about the gold anyway. Don't think there's any shutdowns available right now. No? No shutdowns right now. Dragon spawning would be second for LGD, first for NIP. No teleport for either Rumble. LGD's Rumble not roaming down. Hoyas is. He has first item worth earning. Sassy doesn't. Leandri's an early Leandri. It's a huge difference on Rumble. Potential of that knockwave combo. Sassy doesn't have Leandri's, and that's a double carpet, but I think Sassy is the one who's going to be welcomed towards the morgue. Easy kill. Hoya now doesn't have the equalizer for this fight, though. Let's see what happens. Oh, no! Draw, that's not it. Knockwave combo lands onto Guan, and there's your cash-in. There's your cash-in! And he gets himself 1,000 gold. It's a full 1,000 gold shutdown. LGD massively turning things around, knowing that there's no equalizer. A messed up engagement draw, and Guan really not positioning well enough around the Nocturne. This is why I thought the composition of LGD would be scary for NIP. That Nocturne Orianna combo is so disgusting to deal with. Dragon taken by LGD. Can they defend the mid lane turret? I think they can. Xiaoya just got a huge payday. He even walks out of the shockwave. I think there's some panic from NIP now. I think there's some panic. You can see it in the body language. Random shockwaves. Misplays after that equalizer was used in top lane. They might get themselves the mid lane out of turret, but I think LGD just got themselves a golden ticket into this game 3. 1,000 gold for Draven. What happens here? So well, yeah, this flubs his combo. Nocturne Orianna goes onto the Jace. Very well played from Hung to just fly at Guon. Normally it's Guon making those kind of plays. He's very good at those aggressive point-and-click ult champions. Suddenly, Hung is 1.4k up on Guon, who's in a very risky spot now. The problem is now that Jace is not getting to a quick 2 items, and is very vulnerable to the enemy team. This isn't a Jace that can sit and fire 2, 3 shock blasts before an objective. Every time you're in range for your shock blast, you're also in range to get Nocturne ulted. Draven cash in, caster blessing. Hey, I'm just saying. You know, sometimes I'm on point. Sometimes. Xiaoya almost towards the Infinity Edge now. Oof, good amount of gold. And one of the other things about Draven is that you don't have to go towards tier 2 boots. You don't have to waste the money on that. No feats of strength, by the way, yeah? How come they have 2 Orianas? Because it is blind pick. Blind pick. For game 3. So 1,000 gold ahead now for LGD. The difference in the teams is literally the cash in from Xiaoya. That's what brought them into that gold lead. Of course, he's even with his opposing number, but it's his cash in which makes the difference. About 300 stacks he got in there, maybe 350 even. And now we're at the point where maybe Xiaoya can do a little bit of that whole Raven blood rushing forwards thing. Teleport in towards the Herald. That's the shockwave! Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, I don't think Guwon's going to have a fun time this game. The Nocturne Orianna is really, really good. I think LGD did a very good mind game saying, look, if everyone in blind pick is picking the Jace jungle, let's counter the Jace jungle with a Nocturne Orianna. And Jace has not been able to play. He's going towards the Edge of Night second. LGD pick up the Herald. They very cleanly take that first kill. Nocturne Orianna is doing some bits, man. The combo's been good. They've hit the side lane, they've hit the jungler. The Jace has not been able to play the game, and even if he gets the Edge of Night, it won't matter because the Paranoia takes the spell shield off of the Jace, and Jace can't go Zhonya's. He's not a champion that can go Zhonya's, you know. YCX will crash down. Are we safe? Should be. No W left from the Jhin there. Hoya's dead, by the way. Okay. Right, his lead is starting to fall away now too, and I think LGD have found that. Yeah, I think this is their thread the needle. I think LGD feeling very happy now. Starak's even built up for Hang. That's going to be a shockwave. It's only onto the... Hang on a second. He ties. It's another shutdown. It's another cash in. It's only 73 stacks, but now suddenly, Xiaoya's 700 gold ahead, folks. That's going to be a free... But NIP, you could just see the panic. The body language of their play is just... It's just not good. What is this? Nocturne going towards mid lane. I think that's probably a dead assume. He cleanses. Is it going to be enough? No, Hung gets himself a great kill. Didn't even have to proc the Sterax. Had another extra shield in there. Didn't need any help at all that time. The level 2 Hex Play ultimate of the Nocturne goes wild. LGD, off of that one opportunistic dragon fight, where Sassy died before the fight, but they found that way in with the Nocturne Orianna, getting the cash in for the Draven. That has slingshot themselves into relevance. Now they're 4,000 gold up. 4,000 gold up. Emily. Funnily enough, yes, when the game did start to fall apart from NIP this year, it was known as, yeah, well, NIP, they've had a bit of a nip slip, haven't they? The gold's just sliding away from them. What else can you say? LGD, very good opportunistic play to get back into this game. And that's the power of the Draven. The laning phase went badly, but he did protect his stacks, and that cash-in has slingshotted him into real relevance. The hero of this game is Hung and Tungyuan, though. They are... This mid-jungle, which has come in new to LGD, has brought so much more stability, I think, compared to XQW and Climber as a duo, which had occasional upsides with stuff like Climber's Neferi being very good. I think that Hung and Tungyuan could be a real step up for LGD as a mid-jungle duo, though. So you were Emily. We made that joke on here as well earlier this year. I'd forgotten about it, actually. Thank you for reminding me. That's a good one. Who won game 1? Game 1 was NIP, and then LGD won game 2. To force us to this point. So NIP don't want anything to do with this. Third Dragon's going to go up towards LGD. Easy take there. Oh, it's going in. Doesn't have the shockwave on him right now. There's no flash on Guwon. I think he's just dead. Shockwave comes through. Combo coming through. Care maybe has a shockwave, and it only hits YCX. Not the best there. Hang has himself the Sterax to come through. Assume good damage onto him from the Orianna. Maybe an overdrive here from LGD. Hoya and Sassy. It's flames everywhere, barbecuing each other. And it's going to be LGD that come out on top. It is a mess of a play. Hung may well go down. The Battle Herald used to get into position. Tungyuan will provide another shield, and it ends up being a 3-for-1. Just the support of LGD going down in the play. I have to say, I thought LGD might have cooked it a little bit too much there and gone too deep. It didn't matter at the end of it. It wasn't actually the straight-up Nocturne Orianna combo, but the problem is, with the 3,000 gold lead on the Nocturne, you don't need it to be. Bot lane out of turret will be taken as well. The gold lead will extend to about, well, I suppose about 5,000 gold. The Atakan taken as well. How many total petals are they going to get? 30-something? Yeah, something like that. Draven ult just about missing. If that had hit, would have been much easier, actually. And perhaps they wouldn't have even had to go as deep into that choke point. The Nocturne being so far ahead, having stuff like Asterix means it's very hard to shut them out even in a moment like that. Equalizer I thought was fairly good, tagged onto Tongyuan as well. The flash into... I missed that. He flashes to get to the Herald midway through the play and uses it to deck the Alistar. What a play from Tongyuan. That is insane. That is an insane use of the Herald. I missed that because I was paying attention to what was happening to Hung instead. A flash to get into the Herald over the wall. That is slick. Yeah, Jace cannot play into this Nocturne Orianna. And, you know, you see the Edge of Night on the Jace here. That's not going to matter. No, folks. The Jhin isn't the problem here. The Jhin was actually very good in early game. It's good with your Rumble. Jhin Rumble is very good because the Jhin ends up, like, getting tags with W to pin people into the Equalizer, and then your ultimate can chase people down for the final kill. The Jhin isn't the problem here. The problem is, well, one, they gave the cash into the Draven. The problem is that Jace cannot play into Nocturne Orianna. Like, Jace cannot play into this. The Edge of Night does not work against Nocturne ult because he presses R, and all it does is the vision removal effect is the only thing denied. Hoya does take a lot of damage there. Flashes away, puts it on... Hang on a second, I'm trying to get some... okay, not sure about that one. Jace was coming up, but realistically, that was never going to be a kill, though.
你别管那么多，就还击，先把伤害刷起来再说。爷们儿也是有脾气的。
Nocturne Orianna. Hang on. Good flash away. Very good flash away. Means that actually the shockwave doesn't hit. Very good timing. Very hard to do that. Whenever there's a GA, a flash, and does mean Hung will get out as well. It's actually flash for flash between the two jungles. That is as good as it gets for Jace, actually. That is genuinely as good as it gets. You need to somehow flash to mind game the Orianna ult. See if you can flash so the Orianna ult will then somehow go off just before the Nocturne reaches you. That is a tight timing to hit. Very close on that. Problem is, ultimates are a lot lower cooldown than flashes, and Hung doesn't care about having his. Yuan very much needs his. NIP will push in towards mid lane now. Remember, they are about 4,000 gold down. Tongyuan can recall and head back towards mid lane. Again, it's very same build compared to Paris. It's almost exactly the same. Almost exactly the same Dark Seal stacks as well. Hung. Misses his Q there. Get the Shockwave back. Remember, he does have a GA. Go on. Remember, he doesn't have his own flash. Assume caught out of places. Now has both his summoners. Shaoya flashes away from Dwarf. Things getting a bit messy. Go on dies. Doesn't have that flash from that earlier place. Not the cleanest play from LGD, but they have more stats. And the summoner usage from NIP does not help them that much. Equalizer tag onto 4 there to get some chunk in. Reminder, folks, Dragon in a minute. If NIP give up another kill now, it's going to be Soul, Ocean Soul to LGD. And particularly with a Nocturne that's already pretty hard to kill, that Ocean Soul might tip things over the edge for Hung. Nocturne normally at this point in the game is kind of taking a one-way ticket. This is a bit weird from Hung, actually. Now, he doesn't actually end up hitting the Q. Gets Shockwave backed. But then his team's just very quick to respond. And despite the fact that he kind of... Guon greeds for a Shock Blast, but would have only gotten the GA. That's greedy from Guon. That's greedy. I get that he wants to get rid of that GA for the Dragon Soul fight. I do understand it, but left his team in a bit of a lurch now. Reminder now, no flashes on the entire top side of the map from NIP. There is a real chance that we see just the Knockwave combo from the gods here. Yuan thinks he's safe with that spell shield. It won't be. He won't be safe with that. Trying to just burn down the dragon for now. Trying to go for the steal, won't get it. Guon, he's put himself out of position now. YCX goes down, but I just don't think this will matter. Hung still has himself, the rest of his ultimate will go in now. Has the GA to use. Shockwave already used, and not part of the combination there. I really think LGD just have way too many stats, though. The Ocean Soul helping them with that, so a flash away from Jhin, but I don't think that'll really see him to safety. No Shockwave disengage onto Tongyuan either. Cow whiffs that one, and LGD, with the power of the tides behind them, March forwards, taking 4 down. Care, the sole survivor. Baron up and available. Tanya can actually just go up towards Care as well. 2-level advantage, by the way. Very happy with how this game's going for him. On the individual side of that. Tanks up the Jin trap for reasons unknown to me. LGD gets Soul. Get Baron. This series should be theirs. Now, I think a lot of people probably would have just said off of name brand value, off of how they finished this year in LPL, oh, NIP will be the stronger team here, despite the fact that NIP did lose series yesterday to EDG. I think, well, you know, probably NIP, maybe slightly better, but I think this game always had the potential to go to 3 games. I want to see how this team grows, but as it comes through to these later game team fights, I will say NIP, their coordination in late game team fights around Guwon hasn't been fantastic. Guwon, I think, individually has had that killer instinct, but it hasn't linked up well with the team. Misses the shockwave just about there. Not that it mattered. The damage was done. The soul was taken. The fight was lost. Do you think any of these teams can compete with the big dogs? I think the difference between top-tier team and mid-tier team in LPL is going to be quite intense this next year, folks. I think we quite clearly have an upper cadre of BLG, Anyone's Legend, JDG, Weibo, and then we have the mid-table teams. I don't think you're getting easy wins over the top-table teams. And I think Weibo, even without playing not great yesterday, and Neha being a little bit shaky, I think that realistically that's where the demarcation lands, really. It's going to be between top 4 and the rest of the league. So now LGD, they've got the shotgun reloaded again. Guwon does have flash again, but I just don't think it'll save him. 0 and 6 on the chase. Yeah, so it turns out blind pick Jace jungle is actually very exploitable. Stuff like the Rumble is too. Hang on a second, not bad damage. Well, I was about to say it's not bad damage, but then Jin gets exploded on the other side. It wasn't bad damage, just didn't have enough. Sticking the power behind it to go the distance. LGD, the Nocturne Orianna has been played very well. Shaya has died in amongst it, so both AD carries have gone down, but LGD, I think they're more than happy to walk forwards. The Ocean Soul keeping them topped up. NIP lost to EDG in the 1-2 yesterday, will lose to LGD in the 1-2 today. LGD, considering they came through from the first stage of the tournament where the weaker teams were, have really started to impress me. Towers go down, NIP in the blind pick game 3, somehow outdrafted. The beauty of the mind game of a blind pick, and sometimes cut you pretty hard. LGD win the series 2-1. How do you think Anyone's Legend without Tabe will fare? And how JDG might progress with him? I think Tabe is very important to players like Vampire. He's not a good macro player, but Tabe does help people grow into that. Yeah, I think that the players on JDG, they're a prime example of players that will benefit very well from Tabe, Shabai as coaches. Anyone's Legend, I mean, the thing is, Tabe teams, even after he leaves, tend to do quite well because the philosophy he instills there tends to stick around for a while, because BLG is one of those teams. Obviously, RNG was part of those teams for a while. I can't remember when Tabe left RNG, actually. So this is the thing now. Last game is blind pick. For this tournament only, yes. For this tournament only, yeah. Second series coming up, that'll be Weibo OMG. The coordination between Guwon and the rest of his teams really got to change, folks.
节奏给留住，尝试给少爷把被动给提出来，其实那波也很能够体现一整个团队的一个效果。是的，我这把我个人 MVP 会给到恒啊，我给汤圆，因为其实这个组合技是很看发条的这个释放。
I enjoy watching a couple of these mirror matches every now and then, though. I've enjoyed watching blind pick more than I thought I would.
依旧能够保持这么默契的一个配合吧。侯雅这把两次同英雄单是他，结果赢不了游戏，难受坏了。侯雅也有话说呀。
Why no webcam during game? It's just the way that I do things, really. I don't know, I just don't find, like, I mean, do people really want to see my webcam on during games? I'd imagine there's a lot of people that don't care for it. I guess it's because, like, I view this as, like, I quote-unquote proper cast. I don't consider this, you know, I'm not quote-unquote co-streaming this. I mean, it is a co-stream. I consider myself casting this. You can wind back on the VOD. Hell of a name. So you can either watch on YouTube and rewind there, or if you subscribe to the Twitch channel, it'll unlock like Twitch like VOD rewind. I think you can watch on press broadcast as well. You can just scroll back in the VOD and tell them. I gotta convince people to subscribe to me somehow, you know. Also, if you subscribe, you're supporting a independent broadcaster like myself, which is really cool. And again, folks, if you are enjoying the content today, please drop a like, comment, subscribe. As a smaller content creator, it's harder to break through the algorithm. There's a lot of very big co-streamers, a lot of very big streamers in general, and trying to break through this wall of, you know, 1,000+ viewer streamers is very, very hard on the likes of Twitch or YouTube or wherever. How long are the breaks between games recently? I'd say they're maybe like 10-15 minutes between series. Between actual games, a little less because they don't have to set new stuff up. Hung with the player of the game. I mean, he was really good. That was a weirdly outdrafted and a blind pick. Was a thing. Yeah, I wouldn't say like in the first stage of the tournament it was pretty bad, but it was pretty good here.
就也很期待他们接下来怎么样，毕竟他们是从第一赛段一直打上来了，来到第二赛段，那他们打 NIP 其实也算是个以下课上，对吧？
而且打到后面的时候，感觉可以更加的去期待，这一队小中野或者说整个队伍在后面 LPL 给我们带来怎样的一个惊喜了。
Especially for growth, I think having the personal touch of webcam can attract more people. Yes. So I am live on multiple places, and not everyone's here for just because I'm live on like I basically rebroadcast over to Onivia on YouTube, which is not my channel. So yeah, I mean, when it comes, I don't know, we'll see. If I'm more like co-streaming rather than casting, I tend to think that. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you with the interview. I guess I'll leave ads free for a little bit more. YouTube better than Twitch? Yeah, I mean, but Twitch is better for supporting the actual creators is the thing.
3-4分吧，因为我觉得来老干爹之后，我们还是挺多队员风格之间不一样，然后有很多磨合的地方嘛，所以因为德杯是在正式赛段开之前一个练兵的地方嘛，所以我们就德杯尽量比赛尽量都赢下来，然后磨合好一点，以最好的状态去备战正赛吧。
看得出来，原神对自己和对队伍的要求还是蛮高的。是的啊，后面还有很大的一个进步的空间。
那也想问一下原神啊，因为确实外界很多人都说你在这个训练赛或者说在这个比较熟悉的基地的时候会打得越来越好，可能线下的时候就不一定了。对此有什么要回应的吗？而且这个训练赛其实是算是换了一个队伍嘛，换了一个环境啊，有没有什么要评价的？
我觉得这个可能更多是大家一开始说的话。
Creators don't get anything if we have YouTube Premium. So it's a little bit weird in this situation because obviously I'm restreaming over to Onivia. Honestly, watching on YouTube is better for ad revenue on the whole. Well, that's just because more people tend to view on YouTube on the whole.
你就看我线下弄就完事儿了，
不着急。可以，那也想问一下原神嘛，因为今天
If you give anything over to the YouTube channel over to Onivia, obviously we split it between Onivia and myself and Sam.
当时想问一下你们两兄弟是怎么沟通的？对，
Which on the whole is better return on investment of time, I think, if the view is good. But then again, actually becoming a big channel on Twitch is very hard to do.
确实是沟通了一下那个车的分配权，然后后面确实打出了一波很漂亮的一个画面。
是的，临时的起义。
可以，那也是恭喜原神，还有恭喜老干爹今天能够拿下比赛，好吧？辛苦原神，后面比赛继续加油。
Holy moly! Big Paul had his jaw broken in 2 places by Anthony Joshua. Jeez.
看得出来，确实赢下比赛还算得上是比较开心的，也直接的指出了就整个队伍目前的这个磨合还没有达到就是比较令人满意的一个程度，我们也给他们一些时间去证明一下，或者说给他们去提升一下。
起码你从原神的一个态度。
Viper is strictly an upgrade, but then again, the problem was never Elk playing badly. No, that's not true, Mabby. There were definitely points where Elk playing poorly was a problem. You look at his first Nymaera games of this year; they were a problem in the late game. In fact, I would say that On was way better than I think that, put it this way, the tier list of BLG's problem this split. Well, I mean, obviously there's problems with like overall objective play and macro, but I think that Knight and On are like, this year at least, Knight was the best player on BLG and On was the second best, and I thought that everyone else was very suspect. And yes, that does include Elk. I think that Elk had some great moments, of course, too. But yeah, I think that Elk actually had some huge issues this year. Okay, I'm going to put an ad break on just to extend the pre-roll. First time seeing a game, what's your Twitch? Throw it on in the background. You can actually see it in the bottom left-hand corner. It's Nymaera with an underscore. But yeah, I actually think Elk has escaped some amount of criticism for the last couple of years. So I think that Elk... Look, Elk is he's a great AD carry even, but that doesn't mean he's flawless. He's definitely had a couple of, like, poorer games for particularly this year. I think he's had some his late games have not been great. And then you think about, you know, I'd argue that one of the reasons that they lost World Finals was, you know, Elk walked up to Faker, Silas, and an extended lane as Ziggs and just gave a free kill over, and then Faker ran over the game with that. There's moments like that when you're like, okay, Elk can actually be a loss condition. That was obviously, you know, World's Finals, people make mistakes, whatever. But yeah, he's definitely not immune to criticism. Not that I'm saying you're saying that. That's just me being hyperbolic, right? Still think AL will be a top tier team? Yeah, they will be. They will be. Okay, so now we get Weibo OMG next. And, yeah. Weibo OMG, I think this should probably be the most one-sided game of the day. If anything's to go by. Weibo are consistently inconsistent. They make random throws happen. But they should be a better team than OMG. On paper in almost every role. Elk having bad games wasn't the thing that ruined BLG. He wasn't the problem. He was just an ADC. No. Again, there were literally games this year where you had to pin them directly on Elk because the comp was Elk gets the late game. He has a big lead. He'll carry. And particularly, look at his first, like, 3 or 4 Yunara games this year. He genuinely was, like, the loss condition because he just was very bad in late game. There were genuinely some games where it was you just have to lay it at Elk's feet. On as a fraud? No. Again, you look at this year. You look at this year, and Elk. Like you can. I wouldn't conflate 23 and 24 on with what happened this year. On was actually very good throughout most of this year. Again, you have to kind of like separate different parts of the year out to a certain extent, right? Who won the first match? LGD won. LGD won. Yeah. An ADC with bad games are a general team destroying issue, but On is also part of what makes the team like good as well. When he's ahead of the game, he solo carries. He has by far one of the highest upsides of any support in the world. Yes, there are like whole team destroying issues for sure, but a lot of that is not necessarily due to On as well. I think actually this year you don't blame On. For last year, sure, you can do, and various international events, sure, I can understand that too. But I think this year in particular, Knight and On are the two which I think escape blame the most from this year. In fact, I think On is one of the few reasons they could break out of being kind of shit at points and just make some crazy aggressive play. He doesn't show up a lot, depends on which point. He doesn't show up internationally a lot is the big problem. He's not, I wouldn't say he's like an international choker, but he's just inconsistent in general, but yeah. Like, I will defend On for this year. And there's a lot of... There is still valid criticism. But, yeah. I don't trust him as a teammate. Okay. I can understand... Look, and I can understand that. However, you know, if you're going to criticize On for this year, you must first criticize BLG jungle role, Bin, and Elk. Like Knight is the most blameless when it comes to BLG, but you blame like top jungle AD carry before On this year specifically. For previous years, sure, whatever, different story. And of course, coaching staff as well. Coaching staff is a huge point of criticism for BLG. I'm hoping that the coaching changes make a difference to them. I really am hoping that. I should do that thing where I get food. I've been meaning to get food. I don't really want to order in. That's wasteful, you know. Now I've got to spend another year thinking that BLG might be good. Well, they actually should be good. The thing is, BLG should be good. They are so much worse than their roster is on paper because of poor coaching, drafting, and meta reads. Sadly for themselves. Oh no, Bin has definitely not been the best top laner in the world this year. Yeah, for sure. He's playing well below his level, for sure. You can't really even argue that. For sure. No, that's one of the biggest issues, is that Bin has been well off form this year. Baby's getting burnt out? I don't know. Not sure. Oh, fine. I'll put my camera on. Oh, wait. My camera's just... What? What's happening with my camera? Nanny? Nanny, that's not what I look like. Well, that's why I don't turn it on. That's actually what I look like. Working out? There we go. Hello. How's it going? Okay, so second series, we have Weibo OMG. Weibo should be pretty favored in this one, folks. Realistically, Weibo... Well, they're the best team we've seen play so far. Weibo JDG was a really fun series. If you didn't catch the games yesterday, do yourself a favor and go watch them back. They were really fun. They were really, really fun. We have, what's the next big games that we've got coming up? What's the next, like, quote-unquote, actually banger? Oh, BLG LNG might be alright. I don't know, I don't really feel like many of these games are close in the group stage. JDG BLG, so that's gonna be on Christmas Eve. JDG BLG on Christmas Eve is that's gonna bang. That's gonna bang. And then we have Weibo BLG on Christmas Day. Yeah, so at Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, we've got JDG BLG and then Weibo BLG. Those two are the huge matchups, I think. Could have titled your stream as Ventriloquist Cast? That would be so sus. Yeah, funnily enough, I'm not a big fan of having my camera on while I've got like a face on, you know. Maybe. Gosh.
英雄联盟手游觉醒皮肤狂潮系列金克斯登场，4阶进化解锁蜕变，狂潮觉醒之路开启，990点券解锁金克斯的史诗加神话双皮肤，附赠价值600。
This NIP is truly the roster of all times.
扫码上线立即2025 LPL 官方授权选手。
Well, I think the problem is NIP don't have a huge amount of budget to throw at things. Fun fact for Zeref, let me have a think. Fun fact, ninjas/shinobi, if we're on the NIP topic, were not necessarily seen as dishonorable. The reason why they were quote-unquote dishonorable isn't because of them being shady and blah blah blah, because realistically a lot of, you know, Japanese warrior society was just do what it takes to win, much like anywhere else. The reason why shinobi/ninjas were looked down on, or quote and dishonorable, because they didn't often have a lord, and that was the big problem. They didn't kind of fit in with a similar kind of samurai power structure, and that's why eventually they ended up kind of being cut back, as in like we went after them and killed them. Hey, Trespasser, how's it going? And I will have to get myself another drink if I'm gonna get hydrated. I'll do that in a second. Yeah. Thank you for streaming to YouTube. Twitch is blocked where I work. Oh, no worries. Yeah. I'm in the next year as well. I'm going to be planning on streaming on TikTok a little more and a couple of other places. Just trying to see how many places I can get live at the same time, because it's nice to have that kind of potential virality.
然后昨天这个比赛想聊的就是在这个版本里面，好像就是那种比较注重上单操作这一块的选手，很喜欢选用亚恒。对，感觉今天这个比赛，如果说 OMG 在就是前面蓝色方不办亚恒的情况之下，紫卡应该是有会必出。其实从第一阶段，然后包括说来到了第2阶段的德玛西亚杯，我觉得现在在
上和下2个位置上的英雄多样性会稍微小一些，而中野部分的英雄多样性会更多。
那我们也来看一下。
Where is this game going to be decided, and what do I want to see from these teams? I want to see Elk and Air have a better game because they kind of struggled the last time out, and I don't want to see that.
然后更多的就是说大家打rank打的比较多，就第一印象都感觉大家都是比较温和的人，然后都是比较好沟通的人嘛。
好，看得出来，对于整个团队的一个氛围啊，包括说大家的这个为人性格，都还是比较满意的。
是，确实，我觉得每年德杯作为承接在转会期之后的一个赛事，对于每个队伍来讲，最重要的事情就是能不能把自己的队伍凝结在一起，磨合到一起去。
So yeah, I think that Elk versus Starry is pretty big here. I think that, look, realistically, OMG, I don't really seeing them winning unless Starry gets a really good pop-off. Whereas Hai Chao maybe can get one over on Don Xiaohu if Xiaohu's not having a great time.
作为一个中单来讲的话，确实指挥这一块你必须得跟得上，
是
因为有的时候你看游戏的这个视角跟别的位置的视角可能不太一样。
我觉得对于海超来说，可以说也是在自己的职业生涯里经历了一些起起落落。从最早在老干爹出道的时候，我觉得表现是非常非常亮眼的，包括在23年一整年给我们留下了十分深刻的印象。然后再往后，其实来到了去年到
IG win easily
到
later.
辗转 LNG 以后，整个自己的。
Well, I've never seen a bunch of these IG players play, and EDG aren't bad. Like, if I think of, I mean, what do I think of Sobro? Where was Sobro playing before? He was in LCKCL. I think ZDZ probably beat Sobro. Xiaohao versus Wei, I mean, I guess I'd take... Well, it's pretty even, actually. Maybe even Xiaohao over that. Rookie's not playing. I don't know Renard. He from BLG Juniors. Oh, AL Young. Huh. Oh, he was on EDG? That's not bad, actually. So maybe mid lane can be fun, but I reckon Angel beats that. Then I guess it's like down to bot lane, and Photic's not been fantastic. I mean, I think EDG win against IG later, the more I look at it.
刚好这几天也有比较重要的考试，对吧？我觉得也祝大家这个参加考试的同学，虽然说现在大概率都听不到，但是希望大家都能考试顺利，
考什么都成功，好吧？对，都顺利。人又来了。
Oh yeah, I said this fun fact yesterday, but it's quite funny seeing Xiaohu in the anime classroom because his very first summoner name in pro play was Angel Beats, which is quite a famous anime. Which became a visual novel later. Funnily enough, it's one of those ones which wasn't a visual novel and then became one later.
他现在进入那个有点像进入那种心流状态了，就是已经进入到比赛模式了。
当虎将军就不怎么笑的时候，我说实话，你作为他的对手要开始怕了。
没事，对手可能也看不到。
Hey, good night, Blade. Thanks for sticking around.
那队友能看得到，对，好吧，队友能。
Oh, Blade, I'm so sorry. I heard from Amber that there was someone who gave you trouble the other day, and I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, obviously never really want to see that. Like there was someone who was asking for an unban request and they were being really not great about it. So sorry you had to deal with that. Appreciate you.
目前就是对于亚航这个英雄的优先级处理是怎么样？因为我觉得就是在当前这个版本，不光是上的这个亚航打野位置有太多的东西。
Well, thanks Shahi for making me remember Angel Beats. It is a very sad show. It is, yeah, one of the more tragic anime out there.
其实都是有在打野位登场，
甚至现在还没怎么登场的小鱼、奥恩。 瑞文，
还有昨天看的这个石头人，
全家了，
都来也去逛一圈。对，百花齐放了，这下。
Okay, into draft.
大家期待已久的这场波3 BP 终于是到来了。
I do have Champions Select.
So
Nico banned away, no surprises there. And Bessa banned away. We're probably gonna get we're gonna get one of Kiana. We didn't see Aatrox much today yet so far. There's Kiana, Aatrox, Orianna, Azir, Rumble. Those all stick out to me. Then it's a question of what you feel like you want to leave up, what you want to contest. Particularly on blue side, you want to make sure you have one uncontested power pick in a role, as long as you can trade it elsewhere. So most of the time, so for instance, I doubt they'll ban Orianna or Azir here, because then if Weibo ban one of them, then they can get the other. I think first pick Kiana is not bad here, but yeah. Yeah, for sure, Blade. No, you made the right choice there. You made the right choice for sure. I have to say, Rayo in his last series, OMG, well, throughout the entirety of stage 1, he was worrying me a bit. I think that Rayo could be a real point of concern. And for Weibo, you know, I think that actually, you know, JJ was playing very, very well. Very well versus JDG. Rumble band away, I mean, could be first pick Kiana, maybe? Oh, Juhan's playing! Oh, okay, so Rayo's not playing, so Juhan's actually playing now. Okay, that changes things. I didn't know who their roster was today. The Juhan, he's been around a little while. Rayo played the first couple of series and wasn't fantastic, not going to lie. Oriana locked in. Xiao, who can, I suppose he can go 0 if he wants. Zahan let through for the first time today. That's been pretty high prio. Could go something like, you can actually go something like Zahan Aatrox if you really want to lock away the double Darkin. I didn't initially think it was a good combo, but the more I've seen it, they're both very disruptive and they can both be really dangerous. Syndra into Oriana. We get Xiao who's Syndra. What a guy. Oh, awesome. Juhan versus JJ EDG grudge match? I actually can't remember where Juhan was last actually. Because we had Junjia versus JJ as the grudge match for a long time. That was very, very cool. Yeah, because Juhan was never on EDG. It was Junjia versus JJ, which was like the EDG World Championship jungles, which is really cool. Hey, Zilpo, good to see you. Xiaohu Syndra. Of course, this is the guy that won MSI as a top laner after a role swap by... he role swapped up there and just played Syndra top lane. It's fantastic. One of the greatest international results of all time in terms of... the greatest role swap of all time. The Gnar for Harry. Now, if you can kite the Zahan well, I'd imagine it's a good matchup. But if Zahan ever gets to close the distance or lands a W on you, I'd imagine you die. And we do get the Kiana locked in. First Kiana of the day. It's been first pick throughout the tournament. I've been quite surprised to see it drop down in priority a little bit. Thinking about banning away the Malphite from the jungle, because Malphite's very good versus Syndra too. Malphite Oriana is a disgusting combo, of course. Do they ban away something like Moem's Rel? Rel's probably not a bad pick for the last one. OMG want a melee support champion to kind of lock up people in heavy engage, allow for maybe a ball carrier. They're looking at probably looking at Leona, Rel, maybe Alistair. So that means that banning away stuff, which is good against that, obviously makes a big difference. Brawn banned away, one of the best anti-melee tank engage supports. Third Ambition and 1 Worlds, yes he did. Yep. Yeah, Ambition is also up there too. But I think Xiaohu and the position he had in that team was so incredible, man. Nocturne banned away from Juhan. Nocturne been very popular this tournament too now at this point. Okay, stream's just frozen a little bit. See what ends up happening when it refreshes. It'll refresh soon, don't you worry. There you go. It'll skip forwards in a second now, so we'll see if there's a random 4th pick locked in. No bot lane locked in from Weibo just yet. Alistair would be a takeaway from OMG to a certain extent. And then Moem be probably thinking about, well, Rel into Alistair feels a bit meh, but it's good for the combo. You could go Leona, slightly better. And you're just hoping you can ping your ultimate onto someone like Syndra. I think that the Alistair is really important to this comp, though. You're actually pretty good at kind of standing in front of the bullet time at points. You're thinking about the Vi. Vi Oriana is pretty strong, in fairness. I just don't think that Vi can ever fight against like Zahan or Kiana. I think you just get blasted. Lock in the Shinzao. I will say I think the Kiana is actually pretty good into Shinzao. I know that LCK like it the other way around, but I think that Kiana just blast that matchup. Elk goes Sivir. Sivir is really good here, I think. There's nothing which your spell shield doesn't protect you from, really. I think Weibo walk away with a better comp. It's way easier for them to get down damage. And the Alistair is a very good frontline too. I think on the whole, Weibo come out with a better comp. Depending on this top lane matchup, because I don't know how this top lane matchup goes. I'd imagine if Zahan ever lands a W on Mini Gnar, Gnar just eats shit and dies. Mid lane actually towards the Syndra. Bot lane, bit of a wash because the Sivir carries the Alistair through laning phase. You get pushed in, I suppose, by the MF Leona at points. I think Weibo probably come away with a little more value for my money. Okay, here we go.
而且很看自己前中期的一个节奏到底能不能掌握成功。如果你被左边就是比较扎实的一个阵容控到更多的资源的话，你可能打到后面的时候压力太大了。
就你如果说前期龙的节奏掉了，那如果很早的来到一个龙魂团战，其实我们说到打5v5的团战，显然还是 OMG 这边会更占优势一些。
Oh, for sure. There are some great role swaps across time. Perks being one of them, right? I do think that given the level of play that was shown, I do think that Xiaohu from mid lane to top lane being one of the best in the world of both of them is kind of insane.
偏防守或者说偏蓝领的角色的时候，他总是能够很好的完成他的这个任务。就起码说不会被打出很大的那种 gap。
而且对于纳尔来说，亚航前面对线不算厉害，
纳尔前面是能够靠着手长的优势一直点他的呀，因为紫卡他其实主动位的手段2个，一个大招，然后一个就是他自己的那个 E。
On to the riff we go. Series 2, Game 1.
都是那种位移距离非常短的。来呗，
Anything interesting?
第一小局。
Well, nothing I can see so far. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Again, folks, if you've been enjoying watching this, please consider liking, subscribing, dropping a comment, and also just, I don't know, various social media, telling people that we're live. Tell you what, one of the best things you can do if you like supporting streams like this, and doesn't just apply to us, is kind of take some clips and post them onto various socials, Twitter, Reddit, you know. One of the best ways to get smaller streams out there, which we classify as. I've enjoyed watching Demacia Cup. For those of you who were around for the Asian Invitational before Worlds as well, ASI was really fun. I've been, you know, I've always had a soft spot for tournaments like this, which are less visible, but occasionally just have some really good entertainment value. I enjoy them a lot.
那这样 OMG 成功放了个眼，而对于微博来说，好像是没有这个放眼的契机了。
海潮走位扭了个 Q。
Phase rush procced on both sides here. Hey, thanks to the stream stream poking.
这个 Q 没中，有点伤了。辛德拉下一发 Q 好了。
Shahu landing that Q there. Again, the Syndra doing quite well into Oriana in this mid lane matchup in this meta.
大家都是出门买那个500块钱的药，然后两边法师就对着在中路行 A 和换人。
Yeah, Elk is trying to position to not get double upped there. Obviously, that's the big damage from Misfortune in early lane. I'm thinking about the Zenith play. Doesn't hit it. Headbutt away from Nymaera covered that eventuality anyway. Shahu doing quite well there. Oh, he has the electrocute. That's why the damage is coming. I was wondering, oh, he got the phase rush and I just completely missed the electrocute block. Oops, my bad. Shahu, yeah, getting good control over this. And a reminder, folks, Shahu is one of the greatest Syndra players of all time. This guy has incredible proficiency on this. He might even kill him. That extra minion hadn't died. There was a chance of a flash auto killing that. That was close. Shahu forcing the teleport likely out of Haichao now. Haichao is a player who has actually been pretty good on the whole. Dashing into a Meganar, probably not the best play, Zerka. Zerka had a very good game on the Zahan the other day. Did mistime his passive the one time, but on the whole was pretty good. I'm trying to use that E sweet spot. Hyperprocs, nasty. Why did you walk up and give him a free Hyperproc there, Zerka? I'm not sure about that one. Oh, whatever. Teleport back whenever he wants. Syndra looking like the old version there. I have to say, I'm actually quite annoyed that they changed Syndra in the way that she did. She was changed because Riot doesn't like having early game lane bullies that much anymore. They try and make mages scale up a little bit more smoothly through the game without having like a spiky early laning phase. Syndra was so fun to play with and against to see if you could kind of like walk this tightrope in laning phase. She was one of the most fun champions to play with and against in early lane, really. And then everyone just like, oh, well, let's give everyone a Victor passive where everyone stacks up and gains extra abilities over time. That just became the meta for a while, I suppose. Shahu taking Haichao to school, literally true. There's a chance for QW here causing some problems. Remember, he doesn't have phase rush, he has electrocute. Wait, does he not spot him? Oh, that's a problem. Is Kiana going to stop that recall? Shahu's dead. Shahu's dead. Wait, Kiana's not coming. Alright, first blood over towards Jihan. Easy kill. JJ was recalling in top jungle. Shahu didn't have enough wards down. Jihan, very easy killing. Very easy kill. I like the new effects. No, I prefer the old effects too. Because I really like that kind of orange swirl in. It made it feel like a black hole coming into existence. Very cool. Whereas I think the new Syndra effects feel a little bit more generic. The old Syndra SFX I thought were very iconic. I really like them. That's actually one of the things which I've disliked the most about the rework. Whatever. Obviously, that's personal taste. But I think that Syndra's VFX were some of the most iconic in League. They were very recognizable. Oh, the upgrade abilities. Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, Joe walking down bot side. Of course, he went for full clear. He didn't stop off for that gank, of course. Spotted walking into bot lane now. He has Water Blade. There's no cleanse on Starry, and that's a lot of AoE damage. They get both. That's definitely going to be a kill onto Airhair, who gets aggro. That's two. They get two back. JJ flashes out late. Bad aggro juggling there. Who gets the kills? It's both onto Misfortune. So despite the fact that Elk gets the kill, two go to Starry, he's going to lose a wave. He's going to be down in a bit of XP, which could be a problem, but I think Misfortune's completely fine with that. Has BF Sword Gold now for first back and a cull. That's a great first back for him. Loses out in XP, but I don't think he has too much with that. I thought initially that was going to be a great dive too, because, you know, you get the double combo into the wall from the Alistar, and you had the double Ice Blade as well. Surely that would have been enough damage, I thought, but apparently not. Moem didn't even need to cast heal. Ah, didn't expect that. The most fun I had was old Zac. Oh, the kidnap ult? Yeah. Well, it was kind of like the... Not... Because it wasn't really old Zac, it's like new old Zac, you know what I mean? Ah, good flash away from Starry. Avoided some of the damage there. And then JJ ended up taking aggro from red buff. So sad, RNG is out of the league when Xiaohu was the best top player in the LPL, and they played Annie mid at Worlds. Yeah. Level 6. I don't think you got... He's going to go Mega. Realistically, you just chunk him out and that's it. He will go Mega Knight. They can't kill him. Good damage on the chunk, though. No, it's just an off-season tournament, Briefs. Just an off-season tournament. You're not expecting teams to be... Hang on, they're leaving that wave there alone for a long time. Zucker's going to miss the cannon. How much extra is he going to miss? There's cannon, 1 melee, 1 ranged, probably 2 melees there. He's missed a good amount of that. Didn't quite get the recall at the right time. Yeah, no, I definitely... I missed the memory of RNG. However... Hang on a second, he goes for the QR combo, gets the shotgun, just goes it for the chunk there. Of course, that's one of the better combos you can have a Syndra, or you kind of stack your Qs, you then QR, and then you shotgun through. It's unmissable stun at that point, pretty much. Then played down there. Sorry, not at level 6 yet, so he doesn't have the bullet time to follow up after. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. Cull picked up for Harry. Alec gonna get stunned there. Double Q on the way onto both of them, actually. Still very good damage. Oh, wow. Even with the barrier. Even with the barrier, he dies. Elk and Airhair have not been good, folks. They have not been good in this tournament. This is only their second series we've seen. It was a 3-game series yesterday, though. But Elk and Airhair, they've left some big openings. Now, Airhair I somewhat expected to struggle a bit. You know, the guy... I wouldn't say he was awful, but he definitely had a lot of room to grow. He was more stable than Crisp when he came into Weibo. I understand why they brought him in. But Elk I expect so much better from. I don't know, Elk. I mean, it's a great stuff from Starry. We did say that Starry is a player that we respected an awful lot. And he's a player which I do expect a lot from. I think Starry is kind of just behind, say, Leave and 1xN in terms of the rookie AD carries of LPL, their kind of tier list. Grub started by Weibo now. Level 7 for Juhan. 1 grub taken by Weibo. Jeju was very, very good yesterday. Gets the 2nd grub. They're going to fight for the 3rd. Jeju used that smite. Juhan would have to walk up and smite it himself. Can't do so. 3 grubs for Weibo, so they get the full house there. Dragon was taken early by OMG, so that's our early game objectives done by Moem. Coming out of the Fog of War, 3v3 potential. Level 6 of that Shinzo, yeah, some pretty good damage, but Starry's not in position, and he doesn't have bullet time. Is it enough? Now, Air's taking a lot of damage. Elk's not getting a great amount done here. Good Zenith Blade to keep the fight going. Well, I think he's just dead. It's going to be at least 1 kill. A teleport was coming up river from Haichao just to secure that play. Well played by Moem and crew to come out of the Fog of War. But OMG getting the better of the early fights. Getting much better of the early fights. If you compare Weibo to JDG yesterday, Weibo didn't have the best early game read, it's worth saying. Getting a little bit worried for Weibo's early game read now. Of course, a completely new team. Not many of these players have played together before. Xiaohu and Airhair played very briefly together, of course, when Airhair was playing earlier in the year. Everyone else not played on the same team together before. A lot of synergy to build up. OMG, you know, the mid-jungle changed out. Rest that's fine. Jumping onto Shinzao. Now remember, he doesn't have that ult. Used it in that top side. That is likely very dead Shinzao, even with a shockwave. Not enough. Xiaohu picks up the kill. 500 gold ahead now and gets 2 Dark Seal stacks. They will be happy with that. Weibo. Really like the early control that Xiaohu's had over his lane. Yes, he did overpush and die the Juhan. He's not... Like, that's not uncharacteristic. He did this a lot in the Lucian mid-meta as well, in fairness. He's done that every now and then. Is this best of 3? Yes. Yes, it is a best of 3. Best of 3 is up until playoffs. And then we get to reassess things a little bit more. JJ walks into Moem. Is there anyone nearby? No. But, JJ doesn't know that, really.
装备起来之后，其实刷野的速度也会提升很多的。
第2层的塔皮，小虎这把
Xiaohu takes a plate in the mid lane.
非常成功啊
Happy with that.
对线虐了呀！
除了被抓死了那一波之外，其他的部分都是很完美的。
The more the Syndra gets ahead, the more you get to that kind of break point of Syndra just one-tapping someone. I will say, Syndra versus Shinzao can be a bit meh, and against Leona, you're actually under quite a lot of threat. This is probably a Banshee's Veil game at some points. Going for the Blackfire, so we'll probably go something like Blackfire either into Cosmic's not bad this game actually. The extra move speed to potentially step out of the bullet time, or Solar Flare is quite valuable. You don't run the phase rush as well this game, so you need to get that movement speed somewhere. Syndra without that kind of hurts. Zeka might have a good look for an aggressive dash forward. Spots out Moem now. He can actually 1v2 them in the right situation there. Although he's not a first item, so he doesn't want to risk it. Of course, Star is very powerful at 4 kills. Doesn't have that Bloodthirsty yet, cashing in the cult. Dragon spawning now. Did they spot that? I don't think they did. This could be a problem. If a stun lands, that is a problem. Does he QR? No, he doesn't have the R available. Good stun. Not really happening at this right timing then at that point. Jungle support from OMG were on the way. Harry walks into Elk. Elk loses this fight. Na's actually pretty good at dueling the whole Lady Carry thing. Doesn't have Mega stacking up though. Lethal Tempo activated by Elk was stacked up. Bunk did come into Jeb from the looks of it. Juhan looks like he walked his way over there. Of course, Dragon is probably the prize of all of this skirmishing. Fencing, really. Umbral Glaive, built up by JJ, allows him to fill clear wards as a melee champion. I think OMG have won the tug of war here. Xiaohu doesn't have teleport. He doesn't want to come down. Dragon will be taken by OMG. 2 dragons to them early. Good prize for them. Xiaohu's just trying to stack up a little bit. Also on the Syndra, you double tap a champion on an 8-second cooldown. You get one of the Splinters of Wrath. Gives you your upgrades eventually on abilities. He just missed a lot there. The reason he pulls his ult is he literally just wants to get stacks. You know, you might also be able to set up for his teammates coming in. Now, I had missed that. Oh, because my mic was in way of the minimap. Good flash away from the wall to make sure there was no stun. Goes into Mininar, though, and it's going to be a dead Harry all the same. Assist over. Hang on a second. He's taken aggro. He's going to get stunned at a turret. Moem for the second time today, outplaying Jejet under a turret. Our aggro sees the end of Jejet. Oh, really? Now he ended up getting that one.
看看会不会借着这一波阵亡，Harry把这个现在换回来，再重新对回到亚航这条线，因为他出一个不假鞋，对上辛德拉着实是不舒服的。
但你别说这波人头的交换，其实我感觉右边没有亏很多，对吧？1换1，然后右边是有先攻，有人投钱，然后下路亚航那边在。
Oh my god! Great damage there. Yep. Misfortune level 9 with the maxed out Q. He could actually kill here. He can kill. He can definitely kill. Oh, it's one more wave would have killed onto Elk there. Misfortune damage in early game. How not understate that. Blowing that barrier again. Having a hard time. In general, probably. Of course, Elk, I would imagine this off-season was quite difficult for him. You know, losing his spot on BLG after being a core part of that roster, which had grown from inconsistent mid-table team into a international finalist outfit. He was a big part of that. Ow, my god, that's good damage from the Shinzao. Owie.
还是得要靠辛德拉的这个半区来打。
对的，
对于微博来说，然后让紫卡看情况交 TP。
这把亚航发育的也很肥哦。
So as we get later into the game, even gold. What are our big breakpoints going to look like? Well, I don't think the Gnar is going to actually be a split push threat in this game. I actually don't think the Gnar is going to have that much value at all. I don't think he's done that well versus the Zahan. And against Syndra, I don't think Gnar ever has threat versus Syndra. You get shoved out of your jump so often, and your mini Gnar can actually just get one shot. The big plays in this game are going to be around whether OMG can get something like a Leona ult pinging onto Syndra, forcing flashes or getting big stuns. That's if you manage to get a big stun onto the Syndra, that's when things get really pretty gnarly. But as we can see, look, Xiaohu, he hasn't missed much of a beat on the Syndra. He's the one over push in mid lane. Yes, that wasn't great, but besides that, you know, Xiaohu is a very proficient Syndra player, one of the greatest players of it of all time. It's a pleasure to be able to see it again. Did he lose it or choose to leave? I think Viper was coming into BLG anyway, so he wasn't going to get a place on BLG. The only way you go into the auction system for LPL is if you go into free agency effectively. I think a lot of the players who are taking a break at split 1, hang on, Xiaohu might get punished here as well. This is what they need to get these ults onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu can get the QR maybe, doesn't flash away. He's dead here. He knows he's dead. He shouldn't blow the flash. Goes down easily. The redemption, a bit of a waste there. That's what OMG need to do. Punish the Syndra for being immobile. Flash away from Starry. That's not a great teleport. Uses the ult to go unstoppable. He's taking a lot of damage though. Can he get to his passive? Close to it. Slows landing now. Tries to get his passive. He's trying to get it. He gets it now and he'll get the GA. I don't think it'll be enough though. I think he'll just go down and probably just die. Weibo lose both solo laners after Moam comes out of the fog of war again. It's a play onto Xiaohu and punishes Zucker afterwards. Good play from OMG and Moam, a player who's been criticized a lot ever since the failure of D+ Kier at Worlds 24. Doing quite well here, going forwards again. Pops the ultimate from the Alistar. He should live, and the Alistar should die. Has heal, has flash. Doesn't get a chance to use either. Actually, sorry, the heal was on cooldown. Doesn't matter. Xiaohu's come back out of the teleport now, and we are scrapping, aren't we? Starry's going to go down. An unleashed power and a kill towards Elk means that Weibo at least pick one up. It goes, I suppose, in an extended 3-for-1 to the favor of OMG, and the Herald going their way. They'll pick up the feats of strength somewhere along the way, too, from objectives. In fact, that might have been the objective which got them that. Yes, it was. I wasn't tracking that very closely this time. Elk about to cash in that cult, cut down some of that lead in the AD carry role. Xiaohu credits for him to not wasting that flash in towards top lane, which probably shouldn't have been pushed up in the first place. The overpushing in the Syndra, as we have noted, does get you killed every so often. Syndra back into a side lane now. Ooh, probably missing from Jun. Xiaohu potentially... Well, we'll see what his second item is. That alternator can signal a couple of different things. Could be the Horizon Focus. Nice play-by-play. Well, I've practiced it a bit now. I wouldn't say play-by-play is strength of mine, but, you know, I quit now. So, yeah, good play. I'm just kind of running at a side lane. One of the best win conditions, which I was almost going into New Zealand there. One of the best win conditions that OMG have. Oh, gosh, it's terrible, I tell you. Don't listen to me butcher these poor accents. One of the best win conditions which OMG has is running at the immobile Syndra.
It will
also be the Storm Surge from Xiaohu too on the Syndra. I didn't expect that could also be there too, actually think about it. In fact, it may well be that. Good knock up onto Mum. Now that one's a little more risky. The redemption coming through will tap him up a little bit. Xiaohu good unleash power means that Mum's not really in a position to engage now. Going into the wall, steps out of the Thunderdome though. Good shockwave and even better bullet time. Forced a lot of defensive flashes. I think that OMG have got an angle here. Mum has regened enough. Mum has survived as well. Jeddah will hop over the wall, and I think Weibo have just put the damage into too many places, and the Shinzao ultimate denied too much. Almost an ultimate coming through from Zucker to heal up a little, but it ends up being a triple kill to Starry as he takes down the Darkin in the top lane. A 9-kill misfortune for OMG, showcasing exactly why we respect Starry so much. He is an AD carry we have our eyes on, as Weibo lose another skirmish. They are not judging these early game plays well at all. Weibo getting beaten about the place here. Moan went in, lost most of his HP, did at least have the Eclipse to keep himself alive and the redemption to heal him up a little after. JJ makes a big mistake here. It's a solo ultimate onto Juhan, who doesn't take that much damage because JJ gets blasted away by the ultimate. He gets knocked outside of it. Tried to be a quick combo. Does not end up helping at all. Syndra goes down again. Had the flash, was not able to use it there. Alka good flash away from the Mega Gnar, but Civ is not at the place where she can solo carry a fight at this point. Saka very nearly gets the kill onto Starry. One last auto though. Make sure that she shoots first. Asks questions later. Juhan is winning the 1v1 versus the Kiana in most of these around the corner situations. They both run into each other at melee range.
看你是使的红缨枪还是红点枪了。是。
那结果上来说的话，我们今天3条小龙了，那给到微博的龙魂压力会很大呀。这段时间我们就可以不断的去逼团，因为女枪已经2件半了。
Bowen behind the flank again. Gets knocked back. That's how the Syndra is meant to deal with the Leona, honestly. Especially when you don't have ultimate. That's a bit of a problem. They do have the Syndra ultimate. Dies to the last order of Alk. It's a bad flash from him. He's trying to do, again, that win condition of approaching the immobile backline. This time is outplayed for one of the first times in this game. Goes down for his, actually, it's only his first death of the game, interestingly. Hi, Chow. Yep. I guess he really likes exotic. It's not even exotic. He likes sombreros, is what he likes. Starry. Is gonna get the kill on Xiaohu, my dude! I don't know, folks. Words fail me, and flashes fail Xiaohu too. Flashes do not stop tower shots from hitting you, and he'll go down for solidly his 4th death of the game. Xiaohu, you gotta do better than that. Both mid laners making some oopsies in the last minute. Hai Chao sombreroing around himself. Gets himself some holiday headwear. Xiaohu, I don't know. The poor flash, he needs that flash too. Herald into mid lane. It's gonna, I don't know. Sit and contemplate his life. Did take the mid lane, the bot lane in a turret. Well, I think it's fair to say, folks, that the game has gone a bit scrappy. And despite the fact that on paper this is the most one-sided matchup today, need we remind you that Weibo have a certain tagline attached to them? Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. I said that for the first time about 2.5 years ago, in 2023. And it's just continued to prove true. It's continued to prove true. Never trust Weibo, folks. Whenever they're the underdogs, they perform really, really well. Whenever they're not, well, you get more games like this where you're not really sure what they're doing. The gold's in OMG's favor now, but it was in Weibo's for a little while. We were thinking that the composition of Weibo was looking pretty good, but now you have a 3-item misfortune at this point in the game? Just one bullet time completely ends the fight, no? You know, Weibo really are at that level of KT Rolster, both of them coin flipping their way to a World Finals at some point in their career. Neither team really wants what you want to put your face in. Oh, God. Elk has been absolutely set behind, though, hasn't he? Although, rather, it's more accurate to say Starry's been put ahead, but... I don't know, so what do Weibo do now? Hope that they can get enough damage for Xiaohu and Zuka to get the first kill, start rolling through the fight, hope that a 3-4 item Civic and hyper carry. You gotta stop you have to stop the bullet time getting value. Minotaur Dragon now would be Ocean Soul very early for OMG.
而且好在是希维尔啊，希维尔的英雄清中线够快，对，就他能很快的把这个线给洗过去，才有时间能够陪队友去挤视野。
Side lane matchup isn't really doing much for the Gnar, so at least Zucker's getting some individual pressure there. The next bullet time, the next solar flare could just end this game, folks. Stuns aren't doing enough from Xiaohu. It's very small amounts of damage into the Merc Tread's HP stacked Shinzao now. No, at this kind of point, Shinzao's really annoying to deal with. Sundered Sky, the HP from Black Cleaver, really hard to do much about it. Harry's just gone into mini now, teleporting towards bot lane. He's going to be on cool. Hang on, that's going to be a problem. That could be a problem. He's not going to get Mega Gnar for a little while now. Zuka has an angle on the flank. Again, as you were saying, Harry does not have Mega Gnar. They might not need it, you know. They have so much value from MF Leona. They might not need it.
亚恒想拉龙了。
亚恒在中路线上过来的位置是被侦查到、被看
The
到。
more you wait, the closer it gets to Meganar being a threat again.
亚恒的位置，
但这个 C 字草现在
Harry's getting up towards that orange bar now, close enough to... He'll get Meganar now. Weibo couldn't force the dragon in time, so they do have to face up against that. Shockwave flashed away from. They still have bullet time, they still have solar flare, and they're clumping up. This is a really good angle for a bullet time. Oh, they're fighting directly down the throat of it. I don't think Weibo want this. I don't think Weibo want this at all, but they have to stop the Ocean Soul somehow. The stun's not bad. Shero has his ultimate. This has to come down to a steal. Where's the bullet time? Where's the solar flare? There you go. Oh my god, it's a steal! But the bullet time does so much work. Weibo trying to find a platform to fight back on. Can they get the passive for the Saha? No, they can't. He'll go down before the revive comes through. And OMG should walk away with the one fight, even if they don't get the soul itself. It should be a 3 for none. As Weibo, I suppose they'll try and get the last 2 out. They steal the dragon. Problem is, Baron's just spawned. Starry, 4,000 damage from just a hail of buckshot flying out. Lead ripping through the side of Weibo. That should be Baron for them. Shahu's stuck on the bot side of the map, realizing realistically there's no way you can contest the Baron itself. He's trying to de-push some waves to make sure that OMG don't get an immediate map set up for the Baron buff. Elk walking over. Surely there's no way of a steal here. It should be gone. Yep. Probably about 3-4 seconds too late from Jia just coming up with his respawn. Starry's been getting some huge value out here. And if OMG are going to amount to anything, a lot of it has to come through from this backline. Air had tried to get through for a cancel onto Misfortune, but the problem is with this level of lead on Misfortune, even just a couple of waves of the bullet time is enough. Even just a couple of waves. Zuck has struggled to get value in the way that he did the last time he was on the Zahen. It's just too much random damage. He never gets to survive through to his passive, really. OMG and nobodies. Why isn't Weibo taking control of the map and smurf stomping the heck out of them? Well, you might have heard me talking about this earlier, but Weibo Gaming are consistently inconsistent. Weibo are the team in the LPL which are most likely to randomly drop games or take games against the run of play. And I don't care that Weibo have a completely different roster, different coaching staff over the years. Weibo, just you put that name tag on them, and strange things happen. They are truly, you know, they are the same genre of team as KT Rolster. Random coin flipper mentality in terms of their form on the day. I mean, when they win games, they don't coin flip them. They're actually quite considered about the way that they beat ADG through map control. Right here, though, you can see that Weibo, they turn up the day after, and they look like a different team. Look like a different team. OMG have a significant gold advantage now, 4 going on 5k lead. Juhan's going pretty deep there, but wow, he just solo kills him. Juhan just completely solo kills Jia, who was by far the MVP of yesterday's series. Juhan's having a good time of it. The Juhan supplier that was, you know, on DRX for a little while. Also was on Giant X for a while too. He ended up, he's been all over the place as our Juhan. On LCK, it's at LEC for a bit of 2024. Good damage onto Aha. Juhan's been a bit of a world traveler, hasn't he? First time in the LPL, though. I'll tell you what, for a first game, he's done alright for himself, hasn't he? He's gonna jump over. He doesn't have ult. That would be an audacious charge too far, I think. Goldie's gone up to almost 7,000 now. Very successful Baron push. No soul available for them, of course, from that last dragon. They can get that in the next one. Some comments about Elk in chat. Elk has not had a good first game series of games for Weibo. His first series was mixed, to say the least. Poor, probably, is the word for it. First game here, not been great either. Well, this one's not necessarily been his fault, but I suppose him dying to a couple of bullet times earlier in the game, that wasn't great. Is Juhan considered a world champion? How many games did he play on that roster? I'm not sure. I'm not sure is the honest thing there. He did play a couple of games at Worlds. He played 2 games in play-in and then 1 in the main event. Went 2-1, 2 wins on Maokai, 1 loss on Lee Sin. I guess supposedly does count as a world champion. He did play as part of the World Cup run. Yeah, I mean he played most of play. He played 2 games in play-ins, so you know. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Weibo, well, this is your fight or die. You can't really give Ocean Soul over to a Shinzao and a Leona. Especially when you're this far behind already. That's early all out of her and Moem. I'm not going to lie, I don't love that. I think that you need to save that ultimate for someone like the Syndra. He doesn't have a great way to outplay it. Can Weibo outplay it at this point? I don't know if they have the gold to. I don't know if they have the items. If Starry gets any value out of this bullet time, I think it's just a done thing. Hops over. Redemption was used. The stun's not bad. It's not even bad from the Kiana either. Haichak goes golden. This is coming down to a smite fight. Who goes to win it? It goes through to OMG. They do get themselves their Ocean Soul. Zeka will not get his passive. The fight is not awful, you know, but it's just not enough. Elk escapes the bullet time. Maybe they can win against it if they get some cooldowns. So Elk flashing forwards, getting the misfortune. That's a shutdown of somehow Weibo win the fight for the 2 as it stands right now. Stun missing. Jeje not able to really walk up. Doesn't have the HP to do much with it. Elk, does he have a spell shield to work with? OMG lose the fight, but they do get the Ocean Soul. So, despite losing the gold and the shutdowns, I think they're still strategically at the advantage here. Well, that's Weibo for you. Again, team that will surprise you at all turns. Elk is really close to getting his Infinity Edge. You know, with those kills he got, well, there's still a shutdown on Starry even after the death. Surely that would have been the 1,000 gold shutdown. Elk presumably will have Infinity Edge on this next back, and maybe then Weibo, with the Sivir 4 items, can make something happen. Of course, Elk did use the flash to make that happen. He won't have the flash to make a big play again like that. We are now at a kill a minute, folks. Often is the marker for a more bloody game, and it has been. Lots of big fights. Elk should be walking out of base with an Infinity Edge now. Does he get any other components alongside it? There's your Infedge. Gets a QSS. Wow. Infedge and QSS. That's important. Now that means he can use his Spell Shield and the QSS to shrug off the engage from OMG. That is a big moment from full build for Starry. Has the GA himself. Makes it much harder to kill him off. He can also go for the Swiftness boost upgrades from the Feats of Strength. Worth noting that Xiaohu is actually still slightly ahead of gold compared to Haichao. The big gold lead was between 80 carries. Weibo, despite giving up the Ocean Soul to OMG, claw back a lot of the gold lead. No, then 3k gold. Weibo, surely you can't play a game as poorly as this early and mid-game and then walk out with a win. Surely that can't happen. Weibo probably... Hang on, Mo. He's lucky to avoid that stun there. Chance of a Zenith Blade coming through. Harry level 17, of course. Something which you might not realize. Sometimes it falls out of memory. The more levels you get on Na, the more attack range you get. So at level 18, Na ends up becoming kind of regular 80 carry attack range, effectively. Quite low range at the start and then goes up beyond that. Okay, so Weibo giving up the Baron, it looks like, and instead, they're trying to get the stun out. Gets it. Xiaohu cancels the stun onto Harry. No ultimate anymore. It should be a dead Na. And there you go. Kill onto him. They're giving up the Baron for this. It looks like Elk walks into Mohem. He just dies. He dies. He dies. He has... The Baron goes down to OMG. Elk had QSS and he had Spell Shield. Is not able to really use either of them to survive the play. The OMG will get 2 kills on top side and the Baron. Weibo, if you're gonna kill the side lane, you probably need to just give up the Baron safely. They looked for the Baron steal, they weren't able to get it, and Weibo will now have to defend the base with only really 1 bit of wave clear, which is the Syndra. Yeah, you can take away the cannon minion, throw it into the fountain or something like that, but you don't have the best wave clear against... Well, you don't have the best ability to survive the dive, really. Level 17 on the Shinzao. Good damage, though, from Xiaohu all the same. Doesn't have the ultimate. 1 turret goes down. Starry does some hella damage to these towers. Look at that, using the love tap passive. Yuan trying to keep them honest. Towers go down. Haichao can just force Xiaohu away, and this should be the game. This should just be the game. Weibo, 1 decent fight around the dragon will not save them. OMG will take game 1 unexpectedly against Weibo. Well, Weibo did not turn around that game. One good fight. But the damage was done, really. Too disrespectful in the early and mid game. Gave up way too much to Starry. Moham had a very solid game. Juhan had a very solid game. In terms of player of the game, I mean, there's an argument for Starry. I think Juhan's got a solid shot too. Very good early game from him. Same with Moham. Maybe Moham. Maybe Starry gets it just for, you know, ADA.
经常有意外之财，真的经常有意外之财，就是你在塔下站着，然后对面
Elk is not having a great time. He had that one good dragon fight, but yeah.
我觉得这个是这一局里面我对于微博来说最需要。
Elk actually has some very good damage overall, but then again, he was hitting, you know, Leon and half the entire game. Don't read into that too much. Oh, did everyone see that Euphoria, the LEC podcast, won't be returning next year? Which is very sad.
可以感觉到两边队伍的节奏点基本都围绕下路展开，所以说下野的3v3哪边能够取得更大的优势，就是比较重要的一环。
对的。哇，第一波的这个越塔15直接让女枪飞起来了。
这把 MVP 我投给 Starry，
我给女枪啊，2票女枪。只要拿到头之后是确实 C 的，对吧？
对。 中期微博对于边线的进攻其实也都是做了一些不错的尝试的。
哇，这里球他们的这个大招开得很及时。
I really need to get myself some more caffeine, folks. Why is there 2 LPL English streams? Is there another LPL English stream? Remember, there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. There is LPL English, which is another co-stream like this one. We're not affiliated with them. They're good friends, but we're not affiliated with them. Oh, Xiao, this was bad from Xiao. He could have flashed over Raptors at any point, by the way. Oh, jeez. But no, there's no official LPL English stream anymore. I was on the official broadcast from 23 to 24, to 23 and 24. And then, of course, the broadcast was shut down, end of 24, going into 25. Yeah, so there's a fan-run broadcast called LPL English, which is very cool. They have a lot of very, like, newer casters there, which kind of get to cut their teeth there, which is very cool. And people like Mazal and Calcimosa, which have been involved in the LPL for a very long time. A lot of respect for them. But if you're wondering why there are multiple LPL broadcast streams, because there's no official broadcast anymore, which means that yeah, which means that there's like kind of open season for who actually broadcasts it and gets viewership.
后面像是水龙魂的加持，在团战里面给到他们的这个底气也很多。MVP 最终是
Sorry, gets MVP. No surprise. 17 kills. Yikes. So high. Wow.
夸张的。
That's pretty good at League of Legends, eh?
而且他装备一直领先，他真的一直领先啊。
对。有优势，然后有领先，能够一直把自己的优势反胜。
Okay, I gotta order some food. I'm really hungry actually.
能够团战获胜，就已经是非常完美的一个发挥了。
对，然后再加上这一局可以说整个队伍都在给女强搭建舞台吧，就对我的保护，包括说前端的控制给的都很到位。然后
I don't know, Weibo. It's best not to think too heavily about Weibo. They'll either turn up and be good, or they won't, and they'll be very bad like this. You know, Weibo never makes sense. You can change as many players as you want. They do not make sense. Elk is not having a good time. Not having a good.
This my time to shine. Everybody gather round. I'm the new kid in this town. Let me lay it on the mic. This my time to shine. Na 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 na. Whoa. Na 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 na. This my time to shine. Let's kick back, enjoy the ride. My advice is don't think twice. Everyone around the world, look at me, I'm fine. This is the way it's gonna be. Just you and me, so hold on tight. Yeah, this time is mine. Come join the ride. Be bright, be loud, be you, behold the one that you've been waiting for.
好的，各位，欢迎回来，继续锁定我们的2025德
Welcome back, everyone.
那刚刚面对到 OMG 的强烈的攻势啊，微博也是有点招架不住，前中期直接崩盘掉了。
对，我觉得两方面嘛，一方面是自己还是要注意一下自己在进攻节奏当中的一些小的失误，对吧？还有一个就是在打资源团前，虽然说做的有比较好的一些团战，但是也有一些团战可能是对于对方一些关键人物的位置没那么敏感。而且
虽然说我们都知道，就是微博这几名选手他们的个人实力都是比较的强劲、比较顶尖的嘛，是。但选角上的话，还是不能就是每个人都选那种很依赖自己发挥的那种英雄。对，简单来讲，就你可以看一下左边。
Casper was fun. I enjoyed Casper. Like the fact that they actually fielded a lot of the good rosters makes a big difference, right?
方向可以尽可能围绕更加简单的一些游戏内容的英雄来选择。
我觉得说的很在理，就是上马明显能感觉到，OMG 选了一套相对简单的阵容，并且他们把这个阵容这种简单的运营方式、简单的打团的方式给发挥了出来。而对于微博来说的话，自己在选到一套多核体系的情况下，在前期的发育上并不算特别的顺畅。虽然在对线端上小虎取得到了一些领先，但是并没有把这个领先扩大和辐射给全队。
那最关键是什么？最关键是那波。辛达拉有领先的情况之下，交了 TP 出来，然后去上路了。那波就是你。
Elk not in a blue, light blue top. I know. It's so strange. Be a herald, by the way.
战力真还可以。
就中期有几波能接的时间。
Yeah, no, Elk.
好像他们还是
I don't know. I feel
信赖自己多核这种发育成型以后的样子。
就他们。
I have mixed feelings on Elk, really, because I do think that, look, Viper is an upgrade. I do think that Elk was not the level of Viper, Guma, Ruler. You know, I think clearly if BLG were looking to upgrade, I think that like AD carries A role, which could be upgraded at the top end. And I think now we're seeing, look, realistically, those who watched on this stream and followed like my opinion of it, I always tempered my expectations of Elk quite a lot because I could see quite clearly that Elk was given a lot of setup on BLG. Like they played towards hyper ganking bot lane, and I think that Knight in particular was really good at giving space for Elk to do stuff. If you look at his quote-unquote ISO 1v3 at Worlds versus HLE in 2024, a lot of that was actually Knight peeling for him, and there are many cases where I think that Elk was given a platform to play off of. I don't think Elk is as self-sufficient, and I think in a game like Weibo, in a team like Weibo, which is just getting its stuff together, Elk will probably look a little more fragile until they find a way to give him a platform in the way that he had before. Now, he played with less of a platform this year, but that's just because BLG were more dysfunctional this year and that platform wasn't as stable. But on the whole, Elk is a player which Elk is a player I need to see learn to be more self-sufficient, I think.
OMG 边反手 ban 掉了目前版本火热的杰斯，岩雀也不开，要针对海超。
Is it Talir off the table? Mid lane's really open up, so Ryze is the big one right now, I'd suppose. OMG banning away the Jace. We still have Aatrox we've yet to see today. Yunara's up and available, so we've got Aatrox, Yunara, Rumble. Poppy's been banned quite a lot. I think with the Azir gone, Poppy loses some power. But Poppy's been big bans, big ban right here. Pretend it's Jomung. Jomung was, Elk's original aim was Jomung. It was a real hot shot as he came up through the circuit.
那种就是打什么佛耶科啊，盲僧。对，打那种输出能力极强的打野。路啊。
这个露露办了
，Moham 确实很喜欢玩这个，他是会觉得 Moham 加上 Starry 有机会出露露加金克斯这种。
那这样云安娜开出来哦，最后一ban摁掉 Nico， 看一下。
The Nico's banned as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Lulu banned out. Now that's interesting. Yunara's been let through. I would have thought that they wouldn't ban Lulu if they wanted the Yunara though, because Yunara Lulu's a very good lane. In fact, I think that's probably Lulu's most seen lane right now.
跟你玩2-3件套的团战呢，还是说我就直接从对线端上？ 选择一个彗星的维鲁斯，然后在对线上面击溃袁阿娜。
厄斐琉斯，
他选前者，对吧？这两个选项摆他。
Okay, so now Aphelios has been the answer into Yunara for a lot of people. Star is a very good player of that too.
选择了厄斐琉斯这个英雄，
而且有一个选 Starry 在之前面对到 Elk 的时候，确实发挥挺好的。
So what do you pair that with? Well, maybe they were afraid of the Aphelios Lulu, but you can go still Aphelios Nautilus or something like that, which is completely fine. Aatrox power pick can obviously lock that one in too. I think Aatrox is pretty good into Yunara as well, can struggle to fight out the Aatrox when he starts getting rolling. Plus Wukong's a similar archetype of that, but I think that just Aatrox is stronger than Wukong right now. Juhan is a player of the Wukong, but I'm surprised that Aatrox has been passed up as much today. Ambessa was banned in that first game, was played quite a lot. It's been played quite a lot in this tournament in general. It is a flex pick between jungle and top lane. Yeah, it's been played a fair amount in jungle by the likes of Monkey and, of course, Yuan as well. And the thing about Ambessa is it's very good on stuff like the Aphelios when they're kind of just immobile in the backline. You don't have a Lulu to protect them as much now anyway. I think Moem might be eyeing up a Nautilus I think Moem might be eyeing up a Nautilus. You pick it on 3, you can ban away stuff like the Braum, which can be a problem. We did say that Ryze, one of the priority mid laners, left on the table. Haichao, what do you want to go into it? I guess you could go something like Cassiopeia, but then that's not great versus the Ambessa, because again, you're in a mobile champion which can get pinged by your ult. It can be a problem. There's no threat of Ambessa Galio. Ari's pretty okay here actually, if you want to go towards something more mobile. Ari's fine into the Ryze matchup. It's safer than the Victor or the Cassiopeia in terms of mobility. I wouldn't say... I don't love Wukong Ari as a mid-jungle duo. Like, it's like a B-tier jungle mid combo. It's fine. I wouldn't call it like an A or an S tier. But Ari on her own here is fine. More safe versus the Ambessa. Fine matchup versus the Ryze. Both have different breakpoints in the matchup where they have more impact. Ryze with his global, obviously very powerful. Early lane, I'd probably actually say goes to Ryze's favor in terms of push as well. Ari can struggle to push up until some later levels.
OMG 比如说我先抢，或者说直接干脆送上班位，波比同样是一个克制进场的英雄。
Moham 这把有一手巴德，感觉可以掏。 左边双 C 完全没有位移。
Support champions conspicuously missing, of course. Thresh away from Thresh Felios. Again, I think Nautilus is one of the big picks here. Nautilus feels very good for setting up onto the Nymaera. And of course, just being a good combo with Felios in general. You could also go like a Felios Blitzcrank if you go toward... I think, realistically, OMG probably looking to blind pick top lane, counter pick support. I think that bot lane has a lot of potential with the Felios, getting stuff like a Felios Blitzcrank into double ranged as well. How was Weibo yesterday? Weibo were very good yesterday. Very good yesterday, and today they've looked much more mortal. Braum banned away. With the Braum banned away, you can go towards the melee champion much more easily in bot lane, but now the problem is you can go... Well, you can even go Nautilus for Airher now as well, right? No, you can hook Rel out of the crash down. Pretty good versus the Aphelios in general. Yeah, I think Nautilus is an easy pick here, and then you think about what your top lane or jungle is going to be. Of course, then best can flex between the two of them.
泰坦守下来，现在要揭晓答案，这个朗姆到底是走野还是走上？上单这一块的话，还有一手赛恩。
Alright, time to see where this flex pick ends up. I'd imagine it's Ambassador jungle and then a blind pick top laner, but room for maneuver there. Or anything better into the Wukong matchup you could go towards? You could go Aatrox. Aatrox is also a flex here. It's again been missed in a lot of this. Hey, thinking about the Cassante. Cassante's pretty good into Ahri. Ahri doesn't really do much against the Cassante, really, unless you build Liandry's, which she doesn't really want to do into this comp. Well, I guess you could. Liandry's isn't bad here. Ooh, we haven't seen a Yorick for a little while. Pretty good into the old Cassante. Aatrox has been conspicuously missing from today's games, despite the fact it's very, very powerful. Rek'Sai would give you the pushing lane into the Cassante. Decent threat onto Yunara, who can struggle to kite away from Rek'Sai if she gets in melee. Rek'Sai gives you the winning lane early. You get to push him. Very little can stop a Rek'Sai from just shoving your stuff in. 80 carries can actually. If I play something like Quinn, I'm pretty happy into Rek'Sai.
还是看谁的先手能够打得更好一点，能够找到机会一点。但上一局来看的话，微博我觉得唯一值得去注意的点，就是在越塔的过程当中，一定要处理
And here's our full comps. OMG have more damage. Weibo have good ways to ping out the immobile backline. Frontline probably in favor of Weibo just because Cassante is a champion, really. I think I prefer OMG's draft, but it's not that... There's not that much in it, folks. There's not that much. We're about just 1 minute, folks. Gotta get this on through.
续航能力很强，这版本小学了一下之后啊，可能没有以前强了，但是他面对到的是一个魁桑体，我觉得魁桑体算是一个线上制造伤害能力没有那么强的一个上单。
对，就2个上单英雄
平发育
都是为了打团去的，都是奔着打团去的，没有说我在边上我要拆你1座、2座、3座塔的。
对，打团的时候，雷克赛的主要目标就是稍微的去帮那个厄斐琉斯看住对方的 C 位，因为雷克赛这个英雄，我觉得算是偏战士属性的。
对，
如果他肥的话，他是有机会利用自己的这种进场，然后去尝试单切一个 C 位的。
主要是他进去没那么容易死，他进去以后你把他打跑了，他可以跑，然后你追他吧，他队友又可以过来帮忙。
关键他进场的时候，像是猴哥呀、狐狸月都能够跟到啊。
对，
有机会去帮忙跟进击杀，
很有可能能够把你的阵型给扯散啊。
厄斐琉斯这把点的是一个强攻，而且父系是点了绝对专注加上风暴聚集的，这是一个往后期走的绝对大河的带法。
换句话来说，他没有带启迪系的原因，也可能是觉得他对线没什么太大压力。
对，
他觉得对线上完全 OK。
因为正常来讲，这个版本反线太强了，基本上 AD 你没东西点就是要点反线。好
，Level 1.
两边兑换不灭。
Rek'Sai starting with the Unburrow just to make sure he can get some regen in that. And we get ourselves immediately into a pause. Yay!
那也是小小的暂停一下，等待游戏正常的一个恢复。
Whose draft do I like? Like I said, I think I slightly prefer Red Side's draft, but both teams have win conditions and long conditions.
对，
You get a good enough, if you get a good enough angle onto the Aphelios with the Ambessa, probably not great for Red Side, but outside of that, I think that Rek'Sai, Wukong, Ahri, Aphelios have way more damage output than the other side. Back into game. Nice, nice, nice. In terms of the consistency of the team comps, well, OMG have got enough engage between, you know, Gravitum, of course the Rel. Rek'Sai, Wukong. They probably find it easier to find a fight. You know what, folks? I think OMG might end up getting the... Hang on a second. Charm started, level 1. There's a phase rush. Xiaohu's dead here. Xiaohu's dead here. They need to flash just to make sure that the kill comes in quickly. Goes to the Wukong. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Now, Haichao starts with the charm early on, but he's going to get level 2 fairly quickly anyway. An early teleport from Xiaohu to make sure he's in lane early. Now, he might be able to punish the charm start by Ahri by getting full control of the lane. But, to be honest, realistically, Ahri's not going to get pushed to level 1 anyway. Ah, we get a Taeyun swap. Get the AD carry tank swap. Rek'Sai doesn't like playing against AD carries level 1. The Umbra really doesn't help you. And Nymaera is very good in 1v1 early on. Now, what this does also do is it gives Aphelios a free lane here, which is a bit of a problem for Weibo. Aphelios is going to be very happy with this. Elk hasn't really been the best, Nymaera. Struggled in late game. Quite a lot, actually. He just needs to get level 2. He'll get a little bit of XP from the kill that he had earlier, of course. Well, it would be so on brand for Weibo to lose what should be the most one-sided game of the day. Maybe one more minion you get to. I don't remember how much XP you get from the kill. There you go. Yep. And now you have the Q now, so you can start farming from range with the Prey Seeker, or in this case, Tunnel Away as well. Walk up to. Get a little bit. The problem is with something like the melee versus range matchup for the Rek'Sai is that you don't actually get to stack your rage for the healing. Well, gets found out by Eha. All this is just isolates mid lane a little bit, really. Actually, I'm trying to remember if he got a pentakill on Ahri, actually. I think he did. He got an Ahri penta earlier this year. Kind of crazy. Yeah, he got an Ahri Penta in Split 3 of this year. I remember casting that. It was wild. It was wild. Came out of nowhere, too. One of the few Ahri Penta... I think it's the only Ahri Pentakill I've ever cast. We don't see them that often in pro play. Ahri's not highest damage champion. Often explodes one target, then maybe roll through for another long resets, but doesn't often finish off the whole 5. Ahri is so happy at this point, though. Getting a free lane as an Aphelios versus a... Hang on, does the charm land? Oh. Left it for quite a long time, though. Quite dangerous play there from Haichao. Not loving the way that he used that charm. Hang on a second, now he has flash out. Jed is now left in there too. Has flash. Charm should be going off and cooldown in the next few seconds. There you go. Charm flash away there too. Flash away from Xiaohu and Eha. Someone is intact from OMG there. They used a heal from Moment, that was it. Sam not around. No, Sam's going to see Sam is going to see my grandparents down in Wales today. Apparently they've been stuck standstill at a traffic accident for 40 minutes though, so having a fun time there. So no, just me on my own lonesome for 3 series today. For our yep, today's Demacia Cup games.
而且到6那波会很强嘛，就 OMG 这个中野到6以后会非常强势，有大招的那一波，猴子大加上狐狸大招。
June's very happy with this early game. Of course, got that first blood level 1.
Starry 被上一轮稍微卡了一下。
Now the question is, can OMG close out this series in an unexpected 2-0? First series went to 3 games. I wouldn't say it was like a crazy set of late game fights, though. I mean, in terms of it wasn't late game, very long games. It was just 3 of them, you know? Watch match you cast later. There is no LEC later, I don't think. The only bad matchup here is the Rise and this Ambassador can cook. Rise isn't a bad matchup for Ahri. It's fine. You know, it's like neither of them get a crazy leg up on the other. Ahri doesn't have great kill threat versus HP stackers in mid lane. It's not like Rise can often really run at the Ahri too much with the double. Hang on, Ghost Pop. Try to get the Gravitum on target. There you go. Elk cleanses, but the Aphelios has got some big old damage. Starry forcing the flash out of Elk. Great 2v2 coming through from Starry and Moem. A lot of people forget the threat of an Aphelios running at you with the extra movement speed. Post Roa, Ari doesn't do anything versus Ryze. Ari can set up for the rest of her team very well into Ryze. If in fact Ryze, if they activate the... Hang on, stopping the recall. Zerka was looking for the old... Hang on a second, Haichao has actually failed. He's going to flash out. Haichao still probably kills here. Tries to get the all out. It's not bad from Zerka actually, all things said and done. Probably dead either way though. Haichao, can we finish the kill now, please? Can we finish the kill now, please? Please don't get Cassante. He's out of mana. Zerka lives. Haichao walks into melee range and forgets that Cassante has Omnivamp. Haichao, you don't give them free auto attacks. Also, failed to get the ult damage over the wall because didn't have vision there. Bad mistake by Haichao. Should have been a free kill. And Zerka walks out alive. Great outplay by Zerka. Yeah, we'll do NG. When season starts, well, I'd like to cast LEC, but I haven't been contacted about it yet, so we'll see whether that comes to pass. And then LPL has no official broadcast, but I'll stream it here for as long as I've got the energy for it. See what makes sense financially, really. Level 6 for Jie. Ahead in XP compared to Juan, who does not get the smite there either, didn't have vision on it. Level 6 for Starry. There is one for Elk there too. Could cast the Midnight Visual to get the chakrams running, the hook away. There's a Cullen for Elk to help him with the laning phase a little bit. 1 second, folks. My door is ringing. I've got to go get the doorbell, so I'm going to leave you unattended for just 1 minute.
这组最后是被刘瀚抢下来了，而且猴子也到6以后，在野区上至少有跟朗姆对拼的资本了。
I miss anything? Well, looks like I've come back in time for Elk. He doesn't have flash. The chakrams keep rolling through, and it's a dead Nymaera. Hook back under turret, but the aggro had been dropped. Starry makes it out alive. OMG's bot lane is doing an absolute number on Elk and Erho, who, honestly, yesterday too versus JDG were not having a great time. Neither Elk or Erho are really being that consistent here in the bot lane. Let's start it up.
就你一直能 A， 然后红刀给 Q， 大招给白刀，就都能加轮子。
偷了1只虫啊，
可以绕回来。怎么说？因为还没到，那这样可能要等一会儿。厄斐琉斯的回城被断了。
Like it's going to be a 1-2 grubs trade with Weibo getting this third one. Actually, OMG are the ones to start it. So I've been dashing in and out of the room. Right now, replay. This is the one with the 2v1. Elk just lost that flash. Doesn't end up using that double on. The W doesn't spot out the people in the bush. Good dodge from Moem there. Ends up getting baited, outsmarted, and killed.
主要这波躲过了试探呀，就是试探这一下，如果说上个轮命中了，应该 Elk 不会往前走了。
对的。
哎，跟河蟹调皮一下，
补上了一棍。这样的话，两边在对着发育，右边的经济主要还是集中领先在打野还有下路方面。
主要奥克莎还没好，而且相反，疾跑马上要好了。
我觉得厄斐琉斯这个肥度，说实话，一会儿这个小龙也有机会抢一下。而且一会儿小龙的时候，有机会去把自己的收集者给掏出来。
主要是现在狐狸跟猴子都还没发力呢，这个时间点应该是狐狸猴子很强的时间，刚好到6以后的这段时间，有大招可以做配合。 相反，朗姆跟瑞兹想要配合起来的难度会要比狐狸猴子更大一些啊。
对的。
Well, now I've got myself some breakfast, and I've got some bananas. Do I think 1 draft in this one? I think OMG 1 draft, but it's not a crazy draft win. I think particularly now that the Cephalos is ahead, it's going to look even worse. I mean, basically Weibo need to just deal with the Cephalos insta in every fight. Starry actually gets to do damage, it is a huge issue for Weibo.
感觉杰杰没补装备啊。
是。他现在只有一个钻头在身上。
猴哥刷完这一组石头人是要回家补的。
Who potentially roaming around the map trying to open up some realm warp angles. Always scary when that happens, of course.
上路线是回推回来的。
Time is it here? Well, it's about 12 o'clock right now, just before it.
猴哥回家再掏了一个耀光出来。这个英雄有没有耀光是两个人。
Well, a Wukong Rex that combo is nasty, yeah, for sure. Especially if you get the Aphelios ultimate over the top of it, it is a ton of damage that's coming out, and it will kill the tanks too. They're actually pretty good at tank shredding. Wukong's one of the best anti-tank junglers in the game. Aphelios, especially once it gets to like 3 items, really starts to shred through.
线是推过去了，但这波也不太敢往前压。我还
Do
没
an
快到
unseen
6了，
as
刚
for
好是
now.
6级。
要咱2波一起推。
不过 Elk 的闪现跟进化都已
Fighting
经
there
正好
for a
了。
long time. The wave is pushing in.
再找一波机会。
于总是两边中路也都是
Let's
刚刚推
flash
完
this
一波
back
线。
up. JJ coming down
来
to
了，狼母有焚天。
shield them on the crash.
这波可能会演变成一波比较大的团战。中线再次交汇，两边得先让中单把线清完再来。久汉选择从下路离开，来到中路部分，陪海超把这个线推一下。
这一般我们说是打野把中路给接
He's
到。
been hanging out this bot river for a while. I'm not sure if he was spotted it anyway. Here goes unseen. Knock up into the charm. Phase rush. Well, that's one of the reasons why Rise can struggle a little bit into this matchup. The phase rush means that you sprint full speed at them. JJ forward hook into the wall. Oh, that's not it. Cast the ult. He's had, yeah, not a great entry to this roster, has he? Has really not been it. He's really not been it.
微博以为战场会在下路 爆发，但是没想到 OMG 的中野先打了一波配合。
二哈这个钩子有点乌龙了呀，他是想尝试去勾一下那个猴子，
对，
结果猴子侧身扭开之后，他自己
kills
勾到
towards
墙体，
Juhan.
然后靠近过去了。
He is a happy monkey.
想掩护一下队友，结果
There, the new vampire.
这样的话
That's not be that harsh, you know.
12分半拿到了本场比赛的2条小龙，而这场比赛的龙魂的话是一个火龙魂。
Erha was, the thing about Erha was he was actually pretty good when he first came into Weibo to replace Crisp and Hung, right?
发育甚至是有一些超前的，他在
Hung was really not doing well when he came in for first part of the year, and then Erha came in to replace him. Chris came back over from top esports.
上把杀爽了，上把直接拿了17个。
My thoughts on the EDG IG matchup? Well, IG's playing with so many players which we've not seen together before, and IG have dropped a lot of, well, Mako and the Shy are taking a break, so we don't get to see too much of them now. Maybe just the audio gone off of this. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well. Yeah, no, I guess the actual stream volume on the actual browser is gone off. That's weird.
下条先锋
There you go.
应该是在1分多钟的时间之后
Audio died from that stream for a second. A break for, I think it's for the first splits in. Okay, looks like their audio on their side of things is going a little bit strange. But walking down towards bot side river, contesting vision with. Sorry, pop the ghost there. And just run at the Aphelios. I think if Aphelios gets ahead of people like that, very few people can out DPS the Aphelios in situations like this. No, Rookie is playing. No, Rookie is the. Rookie is the remaining member. Gala's gone to JDG. Jeje, well, you have Wei, I suppose, right? You have Wei. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Rookie's playing today, folks. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm confused a little bit by which rosters are playing. JJ will find out the 3-man unit here. Jumping forward. Cyclone not cast just yet. Redemption coming through. She'll hop a little bit. Storm on a teacup. Magnet Storm. Forces the flash out of Erho. Aphelios ult. In cast.
这样的话，这一波其实交了下川组加上猴哥的3个大招，那边的话只付出了2哈的一个闪现。
SMR cast.
所以这一波微博可以尝试利用一下对方这个回合比较真空的时间节点，把先锋给拿了。
而且上路小虎也
One of the better compliments I've had is my voice puts people to sleep because like they'd listen to me in the background in like late at night or something like that, which is pretty cool. So if you're on American time zones, obviously these games happen quite late on. Go ahead, because I used to do fairly similar with a lot of the Korean casts back in 2013, 2014. Erha is OMG's win condition. He's one of the easier people to catch off for sure. You can't really catch out the Cassante in the same way, for instance. Herald focused down. Again, Weber really needs to get on top of Starry. He doesn't have his ultimate for this fight worth noting. Getting down to low HP, it should... Well, it might come down to a smite fight, it's still legend. Gets that crushing blow in, has the Q. Doesn't manage to pick up the Eye of the Herald, though. He might be able to go in with the clone. Chooses not to, so it's just going to be a denial of the Herald. Remember, the Eye doesn't stick around that long anymore. The objective's going to go down. OMG to get the smite, and they get the feats of strength with it. Don't actually pick up the Eye. Yeah, can't quite get that. I wonder whether Juan could have gone in for it and then cloned or flashed out. Depends on how valuable he considers his own flash and stuff like that.
只能说来日方长，这个先锋不拿也罢。
我今天久汉打结节这么来劲儿啊，这两把。
Considering how many players are taking a break for the first split, is it a sign for those teams or the LPL in general doesn't care about first stand as much, or am I reading too much into it? That's definitely a reading which I think has some value. And also it means that they avoid the off-season auction. If you go into, if you start deciding which team you want to go to in split 2 and 3, you can avoid the auction off-season. The cost of which is basically a load of players just don't want to play. They won't play split 1, but they avoid this kind of auction thing which a lot of LPL players don't seem to enjoy very much.
不过下波的话，对于我来说，这条小龙可能还是得接啊。对，否则如果把听牌龙很轻易的给掉，后面的龙魂压力会特别大。
是的。
There he has himself the Titanic Hydra now, as the Rek'Sai. Big break point for that matchup. 1,000 gold down on Zika though, actually. I didn't track really how that happened, but the Casante's been getting a lot more out of this than the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's meant to be very happy with this, doesn't seem to be here though.
久汉有想绕后的角度
Starry gapping Elk before GTA 6.
位置已经被侦查到了。
是的，河蟹。
Major patches are coming. Yes, we have the preseason patch. Juhan. And a clone away. Still caught out by the point and clicks. Xiaohu getting damage on the side. Mom goes in. There isn't that much damage over the wall though. Where's the Aphelios? Not here. They might kill the Wukong. Not sure about the rest of it though. It's a full 5-man group up from Weber. They'll get 2 kills onto the jungle support. Aphelios hitting the mid turret. Rek'Sai hitting the top turret though. OMG not unhappy with the tower damage. No, Starry's actually pretty happy with that. Starry gets some gold up from up there too. They do get some good gold off of the Wukong though. Now, do OMG feel like they can walk down and contest this? I mean, they did just have a teleport away from the Santa. They won't get the smite. Actually wonder whether they could have fought that, you know. You know which players got signed through the auction in the end? No, I don't actually. No.
而且只有一件套啊！你要是个3、4件套，感觉是可以这样玩的。对。
你6神这样玩绝对帅。
对，6神这样玩直接秒了。
6神这波3个人死加1条龙死。
没错。
Both junglers are world champions, same as yesterday. Jeje and Junja were both EDG world champions in 21, and Juhan was on DRX. Yep.
像风暴狙击这样的超级大后期符文。
是的，顶一下，骚扰一下。哎，这边又被留住了，抹汉。
Patch onto Moen, but I don't think he cares too much. Yep, crashed down over the wall. They don't have the damage to solo him out at this point.
上波技能都已经教了很多了，这波没有必要让瑞兹过来，就是放弃那个下路的兵线过来打。
两边经济依然是比较持平。
Getting towards the point where Starry is going to get to a he's going to get to Infinity Edge fairly soon. I say fairly soon. Like his second, he's got the BF sword in, which is the big component of it, right?
信息是他知道，像 Elk 包括杰杰上一波也在团战里面都交掉了自己的闪现。
是的。 他们打团的时候一定要好好的去记住别人这些比较关键的召唤师技能。
即将刷新热打函，厄斐琉斯这个英雄是有快速 rush 远古资源的能力的。
Surprised that Harry has fallen so far behind in the Rek'Sai versus Cassante matchup. Should be fairly simple for Rek'Sai to get ahead of and stay ahead of. Then again, Zerka is one of the better top laners in the LPL. When will Split 1 start? We don't have an official announcement yet. There's been a couple of rumors, everything from the 8th of January through to the 18th of January. We don't have an official announcement yet, which is a bit annoying, not going to lie. I think this year it started on the 12th. Normally it starts around the 18th. It was quite early start this year. Although we know that a couple of teams are dropping out of the LPL. RNG and FPX will not be competing in LPL next year, I don't think. Isn't Junjia technically not a world champion since he didn't play at Worlds? He should be considered one, really. He was very important to their team at points.
在这个厄塔韩周边好一点。
上路雷克萨已经把商业塔给带掉了，继续往前去逼近一下2塔的位置。也知道 WBG 现在是重兵在下半区。
瑞兹有踢，瑞兹来
I
防守。
mean, if you have someone like Reckless being on the World Championship trophy and stuff like that, it makes sense, right? No, but Ginger played a lot in he was like 10-1 in LPL summer season. Yeah, he was all over the place there, you know. He didn't play out Worlds itself, but he did get them there, you know. No, OMG are playing LPL. No, Peter, I don't know what you heard there, but RNG and FPX, they're not. You might have heard OMG when I said RNG. RNG and FPX have both left the LPL. RNG, partly because they've just had so many financial difficulties. They've been kind of like under scrutiny for a while. Charm misses, bit of wave play coming through. I'm trying to get the auto attack reset onto high chair. Could go for a dive, maybe. A little hard doing that. Well, might be a little hard doing this. Not sure if diving the tank support is often a good idea, but they do end up getting the turret kill. Teleport behind from the Rex side. Rise is coming through too. This is a mess. Aphelios isn't him. OMG, you need to take a fight with your Aphelios. You don't push too hard without it. Turret goes down. Kill onto the support. Okay, so do they fight over the Atacon? Presumably you don't let them get everything for free. There is a ward on the objective itself. Haicho has ult. Starry has ult. There's a teleport into the middle of the play. This will be the Kasance. Okay, Atacon's going down below half HP. Good hook onto... Oh, you shouldn't really give him a free hook like that. Remember, Weibo getting shredded by the objective itself. How much can Starry do? How much can he do? This needs to be on the Aphelios. This needs to be on the Aphelios. How much can he do? Good charm onto him. It's probably going to be an objective secure, but how much else can they get in there? Atacon goes down. One kill comes through. Zucker might die afterwards. Reset's coming through. Can't quite get himself out as Xiaohu, but he gets Elk out in his place. 2 kills for Atacon isn't bad. He's just going to die, though. He flashes out. Definitely misjudges that. Can OMG get the bot lane turret? I think they can. OMG don't fight... Well, they don't get the objective. They do get 2 kills after losing 1 beforehand. Weibo come out ahead of that.
结果上来说，微博还是把握住了这一波 Starry 没有回家出到2连套的时间节点，
对，
把这个恶塔给打掉了。
因为你看这个厄斐琉斯身上的这个钱，还有那个装备，其实兜里绝对揣了很多钱。
对。 但这波团 OMG 也很冷静，就是他知道正面如果说冲进去去碰撞的话
，Not a great tunnel from Harry. Allows Xiaohu to get out.
就打对面的前排。
Sorry, tried to space things out to make sure that Zucker couldn't flash ult him. I think he played that pretty well.
就是对，只打你2个前排嘛，剩下3个人。
其实我感觉
走就走了。
Back into live, Dragons up. OMG could get themselves soul point. Does have flash for a flash engage if it comes to it. Infinity Edge is there for Starry. He's very powerful.
不过 Starry 这一波是变成了红白刀，但这个刀打团其实会面临。
But he doesn't have flash or ghost. The positioning for this next fight much harder for Starry. There is a flash Ambassador ult. There is a flash Nautilus ult. Much harder for Starry to play.
红刀还是接近满配。
有48刀左右。
Crazy that RNG and FPX left are the most prestigious orgs other than EDG. Well, in the recent era, JDG has been more important. Them and IG are up there too. Hang on, they catch out Moam. Gets that Magnet Storm. I just don't think it's enough. Hang on, that's an Ambassador ult used. I actually think Starry can fight now. I think Starry can fight. Yunora's dead. This is actually looking pretty good. There's no threat onto the Aphelios. You can just go for the Chakrams. This is a big mistake. He gets the Chakrams all up. Doesn't use his... he doesn't use his Severum ult. He should have used that for the healing. Big mistake by Starry. Tries to get the Chakrams up for the damage. Now that everyone's in melee range of the Kasance, Harry's got himself a fair amount of damage. It's still all out. W charge full up. Good damage there. Ends up being what? 4 for 3? Can OMG stick around and take the dragon? Maybe not. I suppose Rek'Sai could. Rek'Sai's pretty good to take it. Well, kind of she is designed to be a jungler, right? Doesn't have teleport to get back into it. I was surprised that Starry ended up dying in that fight the way that he did. I think if he'd used the Severum ult for the healing, he could have lived there. I know he wanted the extra DPS from the Chakrams, but I really feel as though getting the extra healing even into the Bramble Vest would have saved him a lot of trouble. I don't understand Aphelios at all, but were they good friends, guns for a fight? Yeah, look, Aphelios isn't that complicated, folks. Red-white is like your low-range DPS combo. Your red gun gives you a lot of healing, and your Chakrams are better the lower range you are, basically, and they get stacked up by the red very well. I guess that the feed's getting a bit of trouble as they go through the replay. But basically, Starry, towards the end of this play, ended up using the Chakram ult and not... So actually, we get it right here. Right here, uses the Chakram ult instead of the Severum ult, which would have given him the healing, I think, to outplay there just about. Didn't quite work there. Dragon still alive. We're probably going to have another go at this. A lot of summoners are down. Ultimates are coming back up. Weibo into bot lane river first. Again, it's all about whether you can get onto the Aphelios. Now you've got rifle turrets, which is very good again, actually, for the Aphelios. Gives you the long-range DPS combo. Harry into the back line. Charm onto the double carries. Very good from Haicho, actually. And Starry's untouched again. Zucker trying to get himself into position for an L out. Brings out Harry a little bit further, but that's probably not the play that they want. Double kill coming through for Haicho. Dipping in and out. Elk goes down. Starry's still untouched. He gets himself a triple kill. A full house between the Ahri and the Aphelios. 3 and 2 between them. They can go towards the Baron and they can get the Dragon afterwards. A massive win for OMG, who are upsetting Weibo in this series. Starry untouched in both of these last fights, really. Haicho 6-0-7, gone towards the Cosmic Drive second, has the Dark Seal at 10 stacks. He's having a great game for himself. Baron's going to go down. Do they give up a Dragon for this? I mean, they might not give it to him, frankly. Getting the Baron can really change things around. I don't think they care about giving, you know, an extra Dragon over to Weibo if it comes in. Please don't die, Moham. They'll get it, and here we'll go into the replay. So, Harry over the back things, forced the flash out of L, and then really well played from Haicho. Gets a double Q, Blackfire Torch onto both of them. Q goes both ways. Starry is completely untouched at this point. And because Harry and Haicho go in so deep, Starry is just completely untouched on the backline because everyone else is having to play defense. Very well played from the side of OMG. Good team fight from them. 10 stack, there we go. Medjai's for Haicho. Medjai's gaming for Ahri. We'll love to see it.
这样大龙拿完再拿小龙 ，OMG 现在已经起势了，
感觉现在气势如虹啊！你看右边全员经济领先，这加起来经济差。
The Dragon's taken by OMG. Well, that's going to be third Dragon for them. Very happy with that.
书已经读起来了。
这个时候有一个全屏播放，您已被海超标记。
这个真标记了。
Did they really just ignore the Aphelios to kill the Nautilus? I think by the time they had that choice, it was pretty much game over anyway in that fight. Lord Dominates regards up for Aphelios 2 now. Oh, Starry is so fed. This is probably just a 2-0, folks. What can I say? OMG have just been the better team today. Charm very close to hitting them. If that had hit, that would have been a big problem for Xiaohu. Another turret and bot side taken. And they break open the base. Zucker's waiting for... Trying to get himself an objective bounty on top lane turret. Very good play there from Starry in terms of just onslaughting the tower. Charm, this is not good. The Nautilus goes down. Well, Zucker's in the middle of things too now. Right into a Cyclone. That Sante's not a tank. Charm hits onto the rise. The Infernum explodes them. The Mega Infernum Bomb, courtesy of Starry, brings Weibo back down to terra firma. OMG will... Yeah, they will 2-0 Weibo. Weibo Gaming, consistently inconsistent. Beat JDG yesterday, lose to OMG. OMG 2-0 in dominant fashion, might I add. Hey, great game from OMG. Great series for them. Starry is a player you got to keep your eyes on. Starry is a good player, folks. Starry is a good player. Been enjoying watching him quite a lot. Genuinely is a player with a lot of potential. Our latest school of LPL AD carry is honestly doing very well for itself. Lots to be excited for. Can I say that line doesn't apply anymore? Well, Zara, what do you make of them beating JDG yesterday, then losing 0-2 to OMG today? So, you tell me, are they inconsistent? Because that beating what we consider a top team and then losing what we consider a bot team, I would consider that consistently inconsistent to me. I think that line is perfectly relevant, as always. I don't get your logic though, Zara.
里面 Harry 以及 Starry 两位选手回应了所有的质疑，在这局比赛里面打出了接近完美的发挥。
他们的选角，他们每个人要负责到的内容，在这场比赛里面近乎是完美的。虽然说他们中间也确实被二哈找到过一波机会，对吧？断了一下这个小龙的节奏。
Dude, you can't just come here and say it. That line doesn't apply anymore when you didn't watch one of the 2 series which was relevant to that statement. Come on. Come on, that's... yeah.
我觉得 Harry 的这个2波的绕后加上 Starry 团战的完美发挥，都挺值得这一票的。
说实话，其实作为一个厄斐琉斯的专精爱好者，我是很想把票给他，因为他打出了就是厄斐琉斯想象中的那种。 烟花的画面，在最后一波的时候嘛，就是远距离，然后蓝刀大招接一个闪现 Q， 直接瞬间把 AOE 给打出来，秒掉一个。但我觉得这一场比赛就是最为关键的，还是 Henry 的2波绕后。一波绕后是跟队友一起击杀掉了 Elk， 然后另一波的话又是直接干脆利落的帮助团队打了一波灵幻舞出来。
The thing is, if you go off their performance last summer, which again was up and down, and I think also applies to that.
我就给 Harry。
This is an entirely new roster, so.
当然，超这把发挥的也很亮眼。
海超，我觉得这把首先是。
And wait, hang on, you're going off of last summer. They beat anyone's legend in playoffs and then lost to everyone else, Seraph. How does that not count? Is that the same Juhan that was on DRX and GX? Yes, it was, yeah. They literally beat anyone's legend, completely capsizing the bracket in summer playoffs. Weibo is still the same Weibo, folks.
我觉得这也是，其实前面在选那一手的时候，我们说奎桑提跟塞恩嘛，奎桑提比塞恩优势在这里，他的团战残聚能力是要强很多的。
对，对，我说要打到后面的时候，你明显感觉到 OMG 的所有人。
AL was bad in summer? No, Zera. At the end of summer, they were very good. They were bad at the start of summer, very good at the end of it, and then lost to Weibo in the first round. This is just revisionist. AL were bad at the start of summer, and then they were like clearly at like a top 2 team going into playoffs.
高额的加速效果，而且可以频繁触发蓝刀作为副武器的一个爆伤害。你看落地之后的奎桑提根本扛不住，这里又是一个蓝刀，大刀转蓝刀 Q。
Start of summer you were right, but end of it no, absolutely not.
但是没有用啊，你后排的 AD 已经被秒了。好，最终的
MVP
是给到
deserved MVP from very good from Sorry. Double MVP for Sorry. Good stuff.
来自于 AD 的 MVP。
我记得 OMG 当时就是。在 Starry 的第一个赛季的时候，就在 LPL 的赛场上拿下了非常好的发挥，而这一局来到了这个对于 OMG 来说
Who's even playing for IG versus CGG? I actually have no idea.
下杯
All over the place.
很亮眼的表现，期待 Starry 在明年的赛场上也能够继续的大放异彩吧。
而且我觉得就是在当前这个版本有那么多的 AD 或者说比较好用的功能性 AD 能用的情况下，他还是选择了相信自己拿到这种后期的大号，而且这场比赛的熟练度完完全全是证明了自己是有能力操纵使用这种英雄的。好，与此同时我们也聊了非常的多，我们先把 OMG 的 AD 选手 Starry 请出来跟大家打个招呼吧。Hello Starry。
Hello。
Double MVP for him. He had a really good day today. The guy's great.
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 的 AD Starry。
是的，那也是恭喜你们啊，2比0的一个成绩，然后战胜了今天你们的对手微博，能不能跟大家分享一下此时此刻你以及全队目前的一个心理的一个状况、心情什么的？
其实我自己就还好吧，然后因为我赛前也想过今天可能会赢，然后队友们就非常激动，非常开心吧。
队友们的喜悦可能胜过自己啊。
然后在自己这块的话是预料之内的事情，
意料之中的胜利啊。那我有一个特别想问的问题，就是第2局厄斐琉斯这个英雄的选择嘛，那也是相对来说比较出乎意料的。虽然说也知道你是厄斐琉斯特别。
Which team was he on last year? He was still on OMG.
会考虑去选到厄斐琉斯这个英雄呢？
因为就是训练赛中，其实我就打这个厄斐琉斯打云安娜这个线表现也挺不错的，然后就这个英雄比较自信吧，就不管对面是谁我觉得都可以选。
训练赛练的，你要在赛场之上用出来才是真的。就是因为之前训练赛积累了非常多的一个胜利的样本，或者说手感火热的样本，才有了今天正赛的一个发挥。
是，那我也特别想问，就是你去使用厄斐琉斯，也前面提到很多打线的时候，包括打团的时候表现都很不错。你觉得这个英雄如果让你总结它的使用要点的话，有没有一些特别可以给屏幕前的召唤师们分享的使用要点呢？
这个英雄就是首先对线一定要稳住，然后要敢打敢拼吧，然后打团的话一定要注意自己的位置，然后这英雄闪现比较关键，就闪现一定要不能乱用。
那为了能频繁的这个使用召唤师技能，之前有一套流派是带起风的秘籍，你怎么看？
其实那套我自己也有玩过。
怎么说？
前面伤害有点低，感觉不太好。
伤害太低了，不适合自己发挥 ，Starry 就得完爆的，
还是得拿强攻打对线，感觉才是真正的道路。
那最后一个问题，那毕竟我觉得作为这一次的德玛西亚的征程，你们队其实表现蛮亮眼的，我们就不问什么哪些地方可以提升。你们队，包括你自己，对于这一次德玛西亚的征程的目标，最终是到什么样的一个阶段呢？
就先不谈那种很远的目标吧，我觉得就先把这个第2阶段打好吧，每一场我觉得都有机会赢。
好。
脚踏实地，每一把都发挥出自己最好的状态就好了。
对，那也是感谢你接受我们的采访，预祝你以及你们队在未来的这个比赛里面都有更好的一个发挥吧。感谢你接受我们的采访。看得出来，其实我觉得 Starry 这名选手就是跟赛场上打的。
He played well last year as well. Yeah, Starry's been good.
个人
Starry's been good.
一个性格有一个小的反差，因为我感觉到他就是字里行间非常的谦虚，然后
In his debut, he quadra killed BLG. in like 24 summer, I think it was.
就比较关键的一个对局。
对，我觉得是算是新生代。
Sorry's always had like that upper potential.
的一位啊，感觉这位选手因为之前也是在辗转过多个位置，其实我觉得新生代很多选手都会面临这个问题，就是你在 LDL 的过程当中是辗转过多个位置的。Starry 之前打过一段时间打野，然后之后又回到 AD 的位置上，同时在前年的时候第一次登陆到 LPL， 表现就非常亮眼了。然后在这2年里面，也通过自己不断的沉淀、不断的进步，然后慢慢成为了大家现在眼中的这个新生代大河 AD 代表。
是的，而且每一次的这个德玛西亚杯，其实都算是来年新组建队伍的一次很好的磨练的机会，也有一个比较不错的。
Okay, folks, I gotta go take a break real quick.
这里展望每一支新组建。
And we'll get through to our last series of the day, EDG versus IG.
发挥吧。好，那我们前2场的波3到此就先告一段落了，我们稍事休息一下，一会儿会给大家带来来自于精彩的 EDG 面对到 IG 的下一场比赛。
Joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah? Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get cold. We ain't starving, the whole the team was dinner, now they go, bitch, we mobbing. Y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations done in my apartment. They blocking, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war.
I don't think that LPL has any bad NEC ADCs right now. I'm not convinced by Ryan, Bayer. Yeah, I'm not convinced by Ryan and Bayer. Guy is a bit all over the place, but he's okay at points. Botic's not great either, honestly.
Too often. Yeah. And we good for real. Just watch. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please see me, email me. I need all formalities, I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind, like my business. That's black on, the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more, give me all the glow. Give me one play, I'm on 24, Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power, oh that's me. I carry loaded team, I get that ring, I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it baby. How you gon' feel when I
是时候做出真正的改变了。
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。让我们一起把比赛变得好看一点吧。
已经退无可退，不改变还怎么扬名立万？
能坚持到现在，就是不服输也不认命。
没有点难度，哪来的乐趣？岁月、环境、规则都在改变，想想大家一直为什么坚持到现在。
兵哥变化倒是挺大的，
包括的兄弟，从内而外都有变化。为了曾经存在的过去，
也为了继续努力的现在，
为了更多能被记住的 ID
和更多能被呐喊助威的队伍，
为了让这个故事有更多的篇章，
加入我们。
Wasn't Weibo supposed to be super good? How did they lose to OMG? They were not good today. Okay, in terms of someone's asking about like bad AD carries in LPL, over in Onivia chat. So I think the carries, the ones which I'm not as convinced about, I'm not as convinced about Assume, but I don't think he's bad. I think he's mid. I think that Chayo is mid, I suppose. 1xN is good. Sorry's good. That's actually pretty good. Ryan's not great. Baya's not good. I don't think. I don't think Photic is good.
要感谢西安 WE 主场对本次赛事的全程制作。2025德玛西亚杯线下购票正式开启了，1月1日到1月2日的半决赛强强对决，1月3日总决赛巅峰加冕。
Okay, so we're getting into our last game of the day, EDG IG.
德玛西亚杯立即购票，此刻邀您共赴这场全新盛宴，见证前路维新的无限可能。来参加观赛领好礼，一键发送弹幕即可领取随机图标，打卡观赛任务抽取至臻美样。
Yo, you can win the Dawnbringer Ribbon statue? That's cool as hell.
现在前往 Web 网页下拉页面或者点击
Viper will dominate. I mean, he's not playing now, but Viper is, you know, by my eyes, the best AD carry in the world. So that's a bit of a lukewarm statement, you know. Wow, the best AD carry in the world may well be the best AD carry in the world. Damn, crazy.
欢迎来到格温的简塔，准备好被数不清的可爱格温包围吧！全新英雄主题神话级棋盘现已上线，内含小格温梦幻泡泡联动彩蛋，贴满格温。
Photic had good splits. Good. No. Okay, so hang on. If you're gonna be accurate about Photic, he had good half a split. He has like half a good split every now and then, and he can't keep it up until the end of it. It's really annoying.
正式升级上线了，每晚7点到9点限量火热抢购，数量有限，扫码开启卡牌竞技传奇吧！ 英雄联盟手游首发，觉醒皮肤狂潮系列金克斯登场，4阶进化解锁蜕变，狂潮觉醒之路开启，990点券解锁金克斯史诗加神话双皮肤，附赠价值600点券的觉醒优惠，优惠多多，扫码上线立刻带回家。 2025要票官方授权权重卡杰作 Masterpiece 系列。
So for this last game, I don't know who our roster is going to be, so keep your eyes on the screen and we'll see who's actually playing for IG.
让你仿佛亲临赛场，感受电竞的激烈与荣耀。稀有签名、极致收藏、小程序搜索不凡工坊，了解更多的信息，带着艺术的荣耀与选手一起征战峡谷。 最后的最后，全新神话幻想皮肤沉溺暗影，卢锡安与娜美一同加入战场了。幽魂双枪横扫。
Wasn't he ready great on V5? Yes, for half a split.
在对局中同时登场，还可激活特殊彩蛋。现在前往客户端盛唐系统即可获取。
And then he fell off when Santa Meta disappeared. He was very good in like 22 Spring. He was very good at Callista Renata, very good at Senna, and then completely fell off a cliff.
好那今天最后一场 BO 赛，说实话，在
So yeah, 22 Spring I want to say was when and then they finished third in playoffs. They kind of fell off.
严格意义上来说，上2场 BO 3都算是一个以下克上。
小爆冷吧？
对，因为你对于第一局的老干爹来说，他是从第一赛段升上来的队伍，而 NIP 是作为，毕竟我们在
Then he finished third in summer, so it was worse than they did in spring. And then he finished 5th, 6th in summer playoffs, and they didn't go to Worlds.
因为 NIP 昨天也是一个打满落败，而在刚刚 OMG 跟微博那场比赛里面也是以 以一个2比0。
This is the same roster that we know for EDG. No surprises there.
气势如虹啊！那看一下今天第3场 BO3的对决了 ，EDG 这边的首发名单，朱德章。
And let's see who's playing for IG. Let's see who's playing for them.
昨天
Dobro away, Renard, so it's not Rookie playing. Rookie's not playing.
来自于 IG 战队上单 Soboro 中路打野的威，中路的 Renard 下路 Fortic 加
So
上俊伟。
we're expecting Rookie to come back in spring, but the rest of this team should be the same. Sorry, for winter, rather. Dude, everyone's just going to school today. What the heck?
转会期间是有了很大的一个人员变动，而且包括说这一次德杯其实也是重启算是用了一名新任选手作为一个中单的首发位。当然了，在此之前我们还先听一下小威有什么想跟我们说的吗？
队伍有变动很正常嘛，然后我觉得自己就是要去适应这个东西吧，主要还是要把自己的一些好的习惯给发挥出来吧。
很简短，很直接，而且刚好提到了我们刚刚点到这个问题，就是冬转会的一个变动。整个阵容算是一个比较大的换血了，对吧？你可以看到，在这次的德杯的阵容里面，除了小威之外，其他的4名选手全部都跟上个赛季
They're not going to learn much in class when they're staring at the back wall. Well,
完全不一样了。
they're the ones who are pro players. They surely learn something.
行，没事，这个昨天已经习惯了。他是昨天我跟他说，我说你把那个兔耳朵换掉，他说好，他说他还有更多的，可以明天再换一个。结果今天上来不光是兔耳朵。 边框还加了点点。I
wonder if Soboro is good. Yeah, me too. I don't really know Soboro that well.
我们可以继续聊关于 IG 那个问题。
主要是刚想说，小威这边他自己在队伍里面的定位可能也做了一些转换。
I've seen maybe a couple of games of him as I've been scouting through different
运营的队伍
boards.
变成一支可能他要来承担更多的指挥责任、当大哥的这样一个队伍，不知道他能不能够把这个点给胜任好了。
你这么一说还真是，
对吧？
原来是这个半途加入的插班生，没想到才过了短短几个月就变成了这个班的班长的感觉。因为现在真正的班长这个 Rookie 是没有出现在德杯之中的，所以现在无疑小威是这一次德杯 IG 的班长。
那照这么说的话，其实副班长应该是俊伟啊。感觉从目前你把他的位置跟其他人去比较的话，可能在今年一整年的发挥上，包括说他个人的游戏风格上的话，在队伍里面也是偏向于喜欢去指挥的一个类型。
那也没问题，就是野辅来一般来说当整个队伍的这种节奏把控家嘛，对吧？ 那在这种情况下，要看看，首先一个是 Fortic 选手，毕竟他此前是在上个赛季。
Okay, so there's a post on Reddit which is kind of funny, which is what's the funniest summoner name you've ever seen? Someone says they got the name Morgana Freeman. They've got friends' names, got Tom Clench and Zed Leplin. What? Okay.
对于两支队伍来说吧，那当然肯定是 EDG 的。
There isn't a crazy amount to analyze about the situation, folks, besides the fact that
25年一整
IG, pretty much everyone's new on this
就是在 AD 位上
roster.
做了一个比较大的更换。
其实说白了，对于 EDG 来说，他们最大的一个
So Renard used to go by the name Lime. He was playing in LDL, you know, all the way through this last year as well.
他们没什么太大的变动。
Didn't do great at Asia Masters, sadly, with themselves. But he had a jungle called Coward. Are you kidding me? Why would a pro player ever call themselves Coward? What? He was an AL youth for 2025. Year before that, he was on EDG youth.
鸡蛋理论了是吧？换了 AD 啊。
How long was he on EDG youth for? Wait, he was an 80 carry. He used to be an 80 carry. No, that's not true. No, he was called Coyote, and then he was called Lime, and now he's called Renard. So this is his third different name. What? Okay, fair play. But I've not actually seen any gameplay from this guy. Coyote we know, Jway we know. Jway's good. I like Jway. We have, oh my god, we have Wei and Jway. No, no, no. We've got a whole year to go through of Wei and Jway if Mako doesn't come back. Don't do this to me. What do you mean they're called Wei and Jway? This is worse than Wei playing as Wei Wei. Xiaohu and Xiaoshu. The question for IG is whether their players come back from break midway through this year.
他是勇于站出来的那个人，
那没问题。他的伤害占比，那个数据其实说明了一切嘛。而同样对于 IG 来说的话，在这一次的德杯的名单之中，其实大家也看到了2名新鲜的血液，对吧？对，2名新任选手。你其实甚至包括像俊伟，也不算是这种在 LPL 上打了特别久的选手了。但是无论是像他们对于他们来说，上单的 Soboro 还是中路的 Renard， 都需要德杯去进行一个磨练啊。那马上比赛开始。
Okay, first draft of our third series today, EDG, IG, Nico Bandaway, no surprise, Jace, Rumble, Oriana. So we still have Azir, Yunara, Kiana, Aatrox, Zahan. Poppy as well has been pretty high prior recently. Yeah, if we have Wei and Jui, can we get Wei and Jui? We shall see. Syndra Bandaway. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, I can't say I know that much about IG's mid laner's champion pool, Renard. Again, he's gone through a couple of different names. Go check out his overall stats, actually. Maybe he's just been playing well on that stuff in the old Scrim bubble. I mean, EDG have a team which has been playing together more. Apparently, Renard is a big Hui player, interestingly. Ari and Hui. Yunara first pick in. Leave. Big player of that. Was EDG rejoining EDG? EDG, the one change they made to their roster was bringing Leaf back in on the outgoing player. Aphelios, not a surprise to see that locked in on the other side. Photic is a good Aphelios player, actually. He is a good player of that. And look towards Aphelios Nautilus, maybe. Or Aphelios Lulu, also fine. So many Wukongs today. I'm surprised to see that come through. Of course, the Kiana was banned, but I didn't think that Wukong was that crazy once. I mean, I suppose once Kiana and Jace are gone, maybe it's easier, but I would have thought Aatrox is better than Wukong on the whole. Oh, Xiahao Lee Sin, please. He's so good at it. Not good into Wukong, but he's so good at it. Okay. I played a game of Trundle against NIP yesterday, lost it. Level 1 was really bad. Pretty good into Aphelios, because Aphelios doesn't really have much to do about the pillar. He can't dash over it. Not great at walking away from the slow either. It's like Aphelios is probably thinking about going Ghost already. Kinda needs it at this point. Okay, we're is that a championship slight bug, or is it a graphical bug? Are we still in draft? Are they restarting it? Yeah, Thresh also in there too. Yeah, for sure. Thresh is the more defensive option for the Aphelios. Nautilus the more aggressive option.
所以我感觉第3手大概率是要选一个法师出来。那这个板子上面，我觉得像刚刚提到的岩雀，包括沙皇，都是不错的选择。
其实如果说是现在这个，就以左边的目前看到的，就云安娜加上巨魔这2手的话，第3手如果再选岩雀，会比较的吃力，因为主要还是在于你中野之间没有一个稳定的配合。然后再加上你如果想要去，在辅助位上补出像牛头或者说泰坦这样的英雄，会比较麻烦啊。 就基本上选不到那样好用的一个辅助啊。
是，我们也刚刚收到消息啊 ，EDG 的打野选手小号是没有选到对应的英雄，所以说我们重新拉起一个房间。
这很正常。哎，这个用过比赛服大家也都知道，有的时候那个它是会卡一下，重新拉起来就好了。
那我们今天应该是稍后就重新拉起一个比赛房间，然后继续。
刚刚其实有提到就是。 对于 IG 的这2位新选手来说，对吧？有了解的观众朋友们可能知道，就 Renard 对吧？现在顶替 Rookie 作为德杯首发的这名选手，其实也是来出道于 EDG。对啊，他是 EDG Y 的一个选手，然后后来也是包括跟随着 EDG Y 出征过这个亚洲大师赛。
It was good timing though, because my neighbor's got to come pick up a package from me, so good to do this now rather than an important moment. All right, be right back in just 1 minute, folks.
获得一些这个荣誉的，而且包括对于他个人来说，据说他比较擅长的都是一些偏刺客类型的一些中单那个法师英雄。
新人中单选手，好像我看70%、80%都是这种以刺客出道的，很少有那种以传统法师出道的选手。现在，
很正常，因为为什么呢？你 rank 里面刺客好上分，
排位环境。
对，就是你在打排位，你确实你首先得上分，你有个好的分数，你才能打职业，对吧？而你上分，你往往其实有的时候你就得。 打那种就是玩那种好带节奏的英雄，
对而刚刚提到的，除了像 Rina 这位选手以外，另外一位在 IG 这边的新人选手 Soboro， 你要说他新人吧，年龄确实不大，21岁，但是你要说他是个老将啊，他已经有了5年的征战经历了，在 LCK 的次级联赛打了 3年多的时间，然后辗转之后又来到了今年的这支 IG， 算是经验非常丰富的一位小将。
是，但是我们往往这么说，就是你登上顶级联赛嘛，
对，
那4级联赛的那些东西，只不过是你过去练功的一个练功房。
是，
从你登上顶级联赛的那一刻开始，你就是顶级联赛的新人。
对。 就可能那才是你真正被关注、被记住的那个时刻。
Real good, cool.
Right.
Well, that's a very convenient pause for me actually.
因为他毕竟顶替的是德赛的位置。
当然
啊，那对于他来
Of
说
course, we are partway through the draft. I don't know whether it was a bug in the picks. I mean, if it's just remaking the draft, I would imagine it already would have happened by now, so I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Normally, it doesn't take this kind of long to sort things out. Might be a peripheral issue.
而今天可能大家更加着重关注的，除了2位小将的对线情
Always got to consider those things.
很考验对线基本功的。除此之外，整个团队的协同。
That panda. Tired leave. Same, buddy. Same. There we go. Back in the draft. Great timing. So we're back into this point. Let's see what changes. So Kiana was banned last. First pick Nymaera. Aphelios on the other side, locked in with Wukong, and then what we saw was Trundle, but we'll see whether that stays the same.
前面的一个选人跟半人应该都是不会变的。
那这里云安娜。 然后反手的厄斐琉斯加猴子哦，但这样一来，其实两边因为下路 AD 英雄选了嘛，整个的定调上还是偏向于往发育上去的。因为这版本你说 AD 位置，除了像云安娜、厄斐琉斯之外，看的更多的可能是像女枪、劲、维鲁斯这些更加功能性 AD 的登场。
The Nymaera first pick, that should be the same. IG, did they? So we'll see if any. Yeah, well, we know what happened up until second pick for EDG.
就
Aphelios is the easy one. Now, we were questioning the Wukong bit, but then again, Jiuhen just had a really good game on it. And Trundle was locked in here, but I assume... Well, we'll see if that actually continues to be the same, though. Maybe that was a mispick because of peripheral miscommunication or something. Okay, that's the change. Mistaken lock-in. Very good front to back already. Now, IG have a couple of choices. You can go maybe Rek'Sai right now and have the control over that top side matchup. Is you diving through onto the Yunara or Azir as well? Yeah, I think actually Rek'Sai is probably a good pick here on 3. Depends what Sobra feels like. Sion, I don't mind, but the problem is Azir, Yunara do cut through you pretty well. And also, like, Kasante's fine in the matchup too. I think Rek'Sai's a better individual matchup. Maybe more risky because you're less tanky than the Sion. Now what you can also do is threaten... Well, you need to ban Trundle, I think. At this point, you have to ban Trundle. Trundle's too good into Aphelios and Sion. It's not as good into Wukong, it's fine. I think you ban away what? Shinzao Trundle, maybe? Two very good front to back champions versus your composition.
已经出了3路英雄的一个润滑剂啊，现在最好的情况下是需要 EDG。
Could also ban away Nocturne or something.
首先配置是需要配置一个开团，
And that dives onto the Aphelios directly.
前中期厉害的英雄，感觉最好是一个战士加一个应付。
EDG, what do they ban away?
看一下他们怎么选吧。
I mean, Arya's big part. It's a big champion for Renard. Waze is most played. That's a good pick into the Azir as well. Yeah, why not? Just check his OPGG and say, okay, he plays a lot of this. Ban away the Hui and the Arya's 2 top mid lane champions. Fair, why not? There is value to just say, ban away and you players comfort picks. Why not? Yep, Trundle's a good ban. Trundle is a good ban. I have played it yesterday as well.
你到后面人家5分钟1条，10分钟2条，15分钟3条，20分钟接第4条玩不了。
对，这种就是你第4条如果是20分钟出，跟26、7分钟出那是不一样的。你如果是26、7分钟出就还行。看一下 EDG 怎么选择了。
Do they ban away that Hui? Hui's pretty good versus this comp in general right now, unless you want to go towards something like, again, that Nocturne in the jungle, which... Actually, no, even that would be not great to go into Hui. Yeah, I think Hui's a good pan here. I think there are enough picks for Jui that this Thresh pick doesn't matter too much.
再搬一首俊伟的锤石，这个锤石也是俊伟原来在方 Plus 的时候就很擅长的英雄。
Now let's see what Renard feels like, because his one of his most played is Hui, and it's pretty good here. You could also go something like Akali. Syndra's gone, so you can't go to that.
像沙皇和葵桑提，我觉得都很难。
All right, LeBlanc. Wow, okay, fair play. Ballsy pick. That'd be very good at the champion to make it pay off. Angel is a very proficient Azir player. Malphite is pretty good versus Aphelios.
一个道理，就是你冲进去归你冲进去，你可能还是。
I think if you lock in the Malphite, there's a good chance that Jue wants to go something like Lulu, so you might want to take that away. If you lock in Malphite, I think you have to. I think you want to take away an enchanter which saves the Aphelios. Okay, Malphite for the full dive onto the Aphelios. Aphelios needs to hang on to his flash very, very carefully now. Okay, Leona under the champion, which can help with the dive. Very tanky comp from EDG now. Like, very tanky comp. Malphite, Kansai, Leona. Yeah, it's nasty. Now, Jue's going to have a couple of options. You can either go Alistar, full kind of like tanky disengage. Or you can, well, you can go Lulu as well, although Rel is better into the Lulu. If he'd gone for the Leona, maybe the Lulu would have been better. I think Rel's actually a little worse into that lane matchup. Could also go Renata, actually. Renata's not bad here. I think you... And Jue's a good player of it too. I think you need to... I don't think you go for an engaged champion here. I think you go Renata or you go something disengage. I guess Alice is the halfway house. Alright, I personally would have preferred the Renata. We did talk about the Alistar before, where kind of like, you're just kind of like this tanky blocker which stands between your team and theirs. Pretty good matchup into the Rel as well. Well studied matchup that now. It used to be very Alistar favored. Now it's kind of more even because the Rel can Q stun into the W at least.
3个前排，对吧？然后2个输出位，2个炮台嘛。
我觉得是比较少有的，所以 EDG 会去重新玩回这样的这种。因为你如果看昨天的 EDG 的话，你会发现就是你朱德章他是很少见他这么早就把这个坦克选下来的。是你看他昨天呢，就是上来就直接哑横，不是哑横就剑魔或者朗姆给你弄。今天他突然老实了，上来先搞一个葵桑提看看情况。
对啊。
Okay. The Malphite is a great pick into the Aphelios. I don't like this LeBlanc. I think the LeBlanc is not high damage enough into this team. The LeBlanc is going to do damage for about 10 minutes and they do nothing. I'm really worried that the LeBlanc is going to do nothing. Okay, into the game. I think EDG massively outscale. I think that unless Photic gets ridiculously far ahead and also holds onto his flash very well, or Renard just massively outscales. He's gone for the first strike, actually. Renard gets like a massive lead. I think that this mid lane pick gives a lot of issues for IG. I would have preferred the Hui. It's a high pick chance for it, like pick percentage for him, and it's good against tanks. I'm not a fan. Not a fan of the LeBlanc. Very risky. You played Malphite jungle yesterday, GG, and it looked awesome. What is that IG lineup? Well, they went to Worlds, so they don't have to field their full roster. We expect Rookie to be playing. The rest of the roster should remain the same for Winter, and then after that, we'll see. Okay, and we get a pause. Probably some kind of audio issue, I'd imagine.
可以稍微等待一下，等导播给我们同步一下什么情况啊？但起码从这个1级的布局来说，两边应该是不会太有什么纠纷啊，在1级的时候。
主要两边的阵容选择上，其实对于前期碰撞来讲也没有那么的强调。包括说打野，对吧？猴子跟石头人这俩英雄。
Does Rookie have a team? Yes, he's on IG. He's just taking a break.
基本就只能刷到6。 然后再看
Not even one Demacian champion disappointed? Yeah. You know, funnily enough, there was a tournament. I can't remember if it was VCS. It might have been VCS. Or LPL. Where teams were only allowed to play champions from that region. And if they beat another region, they could then pick those champions. You had like different teams with really niche options, which they had to like. I don't know, like Demacia. What Demacian top laners do you have? You have Garen and Quinn, right? Shyvana or something like that, which are not exactly meta. Whereas Shurima had, you know, like Renekton, Azir, Sivir, which are all like really meta champions. A little bit of pause on the stream, should refresh soon. We should get back into it. Don't you worry about it. Don't panic. No panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. There we go. Cool. Where's Rookie? Rookie's taking a break. Okay. Well, Rookie's not playing for Demacia Cup, I'd imagine, or at least not for this series. I thought he would be. It's not. Do we get the mount up from Palkia? Okay, headbutt away from Dway. That's what you meant to do as the Alistair. If the enemy engaged support jumps forwards, you punt away the AD carries. They can't follow up auto attack. You think Rookie would ever go to the LCK? I think he's pretty happy in LPL. He's got a... Didn't he have a restaurant which opened up in China? I don't know whether it's still open, but... If that, he's got a wife out here, out in China too. Okay, now Photic's got himself level 2. If Alex isn't really a champion at level 1, he just switches weapons at you aggressively.
主要现在在野区里面还是比较讲究刷的快不快这个东西的。一圈又一圈。
Okay, it's done there from Palkia. And a reminder, folks, for those of you who have not ran into this guy before, Palkia had an excellent rookie year here for EDG. This guy's been really, really fun to watch. And his name was going to be Palkia like the Pokemon, but then ran into... Hang on a second. That's a heal being used. Photic, low HP, both trading as good as they... Yeah, really. But yes, Palkia, for like licensing reasons, isn't called Palkia, but that's his name, folks. He's just spelt it out in the katakana, effectively, like Japanese pronunciation. Palkia. It's Palkia. The legendary Pokemon from Pokemon Pearl. Pokemon God of Space. He creates space occasionally, you know, as is a support one. Ooh, flip back, Q3 hits. Doesn't have level 4 just yet to CDC. Xiaohe walking up. Yeah, go slam at him menacingly. I'm not sure it's gonna... It is. Alright, it is. It is gonna be enough. Had himself Doran Shield ticking up. I don't know whether he got a grasp midway through there too. Doran, yeah. Ends up surviving. Well played, Sobro. Teleports right back in towards that top lane again. His name looks like Paprika. Spicy. Malphite gank. Hey. Did it or did it not get a flash? I mean, T-flash too, but did it or did it not get a flash and nearly kill? I'm not going to talk shit about a Malphite gank if it works, you know. Leave just missed the cannon. Whoopsies. Paprika. Yeah, I can vibe with that. The cloud hat is so good. I like the little dragon thing for leave. Okay, folks, if you're a pro player in this tournament, what's your background going to be? What filter are you going to have? And I feel like having like a pirate hat and a eye patch should be funny. Maybe we could have a parrot on the shoulder. Got full pirate mode. Yar, they've stolen our objective. Hey, Time Lord. ZDZ on weak side. The problem for ZDZ here is the wave is pushing away from him, and there are dangers to that, because despite the fact that Xante is remarkably hard to kill, he doesn't have flash right now. And yeah, now the wave's pushing away from him. Well done from Photic and Joy there, actually. Photic ends up taking aggro. Does get the 3-weapon switch. It's quite dangerous for ZDZ, and again, the wave's pushing away from him. Even with minion aggro being tanked by Photic and Joy, the wave is still pushing away from ZDZ, so he's going to lose like another 10 CS, by the way. You notice that ZDZ is backing already, so he's like, well, I fucked it. I can't approach that wave. But Lever's going to swatch down there too. Palkia will come with him. ZDZ has to go topside and collect that wave, all because Photic and Joy have the wave pushing into them, and they make sure the ZDZ can't get access to it. If the wave had crashed in, they probably would have kept the lane assignments for like another wave or two. They choose not to. This is basically just trying to save some CS. But the problem is, Lever and Palkia, they're also going to be denied some minions here. Plate goes to Sobro. Yeah, well played by Photic and Joy. Well played from them. Haven't really seen much happen in this mid lane. He misses everything there. Reminder that Angel is a world champion. Not world champion, sorry, world finalist in Suning 2020. And part of that was basically his Akali Azir were really, really good. And his LeBlanc was really good too, actually. Malphite electrocute. No, it's still going to be tank Malphite. It's just a damaging room in the jungle. I know that a lot of the time Malphite goes like press the attack in solo queue when he's tank, but basically electrocute is a similar thing. It's just, you know, you get access to Ultimate Hunter and a couple of good runes, basically. Which draft do I like the most? I like IG's draft. Sorry, I like EDG's draft more, but we'll see what happens with actual gameplay. Because I don't think that LeBlanc is going to do very much later on into the game against Cassante, Malphite, Rel. Precision tree is so much better. I mean, for solo queue, yes. For pro play, I mean, Ultimate Hunter. I mean, I guess you can go Ult Hunter secondary anyway. But this allows you to go to Inspiration secondary, and you feel pretty happy about that. You don't care about the precision minor runes really as Malphite. And I guess you get the ability haste from whatever, but I don't think you can that much. Hang on. Potential flash forward. Good early flash from Photic. He needed to. He needed to. Xiaohao didn't have flash himself. Of course, he used the top lane, forcing the flash out of Sobero, but if that flick back had come through, Photic probably dead there. Is Malphite jungle good? Yeah, it's been pretty good in this tournament. Haven't really had too much time to sit down and think about it, but it's pretty good, yeah. Yeah, that's my worry, Maniac. Quite worried. And also Renard is just a completely fresh mid laner coming in as well. He's been in like the LDL scene for a while, second tier LPL. And my worry is that, you know, he's up against actually quite a coherent team. EDG won great in early game versus NIP yesterday. 2 ganks, 2 flashes. True, although I'd argue that was Palkia getting that one, but yeah. Well, again, who am I to doubt the power of the Malphite gank? Well, he has level 6 now, so it's actually kind of powerful. 1 grub taken by Wei. Was Wei the only player remaining from the World's roster today. Rookie expected to come back in winter. We're not sure what's going to happen with the Shy and Mako. They're taking a split off at least, and I guess we'll see what happens after that, right? They were having a pretty good time there. Renard flashing away from there. Alright. Was exhausted too, if I spied that correctly too, from Palkia. I don't think this LeBlanc has gotten enough done. You have to be a lane bully as LeBlanc. You want to control mid lane. Get a 10 to 20 CS lane lead and make the most of it. I don't think that they've done enough on the LeBlanc, honestly. Sobero's doing pretty well up here. 10 CS lead on the Cassante. Of course, a lot of that's kind of from the play made by Photic and Dway to deny him a lot of CS under bot lane. In fairness, a lot of that is not due to Sobero, but just as a team, IG have denied good CS from ZDZ. First, there's a 10 CS advantage onto leave, but Photic's not... Yeah, he's not unhappy about his own laning phase either. He's got a cull cashing in, same as leave. I guess the first strike from Renard means that it's less lane dominant. Now, one of the things about first strike is it helps you particularly post 1 item, farm up towards 2 and 3. It's not very good early game rune anymore. It's pretty good in mid game. It also empowers stuff like Liandry's, but I don't really think you want Liandry's in this. Well, I mean, LeBlanc is not a Liandry's builder. She's too bursty. She needs too many other things. I don't know. I think this LeBlanc could be a bit of a negative towards IG. I know I've said that a lot, but a lot of my thought process keeps coming back to it. The actual rest of the team's in a pretty good state. Wukong and Fellas is pretty good. Ludens comes in. The Ludens gun. Did you see, by the way, that on PBE they've reverted Ludens icon, so it's going back to the old Ludens icon, which was around since what, season 5, which I'm a big fan of. The Ludens gun, I don't know, it's whatever. The other one was way more unique in terms of. I liked its look a lot more. Purple item is back. I wonder if they'll revert it to the old sound effect too, because old Luden sound effect was so satisfying. Also, old static shift sound effect was way better too. Wait, that's a very dead angel, probably. Ooh, just about gets it. One more tower shot would have done it. Close. Pick onto Dway, has the unbreakable will, and it is pretty unbreakable. Fair play. Proved it right. You think he picked LeBlanc to deny Angel? No, because Angel picked Azir first. And I'm not gonna lie, in a best of 3 with the game 3 as a blind pick, I doubt it's a pick away from, you know, game 2.
那你这波可以等于是什么呢？就两边在小龙团打了一波。
Who do you think is the weakest LPL team at the moment? Well, maybe TT. Yeah, TT or Ultra Prime, really. Hang on, good double knock-up. That's a good ult, but it does end up kind of being disengaged away from Jway. Doesn't have the ult, dies there. Almost a great combo by Jway. I guess he just didn't expect Xiaohao to be around the corner there too. Uses the ultimate and the unstoppable force. Finds a movable object.
德章又回去了，德章又掉了一层塔皮。但能断一条龙下来，对于左边这个阵容来说意义还是很大的。
对。
We're getting bot scuffle.
在节奏上面
Slight lead in the jungle, has the kill
会要舒服一点。
over Xiaohao right now as just the assist. How broken is right Malphite? Malphite is in a really good spot. I think he got some jungle buffs too. It's the sequel to Jungle Book, you know? There's a giant orangutan singing. Rengar's now called Shere Khan. I'm just saying, if Disney ever wanted to make a bunch of skin lines in League, they could. It wouldn't be too hard. Do you imagine like Hercules Garen? That'd be pretty fun.
右边是把上单路放到中路去了，这样的话上环还得下来，Leaf赶紧吃完。
I doubt that'd be a very good idea for me. Spreadsheet. Not that I have an interest in that anyway. I am firmly against betting myself. You can do what you want with your own money, but I don't want to do that. And also, as long as I work within the professional scene, I should absolutely have nothing to do with that. That's a conflict of interest and gets you in very big trouble. If I was just a co-stream, it'd be fine. But because I'm a caster in the right circuit, it'd be a bad thing. I feel like Aphelios can really be really vulnerable against Malphite. Yes. Yeah, like Aphelios doesn't have... Yeah, and if Aphelios ever loses Flash, instant engaged by Malphite, and it's pretty dead. Angel going towards Renard. Malphite's coming down. Where's the mind game? Goes back to the return point, has a W. I think he just dies. I don't know, maybe he does make it out. Playing some smoke and mirrors, has a little bit more HP. Leaves coming around, might have to pop the ult to dash over a wall. See where Renard goes. Renard's trying to spout out. Ah, he's spotted. That's a problem. He'll flip back, and I think he'll just die. Alright, they managed to cut him down. The smoke and mirrors is cleared, and they find the real one. Renard dies for his first death of the game. What's the stream delay? It's pretty in there. I mean, it's probably only going to be a few seconds or whatever. This isn't a clean feed, but this is the feed on Huya, so this is like their public feed. Can't imagine it's more than tens of seconds ahead. Behind, rather. Zerbo continues to do completely fine in CDZ, actually. And, you know, I did say, well, maybe this should hit the... Wow! That's a dead Photic. He flashed and he died. Well, you know what we were saying about, you know, Malphite being very good into Aphelios? Yeah, that'll do it. So Photic... Oh, that's awful for him. Because it isn't just dying, it's dying and flashing. It's dying and flashing. That's a big problem. You have to keep your flash so tightly guarded as the Aphelios. If you think you're going to die there and the flash won't save you, don't use the flash. It's so important to keep it around. So what happens here? So he's on vision here. He's recalling, puts a sentinel turret down. Palkia walks over a ward. Ward dies, and then what happens? Does he just get flashed on? It doesn't even get flashed on. Oh, no. Well, that's the ruler spot, isn't it? Rip. If Rookie was playing, do you think they'd be the better team? Hard to tell, really. IG with so many new members, a lot of them who I've never seen play before, I wouldn't be able to tell in good faith. Herald started up, Renard. Okay, not bad poke onto Palkia, though. They do get themselves a Herald. That might allow them to break open first turret.
阵亡，但是保着右边拿下了这个先锋，把先锋吃掉了。哎，这么一想，好像右边又赚了。
Quite worried about Photic without flash now.
这跟上波 Angel 那个。
Is it pretty even right now? Yes-ish, but I'd say that EDG being a better scaling team, having a slight gold lead and also taking away the Aphelios flash is more than what shows on the gold value. Is the Shy playing next season in LPL? He's not playing for Winter, we know that, but we don't know what's going to happen beyond that point. It's up to him, of course. Both him and Mako basically taking a break. Jackie Love is too, and Tien. And cancelling back there. Yep, Blanc being annoying. Cole cashed in for Leave, 2,000 gold up now. But what I will say, Leave was 2,000 gold up in a mirror matchup versus NIP, another Nymaera, and he ended up going 2k behind because of his own missteps, really. Rookie's only on break for Demacia Cup. I thought he was going to be playing Demacia Cup, but he's not playing today, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Dragon started would be second for either team if they get it. I don't think Xiaohao wants to fly in and steal. Let them have the second one. They might look for a fight, but I don't think they want to look for the steal without a good fight as well. Okay, Dragon goes down. ZDZ hitting the top turret. You go press W? He doesn't press W. I thought you'd do that onto that. Good trade by Cerberus. Alkia, maybe looking for Photic. He gets him, and there's the... You just can't play without Flash. You just cannot play without Flash. Wei tries to get the Cyclone to get some disengage through. It doesn't really help. Flick back. There's an Unbreakable Will, but not exactly sure it's going to be that helpful this time. Renard coming over the ward. Not over the wall, rather. Not that helpful. Leave low HP. He takes one heated up turret shot. Azir turret now put down. Easy as you like. Aphelios without Flash just can't play the game. Just cannot play the game. Great Malphite pick in the 4-5 from EDG. I think they needed the Renata. Something to give you the bailout and maybe give you some way to play around it. I think the Alistair was a big mistake on 5 for Jway.
也算是上一波的伏笔，就是 Photic 这边把闪现交掉了。他上波面对对面野辅的进攻的时候交了闪，所以这波 Palkia 跟小号是没有半点犹豫啊，直接开了塔下的 Photic。这也是厄斐琉斯这个英雄的困境之一吧。你遇到这种情况确实是一点办法没有。
Renata or Taric? Taric is actually too slow. By the time Taric ult procs, you're dead. Taric's actually not that great. Taric is actually better as an aggressive champion than a defensive one. Herald into mid lane, take the mid lane turret. Malphite ops back up in 5 seconds. Don't stick around, really. Panda background, always good to see. Yep. That Panda with the very sus arm movements. This is just, I mean... Well, can't do much about that. Not exactly Photic's fault, but, you know. Aphelios versus Malphite is just not playable. Very nearly ended up getting the kill there. He was lucky as hell to make it out of that. 4-0 Nymaera. Who is Photic? Photic's been around for years. He's been in LPL for years. He was on V5 with Rookie. Yeah, his best year was 2022. 2022, he was one of the best AD carries in the LPL, but then couldn't really keep up that level of consistency, sadly. Is Danny still the coach for IG? No, Danny is now the coach of BLG. Danny has gone to BLG, so Danny went from Weibo to IG to BLG. Also, Danny's drafting has been up and down. I mean, you look at World Finals with the red side drafting, no, sorry, blue side versus T1 all 3 games was just not good. Giving Zayas top lane counter pick in World Finals was not good. Yeah, V5 went from almost undefeated to one of the worst teams in the LPL. Funnily enough, one of my favorite like conspiracies in League of Legends is there's at the same time that V5 was kind of relevant, there was a team in Japan called V3 Esports. We had V5 and V3, and when V5 was the best team in the LPL, V3 had... Well, okay, so when V3 won the LPL in 2020, V5 were one of the worst teams in the world. They had like a record-breaking loss streak. And then when V5 became LPL, like best team in the world in 22 spring or whatever, V5 went on to create the longest loss streak in like esports history. It was something like 44 or like 46 games lost in a row. So there was like this inverse, but hang on, he might just die again. He might actually lose his flash here. If he loses flash, it's so bad. Oh, he gets hit anyway. Doesn't matter this time. The problem is he's lost his flash now. He's lost his flash and Xiaohao didn't need to. Wade's going in. Cyclone's coming through. They have the Azir turret. Very good Azir turret. Clone is not the one that's hit. It's the real one, actually. So they're going to get Wade. They're trying to look for a fight while the Malphite ult is down. and they just can't find it. EDG, so much better strategically than IG here. Not bad from Photic. Gets one back, he's hit back, and the all-out pings him back into the play. Is it enough? The cheese wheel of doom helps bring him down. ZDZ will die, ends up being a real mess. What, 4 for 3, all things said and done? 4 for 2, mind me. EDG walking away with a great play. Photic, you cannot walk up like that. This Aphelios cannot afford to walk up like that. Big mistakes by this AD carry. Renard is hiding in the brush. There is a chance he can one-shot here. Get one person, his cooldowns are all up. Angel doesn't have flash or ult. Quite low HP. Can't steal it. I wonder whether he should have tried for a kill instead of a steal. LeBlanc looks useless. Well, yep, that's what we were thinking. Just Aphelios cannot play versus Malphite. Yeah, so yes, my conspiracy was there was an inverse proportionality between how good V3 and V5 were. Like, V5 was good, V3 went on a record-breaking loss streak of all time. V3 won LGL, and V5 were, like, the record loss streak in LPL. So funny, honestly. Oh, that's a nasty pick off of the Q3. Yeah. How do you play this game as the Aphelios, man? And the problem is now he doesn't have flash for another few minutes, and it's not like he's gone something like Ionian boots for extra flashes. Dragon's coming up now, and if Aphelios ever shows his face, he dies. And where's the extra damage? You don't have the damage on the LeBlanc. You need the Aphelios to do damage. Dragon goes down, easy as you like. Dres could pop the Unbreakable Will. Goes on to leave, but doesn't really achieve that much. Aphelios, like, isn't he just going to get into trouble? There you go. Yeah, he ults, gets stolen straight onto him. Photic has to cleanse away. I think he just dies. The Malphite may well just cheese wheel him. Cheese wheel him, Xiaohao! Cheese wheel him! Slap him to death. The Aphelios dies. A solo kill from the Rock in the Jungle. Xiaohao, a great game from him so far as Photic. Yeah, not exactly feeling that great about himself. Cheese wheel him. Do it. Cheese wheel him. Do it. Yeah, there you go. Hit him with the Q, the cheese wheel of death. I think he might die here, by the way, folks. I think he might just die. Gets hit again. He's definitely dead here. Q3 hits him. ZDZ takes down a kill. Renard really achieving very little on the LeBlanc this game. EDG, much better composition from them. IG needed a very strong early game. They didn't get it. Their composition is much harder to play, and I don't think they're playing well enough to justify what they picked. LeBlanc's done nothing. The Aphelios has been out of position too many times, lost flash in very bad scenarios, and it's left the game just unplayable. The only way IG can really play is getting a big fight while Aphelios flashes up, flashing the Malphite ult, and then going to town. He's also ended up guys, he's built a collector versus Cassante Malphite. I know it's a good first item, but you just can't afford to do it in this comp either, you know? What's the plan here, Photic? What's the plan? And you can see Photic just, oh, what can he do? He gets solo killed by Xiaohao. This is only Malphite damage. Malphite solo kills him. He's 2 levels up on the AD carry, 14 to 12. He's up on the enemy mid laner. Photic is still a solid mid-tier ADC. No, Photic's one of the worst AD carries in the LPL now. Photic's not been good for a while. Let's have a think about Photic's most recent results. I mean, I know that Photic has a good relationship with Rookie because of his time in V5 and stuff, but he was on LNG this year. Oh god, leave, he's caught out. He doesn't have flash, but he doesn't need it. Pops the ult, gets a bit of move speed in with the E as well. Xiaohao is just walking at them menacingly. He still has ult, by the way. They're gonna go straight to Photic. Oh no, not again! What do you mean he was killed by a jungle support with 3 teammates around him? Get this Malphite away from this Aphelios, it's not okay! Oh, Malphite. I'm so sorry, Photic, but oh god, it's not a good time to be an Aphelios, is it? It's not a good time. What other options does Aphelios even have for first item? Yuntal would be the better first item here, yeah. It sucks, but you have to. There's not much else you can do. The Collector just isn't the stats you need, really. He could have gone Yuntal into, or he could have foregone the Infinity Edge and gone Collector, Lodomus Regards. That could have. You need an LDR like second though, really, against this comp. So there's a Frozen Heart Thornmail, Unending Despair Tabby, Frostborn Gauntlet, and then even the Rel's getting armor as well. This quadruple Tabby. Like, Collector is doing you no favors here, Photic. The thing is, though, it's not even... Yeah, it's even worse than Collector into 3 tanks. It's Collector into 3 tanks, and even the AD carries got upgraded steel caps. But this Aphelios is... Even if Aphelios has flash up... Oh my god, does he just, I mean, he's just cheese-willing them. 3 levels up on the enemy AD carry, 2 levels up on jungle. I mean, this is just peak Malphite gaming. Palkia, God of Space, removes the enemies from his space. Wei tries to dive onto the enemy AD carry, and the Yunara actually does win in that fight. Yep, Yunara went for the upgraded tabbies as well.
严格意义上来说，赛恩是那个逼走位的，但是他只负责逼走位，后续被拦车。
Thoroughbro's ult cancel. I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Photic's even going for a Zeal item next as well, which just feels meh. I mean, where is your percent penetration pen? Like percent penetration pen. Oh, the train. Bye there, train. Goodbye there, train. He needs percent pen, Photic does. Massively. Well, he needed it last item. This is like an autopilot build, one which legitimately means you cannot deal damage. He has flashback and it doesn't matter now. Now the problem is, even if he does flash the Malphite ult, he probably still doesn't do shit. This guy still probably doesn't do anything with this build now. It's a big problem. It's a huge problem. Have I ever visited Krakow? Yeah, I have. Back in 2016 for EU LCS finals. Ooh, Dre flashing in. Not a bad ult from Photic. He just doesn't do damage. That was a full combo and no damage happened. Renard flashed onto by the Yunara, just gets solo killed by that as well. They had themselves a 3-man combo with an Aphelios ultimate, and they did nothing. Easy victory for EDG. Much better composition. Xiao Hao had an excellent game on the Malphite amongst other people. This jungle support just bullying Photic out of existence. Easy first game as IG, but I suppose that most of their 26 roster, rookie not involved, demolished in game 1. Photic, you have got to improve off of that. That is not what we want to see. I just can't believe he did so little damage. Like, hello again, I focus on this. We'll put the camera for a little bit. Yeah, not a great game there from Photic. There isn't much to say, folks. I don't think he held onto his flash very well. I don't think he built very well. He didn't have any percent penetration into 3 Ninja Tabi and another full tank who built Merc Treads anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Aphelios is good into Yunara as an individual matchup, but you can't, you can't just blindly walk into that. Do you think it'll be a 2-0 or a 2-1? Well, based off of that, I think it's going to be a 2-0 EDG, honestly. I didn't see anything from IG there which gave me any hope, sadly. That being said, a lot of these players are new. I say a lot of the topsiders, right? So laners. I don't know how I feel about Malphite returning to pro play. I like him in an Animount. Yeah, EDG is a decent team. They are a decent team.
16000左右得从德章身上刷的，就2个人你侬我侬的。
中路前面还是小威找了波机会，但确实你说猴子这英雄，他只有在有大的那一波里面能够，最好是有大有闪的时候才有机会啊。
但是你就会发现，就是像画面里这种小节奏找太多了。而且小号真的这把就一直在撞人啊。 但尽管如此，我个人这把 MVP 我会给利夫，
我也投给利夫，我也投给利夫。
主要利夫，好吧，我觉得他相比于昨天来说成长很多，一夜之间感觉长大了。从这个游戏内容上来说，很成熟。
就该打的时候也不手软，然后该注意对面核心进场技能的时候也都注意到了这局。
I get it's Demacia Cup, but are EDG going to become contenders? No, I don't think they're going to be contenders, but I think they'll be upper end of mid-table. Okay, so put it this way. I think we quite clearly have like BLG, Anyone's Legend, JDG as kind of top tier. I don't think top esports unless... I think maybe if Tien joins them, maybe they'll go back to being top tier, but I don't think they will be with Nio as jungle. And then we have like, I don't know, we've got like BLG, JDG Weibo kind of like hang around 3rd, 4th. And I think EDG might be able to push for 4th, maybe? I want to see EDG versus, JDG Weibo. I want to see how they stack up right now, because I think I was kind of thinking this year already, that EDG were better than the results that we saw from them this year. Did they go 5 games in their last results, actually? Yeah, they went 5 games versus JDG and bowed out in LPL playoffs. They slaughtered WE 3-1. lost the IG in the upper bracket, then JDG in a 5-game series in the lower bracket. Xiaohao MVP? Of course he won. Yeah, I think EDG are better than people. Like, put it this way, people will probably forget about EDG's 25. I won't. They're actually a very exciting team to watch. I enjoyed them quite a lot. Do you think LPL would be able to keep up internationally with Gen G actually, even if T1 didn't exist? I mean, results show that they have done in the past, right? Results show that they have done. MSI 23 existed. They beat every single LCK team but T1 at 23 Worlds. BLG made it to one team fight away in Game 5 and 24 Worlds. Obviously they lost at MSI Finals, but they made it to MSI Finals. Anyone's Legend actually had some pretty good results this year. I mean, I think people look down on LPL anyway. Yeah, they lose to T1, but at Worlds, not even necessarily at MSI. But I think people are kind of saying, you know, there's a lot of doom and gloom about LPL performances. And, like, I think that the results are very disappointing, but I don't think they're not competitive. The problem for me about LPL is about financials and the talent pipeline, because I think going forwards it's a bit more of a problem. That's my problem mainly. I actually think they have, you know, they've got good players and good teams, but financially and as talent pipeline, I need to see that make some changes, really. EDG is top 5 in LPL Summer. I mean, I can't remember what they were in 25, but they've been pretty good for they were pretty good this year on the whole, despite them kind of coming through Group Nirvana. I've got a soft spot for them. EDG 23 was a fun experience. I got to cast them live. It was very, very cool. Well, LPL had way more financial resource than LCK? No. No, they do not. Not anymore. A lot of teams are dropping out. Yep, Weibo lost. Yeah, I mean, it's Weibo. It's Weibo. Yeah. Sometimes they get you by making you think that they're not Weibo, and then they remind you that they are Weibo. That team's just not okay. That team is not okay. What was the reason for them stopping in the richest league? I mean, results dried up. There's a whole lot of reasons. Yeah. I actually can't. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why it completely went on, but. Alkia for Rookie of the Split. He was Rookie of the Split this year, I think, so I don't think he's eligible for that again. Yeah, I don't think he's eligible for that again, sadly. Oh, it could be our last game of the day next. You think BLG can have power like JDG 23 had? Really depends on, you know, like Bin getting back to form and a bunch of other things, right? It's not as simple as that, really. Like the coaching needs to be good, the meta read needs to be good. They have the potential, much like last year. Well, this, you know, yeah, they have potential to be, you know, an insanely good team, but they do need to prove that. You know? They need to prove that they are deserving of that now. Could Bin be more weak side then? That's not the problem. He can play weak side or strong form when he's on form. He just needs to be better. He was bad this year is the problem. Because he was very good on both strong and weak side before. That wasn't the issue. What do you think went wrong with BLG 25? Complete lack of synergy, poor coaching. Very bad objective play, but that was present in 24 as well. Basically, they had a lot of the same flaws that they had in 24, but they weren't good enough to hide them anymore. Like, BLG 24 still had the same problems with objective setup and the like.
小组赛啊，今天的一个 BO3的第3场的第2局，首局 EDG 也是很顺利的，而且尤其是在整体的游戏内容比昨天还更加干净。 这个有逻辑的一个情况下，战胜了德杯首秀的一个 IG。现在 BO3要来到第2局，就要看看 EDG 能否去延续他们的一个比赛内容，以及还有包括说 IG 能否有所调整，对吧？因为我觉得现在对于 IG 来说，他们一定得有一个。
No, it wasn't just the jungle thing because remember they did that in 24 summer as well. So it's not entirely realistic to say it was just because of the musical chairs in jungle. That didn't help, but it also saved them in the short term as well. I'm not going to say it was all about that. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's fair.
看起来两个队伍如果说比这种对线到团战的基本功上，还是 EDG 要占得上风很多的。
对，小威这边还倒是这一个背景能够把后面的所有的这个布局一览无余啊。后面可以看到是新晋加盟 IG 的教练卡靠啊。 还有包括说像马法教练，这也是将会成为他们在接下来一段时间内的整个阵容中的一个主帅。但其实对于他们来说，确实选手因为很多的新选手。
They did let go of a coach midway through the year.
需要点时间，这个也是很
But yeah, they did have some change to that too for sure.
EDG 啊，我觉得相对来
Okay,
说他
let's
们的
draft.
优点。
Could be our last game of the day. IG were not looking fantastic in that first game. Okay, Oriana off the table. What do we still have that's up and available? Kiana, Aatrox spring to mind. Poppy, I suppose, has been pretty high pick ban.
然后发条魔灵，另一边杰斯、Nico， 兰博现在还在外面。
我在想这把是不是 Renard 来一把中单法师检验一下，看看这个法师中单打这种水平的对局是怎么样的一个表现情况。
We've got top lane Rumble as well. Of course, Rumble's in there. We've got Rumble, Kiana are the two probably biggest threats. And then I suppose we start getting into stuff like your Aatroxes. IG will win. I mean, they haven't given me a lot to be respecting right now. Not that they can't. Not that they can't. Of course they can. A lot to worry about in there, you know? What's the last ban? Yana, Rumble, Aatrox. Probably Rumble. I'd ban Rumble.
还说德章觉得放给他有东西能打，主要现在好像确实适合1抢的英雄不多。
Taking a long time for this ban. Talia, wow, okay. That is the ban. What, first pick Rumble? First pick Aatrox? First pick Rumble seems pretty good. Z is very good at it. Does Sober, I think he can play it right now? Kiana as well.
我觉得朗姆其实也行。
Do we get Kiana Jones in the carpets of doom? Will EDG allow the Rumble to go through? ZDZ is a good player there. I assume that he's going to let it take it up. Yeah, Rumble's the easy one. And then you think about something which combos up well with it. You could go something like Pantheon. It's not bad into the Kiana. There's Rise as well. You could go Rise as well. Probably not bad. Yeah, why not? Xiaohao's a very confident Shinzai player as well. That's also completely fine. Hey Marco, by the way, I'm not sure if I said hi before. I know you did. How's it going? Hope you're doing well.
我觉得是赵鑫这英雄开始慢慢回归到大家的视野当中呢，就发现他这个大招的机制啊，还有稳定的3段的3重爪技还是很好用的。
Even as an LPL fan, as a huge 100 Thieves fan, watching 100 Thieves upset BLG was the highlight of my year watching esports. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, BLG kind of had it coming to them. They were definitely looking very suspect on the way up to it. The stream has been a little bit stuttery today. All good. How locks in Xin Xiao. Where's the Shy? He's taking a break. Taking a break. I understand is going to be fairly painful. Oh, okay. Potentially the Syndra coming through. Renard had that banned away from him before. On Syndra. Well, that's a pretty good frontline backline. That's not bad, actually. What do you pick into the Syndra? What do you think works into that? I mean, Rise is not fantastic into Syndra, actually. Going to lie.
也可以，但是维克托就相比来说就是被推到可能就会出事。
主要选维克托，我觉得整个阵容都会很怕奥文啊。我感觉目前来看，他们选的其实已经有点怕奥文了。是。
What's she locking in?
好打辛德拉叫艾克。
Gotta lock something into the Syndra, presumably, unless there's a power pick support. Wow, okay. Leave Kai'Sa. Well, I guess there's no Yunara Varus in terms of lane dominance. You probably want to ban away Misfortune now, if anything. Misfortune is very strong in lane against this kind of stuff and has a lot of setup and safety for them. Is Mel viable in this meta? Mel's not great into Syndra. In fact, Syndra is a Mel counter pick because Mel can't block a lot of Syndra's damage, or like can't reflect a lot of it. The only thing you reflect is the ult, really. You get bullied around by Syndra quite a lot.
其实他们这把自己还真能选不龙，因为有奥文嘛。
But Mel is very viable, yeah. Mel definitely viable.
会相对抽象一点，但像另一边肯定要把泰坦给按掉的。
Mel was Syndra was meant to be the counter pick into Mel at Worlds too, but you remember that Shanks fired the ult into Mel W and died at World semifinals in Game 5. I think people need to remember how poorly Shanks played in Game 4 and 5 versus T1. He blind picked LeBlanc and then did nothing in Game 4, and then Game 5 on the Syndra was very poor. An Ahri angle? Yeah, no. This is actually a pretty good Ahri angle. I like Ahri versus Syndra. It's one of my favorite matchups in the game. Pretty good versus the Ornn too, because you can dodge out of stuff. It would fit in with the early game power of the comp. You could go Hui as well. That's actually quite dangerous. You know what? That's quite dangerous. Maybe not that one. Misfortune was banned away. I did highlight that before. Anyway, the Nautilus. You've already got rid of the Nico, so what else pairs up well with the Kai'Sa at this point? The Khan would have been fine. Yeah. Yep, Leon is up there next on the kind of the engaged support list.
整个阵容两边都还是偏先手和冲阵的。好奇一下 ，Angel 会拿
Yeah, Leon is the easy one.
因为现在
Rel's already gone, right? Yep.
稳定的输出，卡莎手稍微有点短，说实话。
其实我在想梅尔怎么样？但是梅尔有一个问题，就是梅尔的那个灵魂折进不是特别能应对辛德拉的技能。
Now we wait to see what the bot lane for IG is going to be. You've got a few options. Could go something Ezreal-like, I suppose. Ezreal wouldn't be awful here, even though Kai'Sa's pretty good into it on the whole. Could go Sivir. Sivir is probably not awful here. Sivir Ornn's pretty good combo.
其实我就觉得选梅尔有个好处是，他可以拿那
Thinking about it quite a long time.
羊难受。
对，让奥文很难受。
那羊确实。
Corki, yeah, oh, Corki's very good in Kai'Sa. You know what? Fair play. Corki's very good into Kai'Sa.
这边不先来个色题。
这是很古老的用来打硬辅的辅助位英雄，波比，
还有个波比，
波比挺不错的。赵信跟雷欧娜都很怕呀。
Poppy good into the Leona and the Shinzao and the Kai'Sa too. Yeah, you know what? Good. Corki Poppy, I like that lane. I like that a lot. And now suddenly you have like Ornn Poppy disengage as well. You throw both their ults and people have to pay attention to it. It's actually really dangerous, that in fairness. Rise last pick for Angel. I mean,
其实辛德拉是好打瑞兹的，
mean, I'd like Ari. Ari's a fun pick into the Syndra.
跑上来的时候，你相位还没触发，直接给你推。
Ryze is better for delivering some extra X Factor. I think Ryze is pretty bad in this comp, no? Pretty bad into Syndra, QR, and then the shotgun of the E is pretty bad. Pretty bad into Ornn. You're too low range to get the most out of that. Yeah, I'm actually quite worried for him. Yeah, I think this is actually quite a poor Ryze pick if I were to guess. I think IG come away with a much better draft. This is a much better draft, actually. All things said and done. Yeah, I don't like picking that Ryze. I mean, I don't even think it's good for the composition. It's bad against the Ornn. It's okay versus Kiana. The point click's fine. It's arguably not even fantastic against the Corki. Corki bursts you out pretty hard. Not a huge fan, folks. Not a huge fan. Going to lie to you. Yeah, Syndra now loves this comp. I don't like that draft at all, really, the more I think about it. Maybe the Kaiser could do some mad stuff, but... Convinced.
甚至就是有可能瑞兹会，比如说我交闪躲推，
然后上来给你
换这个闪现。当这个闪现一换完以后，一旦野辅左进右出，辛拉就很难受了。就前面说的所有对线上的劣势都是建立在1v1上的。是。
Now we wait. Now we wait.
看看两边第二局怎么说吧。起码从阵容面的选择上来说。 IG 在第二局这个英雄的选项上面要比第一局看起来
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like IG's comp. Unless EDG get a massive early game lead, I think if this ever comes to anything resembling early get even 5v5s, I think Blue side draft is running away with it.
哎，这个就是现在这个版本之下的反线这个小符文，其实确实蛮好用的。平常大家。
Syndra is an LDL mid. The thing is, LDL mids are still pretty good at certain picks, you know? This is just a very good comp. I mean, maybe the solar flare onto Syndra, much like we saw earlier, can be a big issue. That can sometimes it's going to ruin the day, right?
这个位置想过来放眼，德章过来帮忙啊！小威如果放眼，就立刻给集两人之力一起把那个眼排掉。
下路 Folik 和俊伟啊，中草做了眼啊，另外一边 EDG 显然知道自己是防守的一方，直接在后草插的眼。
上来先挨一 Q。
Okay, laning phase.
小赚一点。
Angel, of course, one of the more notable Ryze players in the LPL, of course, was. I mean, Angel's been a pretty good mid laner for a little while. It's just, he's obviously a player which, you know, people know a lot from that 2020 suiting run to Worlds Finals. Understandably so. He's actually been pretty good ever since then too, really. You know, he did spend some time about the place. He was, yeah. I think that, you know, he got an All-Pro third place team not too long ago. Yeah, the blind pick is only for this tournament. Yes, blind pick is only for this tournament. If this goes to a game 3, it will be a blind pick game 3 for those who have missed previous games in this tournament. Level 1 unsurprisingly won by Corki versus the Kaiser.
而且自己因为身上带了足够多的生命药水，所以也没那么担心。毕竟换的是自己的血，而不是 AD 的血。
Not bad trading there from Angel to Renard.
回家出常见的这种玩法，最早我印象中是盲僧经常这样，就是刷半片野区12刀以后回家先垫个常见，然后再去刷另外一个半区。
Yeah, Poppy feels very good this game. Very good this game. The only thing which it can't really block is the solar flare. But it can't see us. I don't know, folks. I think Fodik has had a pretty poor year. I'm surprised he ended up on IG. Because apparently they were eyeing up 1xN, but apparently IG don't have a very good relationship with 1xN's agency, which is potentially what scuppered that deal, which sucks, really. It would really suck if that was the reason why.
这奥文前面想扛兰博线还是稍微有点压力的。
哎，德章这把玩的挺好的。
Scuttle for scuttle
同为
trade.
坦克的情况下，感觉德章要吃点亏。但是如果一边是这个输出，一边是坦克的情况下，感觉德章就开始占点便宜了。其实正常来说，兰博打奥文，这个画面应该不会就长得这么对奥文来说对这么差，但还行。
No crazy dynamic moves in the early game. Right, just moving up the river. Sobro Orn has a total of 7 games. 4 of them are this year, and he has a winner of 0%. Hang on, wait. Sobro's never won a game on Orn? What? Are you kidding me? Okay, now that is quite concerning. I'm not going to lie. I did not quite understand that was the case. Leave getting good CS out of this lane, despite the fact that, you know, you're meant to be losing this one, really. But the actual, just the lane of it anyway. I'm really quite surprised by that.
被 WQ 抽一层碎片。这位是在 Q。
Oh, GOL doesn't show academy games? Huh, I thought it did actually.
手法还可以啊。
Go find that out. Sobro, what's Sobro's Orn win rate all time? Let's go have a check.
技能挺准的。
Leaguepedia tends to show it if GOL doesn't, by the way.
在镜头内很多的技能都是中了的。
但从结果上来看的话
Orn, yeah, he's 1 and 9 on Orn all time. 1 and 9 on all time.
都换上来了。
That is, yeah, not the best Orn win rate, not going to lie. And he's quite a key part of this composition.
还在腿上来，那这样 Leaf 要被小压一段时间。
但这线是过来的，所以说对他来说。
Both using the IG Kaiser against them. No surprises there. Very popular skin.
接受。
Arkia joining Leave up in this top side. The Australian lines will be farming up. Top line. Just gets worse every time I do it. Okay, Equalizer dropped onto Sobro. Did he hit the E onto him? Good damage. Might look to try... I don't know if it's good. I don't think he should be charging W there either way. I think that trade might get him killed. He does have level 6 now. Alright, he gets through to level 6. I was quite worried that he'd die for turning around with that W. That's bad. The thing is, every time you say it's bad, the more I want to do it. Call the Forge God coming in. Potential kill onto Xiaohao. Flashes away from the combo. That saves his life. He gets the Scuttle Crab and he gets Scout. Gets I'm sorry to everyone who's Aussie in the chat. Or Kiwi, because let's be honest, it's a bastardization of both. Oh god. DDZ doing a good job of really pulling out this Orn. Sobra's not managing the spacing very well here. Not really. The cull for Kaiser, not for Corki. We often do see Corki want to go for the tier but not want to go for the cull. Doesn't really want to double dip into the scaling items. I like hearing bad accents, please continue. Let me introduce you to a friend of mine called Kira. You know, many people still think that he's putting on the Scottish accent to this day. Speaking of that, we'll get back to EuroLeague at some point. Level 6 hit by the Corki. Rockets unlocked. Sobro, a lot of damage onto him again. He has the overheat going. The attack speed definitely helps a little bit there. Yana could potentially be coming down to his lanes. He doesn't know that or not. Whenever people try to do an Aussie accent, it always sounds Kiwi. Yeah. Aussie and Kiwi can often blend into the same one for Anglicized speakers. Wei has the Brutalizer first back. He's going to go for the Propane Hydra and high propane accessories. We haven't always seen that. One of the Kiana games earlier today, I was going to comment on it, just but didn't become relevant. He went for the full lethality. He went for the lethality build without the Profane Hydra. He went for the Umbral Glaive first instead. Starting up Grub, started up now. First one's gone. Won't be able to get the second and third, I don't think. Did use the smite there. I mean, this is good terrain for Poppy. Good wall stun angles from blue side Poppy around top side objectives. So Xiaohao needs to be a little careful. Leave is not there. He wants to get level 6. Now he has level 6. He can join in short range fight.
然后手里还留了个城，对于 EDG 来说，这个
First grub, and he does have the smite for the last one. Now remember, there is the Kaiser. They want to jump forwards. Palkia is close to dying. Cinderol not quite able to get the kill. Smite comes through, 2 for 1 in terms of grubs. Palkia very lucky to live there. Renard not quite able to get the kill angle. Not quite. Bloody close though. Bloody close.
不过两边上单也都挺团队的，都来正面了。
这也究极体育生，起码在这个时间点，女坦的身体素质很夸张。
Oh, hang on. Leave's just been ulted there. Is he out of range? Oh, no! Leave! That is not the play you wanted to make. That is absolutely not the play you wanted to make. That is, yeah. That was painful, folks. That was a little bit painful. Oh, Leave. Late to the play because he was farming for level 6. Uses it and his flash still dies. That is pretty disastrous. Come on, man.
小号是我可以为了一个蟹交一个闪，这波 Soboro 是我可以为了一层塔皮交一个闪。
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, folks. Not really. Botic missed 5 CS on the first 2 waves. Wow, I didn't quite catch that. That's insane, actually. Yikes. DDZ, 400 gold up on Cerber. He's having a fine time. He's also got he's been farming first strike on him, which helps. Angel relatively even in mid lane. Leave was doing fine onto Photic, and then Leave, you know, obviously just had that pretty awful moment just then. Photic taking up station in the mid lane. Dragon in 2 minutes. Herald a little while off just yet. At the point where we're starting to see we will start to see first items come in the next minute now on the next recall. I guess we'll see whether IG can force us to a game 3. A slight lead to them. I wouldn't say it's a significant lead, but it is there. Angel waiting to get his 2 stacking items running. Hull not cashed in for Leave just yet. A little while until that comes through. Why would Leave not back off there? I mean, yeah, the wave was not in a good position. I don't know. I've not loved the way that Leave has played around the rest of his team. When he had the big gold lead on Nymaera yesterday, he struggled to apply himself to the game. It was really quite worrying, actually. Sober is the main top laner? I guess he is. I don't know. I would assume so. We don't... Demacia Cup... We know that the Shy is taking a break. Demacia Cup doesn't always have the full rosters, particularly for the teams which went to Worlds. They don't need it. The other teams should be full rosters, but the Worlds teams don't have to. Palkia has Hex Splash out of the bush. And he's found quite an angry Kiana. Did put on the W. Got a bit more tankiness.
不太能保得住，对于红色方来说。
小龙快刷了。哎呦。
Fairly low action game so far. Couple of mistakes here and there, but only the 1 kill in 12 minutes. That first strike sound effect is very satisfying.
现在压位压得很深啊，俊伟跟小魏。
主要这波是因为小龙快刷新了，所以他们想要通过压对面的位置，确保这条小龙能够获取啊。
这右边其实从装备的层面上来讲是很难出来接这条龙的。
对，我觉得这可能是目前 IG 就是打得比较好的一个点，就是他们的野辅看起来象性还是蛮不错的。
Dragon taken by IG. Again, as we were saying, first items kind of coming in now. Profane Hydra helping way out a lot. The first item, the Kiana, particularly the Profane Hydra, is so good on completion. Not fantastic as components. Brutalizer is just not... Like, Brutalizer in the era it existed in way back in the day was very strong. Much less so now. Much less so now.
还有 big 位。
Leaguepedia doesn't show anyone else signed for IG yet. I mean, there's potentially time for things to change, right, as the year goes on. LPL did a lot of mid-year changes this year. We had 80 roster changes in total, and a lot of them happened mid-season. ADG, I want to say, had 7 roster changes.
放到中路来，其实这样的话，2条边线都会被压。瑞兹这个时候得去边线了。
这 这把确实 IG 前面节奏相比于上一局来说要更紧凑，也更顺畅一点，也是得益于他们在对线端上表现是比上一把要更出色一些的。
这把只要中下。
Sobo's CS deficit needs to not grow too much. I'm actually quite worried about that.
几波比较主动的机会也都是跟
That
线
can
上
be
配
quite
合
a
好了的。我觉得就还是
quite a scary matchup to let get out of
其实会
control.
让对线的人也更加舒服。这是一个良性循环啊，相辅相成。
You'll be pleased to know I did an entire Saiyan Sky campaign. Hang on a second, Angel. Gets the Rune Prison. There's a flash on Renard. He might still be dead here, even though it looked a little awkward. I think he's just dead. It's the right play. The right play. Managed to get the Rune Prison on target. Great realm up afterwards. Angel sets up the kill. Looked a little awkward at the moment, but yeah, well, guess you can't fault the results there.
需要这样的节奏，他们必须得在边线压死这个辛德拉，不然的话，这把他们一直会变得特别被动。但同样的，另一边 IG 也是在下路把医学塔拿到手。
这样的半区交换，其实对于 EDG 来说，小小的劣势就是德章这条线没得吃，他会稍微的掉个半波兵到一波兵的经验和经济。 上来推一下。
Hang on, I guess a good trade onto Rangel though. Oh, not Rangel.
对，但因为
Angel there. Sorry, at the end of the day, the 3 series days gets me a little bit sometimes. I'm still ramping up into it. And he managed to get, yeah, because he gets the spell flux. He uses the Q for the move speed, flashes, and then gets the W because the spell bounce happened. I mean, really well played. Very good opportunistic play to make sure he could threaten the Syndra as soon as the spell flux landed onto them. Very good though. Okay, Palkia caught out in River right now. He's there a little bit too early. Sober used... Hang on a second, where did that go? Shinzo's out, so there shouldn't really be a smite fight now. Is there going to be an actual fight, though? Renard, not bad. Trades there, doesn't get the stun onto Leona. Equalizes onto a couple. If they walk forwards, they'll have to stand a little bit more into the... Palkia does not feel very good about that. Flashes away, though. Solar Flare. Think he should be safe. No one's dead. No one dies. Can EDG manage to keep IG away from the inner turret? The outer turret, sorry, the mid lane turret? No. They can't stop them there, so EDG thwarted by a good poppy ult from Jway. Better from IG this time. Better from them indeed.
主要还是落位慢啊！我觉得 EDG 他们不太能接受的是，在对面5个人阵型已经站好的情况下，才零零散散的一步一步趟过来。 这样的话，面对波比的锤什么的，你没有视野，很多时候就是会中招。
这个位置想对德章动手啊，
在反蹲，
但其实 EDG 的野辅也在后面就位了。
哎，正面直接出手了，但是红温的兰博。
Hey, that's a very dead ZDZ. Blasted down, ends up being a 1-for-1 though. In the enemy jungle too, Dre has to flash out. Suppose he was there waiting for a dive angle. Double stun from Renard. Blue side just OP this tournament. I mean, I think the first picks have been very powerful, but I don't think it has to be OP. Some teams have chosen red side. I think LGD earlier chose red side, I believe. Especially they did in game 2 anyway. No one's really getting clean plays right now. I guess IG got the clean Herald, but even then, the fight wasn't as good as they would have wanted it to be. 30 seconds till Dragon now. Cole cashed in by Leave, so he has a little more gold in his pockets than he would have done. Still behind the Corki, but less than he would have been. The cat ear headphones are very cute. I've seen a couple of people have them. Dragon spawning now. Ooh, very good trade there from Wei. Alki's pretty much dead. Xiao jumping in, almost killing Wei. So the equalizer again, he does, despite the hard work done by Wei. He ends up dying before the dragon. Fantastic turnaround by EDG. I think IG might be able to fight though, even in the 4v5. Maybe Angel caught out. A lot of people in the bush there, no flash for him to escape. Palkia going into melee range. Leave gets the kill into Syndra. Fight continues. Xiao having to retreat. Leave. No ultimate now. Does have flash. Does have barrier. And he goes forward. He kills down Photic. Still has barrier. Still has a lot of stuff to work with. Rumble coming around the corner. Xiao starting to regen. It's only a little poppy. EDG outfights around the dragon. Killing way at the start of it. Wrapping up the fight. Getting themselves the dragon afterwards. They stop the third dragon coming through from IG. Really, Leaf picking up some good amount of gold there. Now he's ahead of the Corki. Yeah, slingshotting ahead. Dobro teleports top lane. Will get himself a turret up there. But EDG very happy with how that went. Gold lead is effectively nothing now. It's like 1,000. Yeah, who cares about that? Initially, I was thinking, well, a fantastic trade onto Leave and Palkia. And then Xiaohao jumps into the middle of everyone, and Wei explodes. Good equalizer, you know, tags onto 3 people. Kills down Wei there. Angel gets caught out. Risky pathing from him, but a good blast cone from ZDZ. Renard dies basically to a solo kill from Leave. Top tower, Sobro is taking a lot of damage. He'll die to Leave. Leave will die too, though, because Corki blasts him back. Corki could burst into the Kaiser, flash away from Xiao to make use of his ultimate. Palkia goes down to a... Really? Well, I suppose he could jump back in, and he does. Equalizer, cutting them off, but I think that one's going to burn him down. ZDZ, good use of the ultimate in this game. Photic escapes. Ends up being a 2 for 2. Leave. Blasted by Photic is 4-1 on the Corki. A better game from Photic in the mid game so far. 4 kills on the AD carry for IG. We criticized him very heavily in that last game, and well, we criticized him a lot for this year, really. 1,000 gold lead for IG doesn't really feel like it's that much right now. It's also worth noting that they have that 1,000 gold lead, whilst also being 3 towers ahead. EDG have not taken any tower on the map just yet, which means that if they do get significantly one fight, there's a lot of gold for them to take across the board. They also have 2 grubs, which means it's easier for them to take it. Atakan potentially being started up here. Do EDG know about it? I don't know if they do. How quickly is this going to go down? Been off the vision for a little while. They're approaching it. They spot Renard. They should know. They should know. They have to let this go now. Rise teleporting up. Not sure about this Swan. Poppy ult could come through. Atakan down. EDG not really good awareness there. Zenith played onto 3 people, but there's the Poppy there. Palkia, that's just not the engage. Felt like panic engage. That one. Leave. Getting blasted around by the Ornn. It's not bad from Xiaohao to go on away. He's dead. Dway on the retreat as well. Angel trying to walk up and kill Photic. 2 for 1, all things said, and a 3 for 1. Dway goes down. Realm up to get them back into position. And this is the problem now. IG got the Atakan, but they lost the fight so hard, EDG can start taking turrets. They'll take mid lane out of turret. That's going to be some gold for them. EDG already in the advantage. Even with IG actually having 4 turrets taken, they took a mid lane in a turret somewhere amongst the mess of the last few minutes. IG slingshot into the lead in terms of gold, even though the Atakan was lost. Palkia, I didn't love this engage at first. It's pretty separated, and you know, the Ornn ult comes across the side of it. This is a good start from IG, so where does it go wrong after this point? It's an awesome equalizer. It's an awesome equalizer. Realm Warp, no, sorry, the Rune Prison gets Renard rooted onto the Liandry's Bloodletter's equalizer. ZDZ has been fantastic so far in this game. He's been destroying Sobro on the 1v1. I know that the Rumble often has a good time against the Ornn in the 1v1, depending on how good the Ornn player is. But these equalizers have been fantastic. Now, for instance, one of the big criticisms of Bin when he plays Rumble is, well, his ults aren't very good. And the Shy, maybe his ults are good, but the rest of his kit can sometimes be... The rest of his game can sometimes be a little lacking. Or rather, 369, I suppose. He's the guy that better with his ults, but less good in his laning phase. ZDZ is actually a very good Rumble player. That is a very good Rumble player. Dobro started to unlock his upgradable masterwork items now. Upgradable, you don't have to pay extra gold, but you know, passive items. Angel about to get himself fully stacked up on his Rod of Ages. I was surprised that Renard is 700 gold ahead of Angel, despite the fact that Angel has similar CS, 2 kills. Like, I suppose turret gold is where a lot of that comes from, right? Must be turret gold. Dragon in less than a minute. It would be their third. EDG their second. Cosmic Drive for Renard. That'll help him outspace the Rumble Equalizer a little bit. If he can, well, get his stacks up.
就有点困难。最主要的是中路这个线也没有办法去硬推过去。
Seekers onto Rumble also important. Means you can use that onto the Cinder ult potentially, maybe even the. Well, there's a lot of things you can use on actually. On everyone, you can use it on everyone. Seekers is very, very good. Dragon in 20 seconds. Rumble teleporting into a safe spot. Leave has 2 items. Doesn't have the Nashes for the AP just yet. I don't even know if he'll go towards that. I might even just go towards Terminus. Go more towards the physical damage variant. Angel on the flank, potential of a realm warp, opening up another angle of attack. DDZ leashing the dragon. Yeah, IG could shove down mid lane, but the mid lane outer and inner are already down. Wei going into the pit. Equalizer is actually pretty good again. Goes on to 2 people, and the Bloodletter's getting crazy value. Angel pops back over the wall. Kiana Ultimate's not bad, but he loses the dragon. Angel goes down, but I think EDG are pretty happy to continue the fight. Good equalizer, gives them a lot of damage to work with. Palkia tanking up way too much, and I think EDG would rather retreat. Losing 2 now. I thought they were in a better spot perhaps than they were. Xiaohao has his ultimate, might need to use it. Pops it, although a lot of people are going to start running into range of the Crescent Guard now. This is a 3v5, but I think EDG might even win parts of it. Leave, gets scouted. That might change things for the better for IG. IG can't quite kill the... It can't quite kill the AD carry. Kaiser survives, walks away. Xiaohao will die as well, despite the fact that EDG might have had enough damage to carry that fight. IG just about win it out. They'll walk out with way more kills, despite the health bars all going quite low. IG go about 1,000 gold into the advantage now. They lose the dragon. Angel bad? No, I think Angel was fine there. I think Angel was fine. Angel was fine to go back into it. Upgraded Manamune now for, sorry, Muramana for Botic. I think Angel getting that blast cone back into the play, I thought initially that was fine, actually. What ends up happening here is Palkia jumps in, and then everyone's onto the equalizer. Angel tries to get the spell flux, and then the problem is just this very quick reactions from Dway to get the wall stun. Dway, very good pop ult to make sure that Palkia gets flown out. Palkia overstaying at the end, obviously not fantastic for him. But Angel, if he gets that spell flux onto the full Bloodletter shredded targets, actually pretty good. Palkia's not doing well in the 5v5s though, I'll tell you that. I actually think Leave could have outplayed this too. He had Flash, he had ult, gets hit by the Syndra Stun anyway. I think he absolutely could have outplayed that. Xiaohao went way too close to the wall though, it doesn't really change much for him. I think Leave and Xiaohao could have outplayed that. They have enough damage for it. Terminus now in for Leave. Yes, he is going for the higher AD build. BDZ almost at the Zhonya's break point. Very important for him to have that stasis, really. Leave Q went to the Gromp. Oh, it did? Leave put his Q on the Gromp? Oh, that's a mistake. I'm not gonna lie, because I watched, obviously we watched Asian Invitational as well, and at ASI, Leave was also not as good there either. Despite the fact that his year was largely excellent. I get a bit worried when Leave is not in high pressure games. Sometimes I think that he struggles to take things as seriously. I don't know whether that's me reading into too much. Now Leaf has no summoners for the next fight. Angel does have teleport. He might have to teleport up now. He wants to get a recall in first if he can. ZDZ has the Zhonyas. IG maybe punishing the back timings. Ult's coming through. They're peeling off of it. Palkia might die here. Flash away from Leona. Does keep him alive. Not bad from Xiaohao. Gets into the middle of things. There goes Leaf. How much can get out? Punted back out by the Poppy. And Angel's trying to try his best either. Wait. Might just try and wait things out as he goes invisible. He dies anyway. A great stasis from Angel as Renard will try and take it back down, but he can't quite kill him. Not quite into the execute threshold as EDG clutch out the fight. IG try and peel off a Baron, and all they do is find themselves in a lot of shit. Renard will escape. Palkia is dead to the turret. So close. 20 HP. Renard, lucky to survive the last part of that fight. IG do not get the Baron. EDG will walk over towards it now. Renard, he should spot out the Leona trying to flank him. EDG know he's here. IG know that they spot him as well. On the pink ward, of course. Baron goes down. EDG now in firm control of the game. And this is going to be a big problem for IG. We were saying again that, you know, IG, a lot of their gold was coming from the towers that they had over EDG. EDG have only 2 towers taken, there's absolutely a chance that they could slingshot really, really far ahead of where they were. Great dive by Leaf. Great dive by Leaf. Dway couldn't get the W on target. So Dway tried to hit him with a W, manages to ping the ult onto him, which probably did extend this fight, but then Angel managed to get a Q onto the invisible Kiana. Just about survives here too. So close on the damage calculation to kill Angel on the execute of the Syndra ult.
虽然手短，但是瑞兹这个英雄他就是比其他的法师要肉很多。
2.4 thousand gold on a ZDZ, by the way. ZDZ on the Rumble, by far my player of the game here again. His ultimates have all been immaculate. Some of the best Rumble, like consistency on Rumble ults I've seen in a while. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, EDG. 1,000 gold up in the power play, it's not crazy. But it's something. I'd like to see EDG kind of open up the map a little bit. They want to take the Dragon. 2 minutes left on the Baron itself. EDG lost two mid lane turrets, so that's where a lot of the tower advantage comes from IG. Wei potentially looking to go over the wall. Not able to. Hang on a second, he doesn't have his W there. Poppy ult lands onto the Shinzao. So EDG, what are you going to do in terms of the rest of your map setup? You only have a minute and a half left of the Baron buff. That's enough for like one solid push in this bot lane maybe. Has been stacking up. Double stun there. Angel does not have himself a teleport. ZDZ goes golden and avoids the ultimate from the Ornn. Angel came back in with the Realm Warp. Yeah, IG are really going to try and stop everything coming through here. He ults backwards. He ults backward. Wait, no. Wait, just flings his ultimate the wrong direction. Xiaohao flashing behind them to get a mini insect on the Shinzao. Lee flies in and EDG will clean up the fight. A couple of huge misplays from IG. Those are a couple of blunders they'd rather forget. Still a minute left of the Baron. It's not that much left of it, but, you know. EDG still have a wave in bot side. Leave will go down there, take the inner turret. EDG, I guess the rest of the members out on the map will stay in this mid lane. Can they get anything on this turret? No, because they're both melees. Leave will take the bot lane inner turret. EDG, not the most traditional way to get a lead with a Baron buff, but hey, they'll take it. Oh, Wei. The thing is, Wei was very good towards Wei was very good in regular season and then in regionals for IG. Wei was very poor in summer playoffs. In fact, one of the reasons why IG fell off in summer playoffs is because both Rookie and Wei both took their turns at just having an awful run of form. Mako was also not fantastic either. It was really kind of Rookie and the Shy who felt a little better, I suppose. Is that true? Well, Rookie was bad in... no, Rookie's playoffs weren't great either, actually. No, just basically all of IG were pretty bad in playoffs. That's a bad ult. Oh, man. It's a bad ult. Missing an ult like that. Such a game-changing moment, isn't it? Xiaohao has killed Brave. The Poppy is dead. It's only the support, but hey. Xiaohao has the GA, and I guess he'll just keep tanking turret. Why not? Goes down after cracking that ultimate. The tower is still alive. This could be a little too much, you know. Equalizer. Forcing the retreat from Photic. Guards Xiaohao as he comes back alive. Another turret down. Renard looking for the stun. Good supercharger away by Leave. Does have his ultimate now. EDZ, Banshee's blown onto him, or at least the... Oh my god, he's feeling it! Trying to see if he can get any value. Realm Warp coming forward, so just put them into a Kiana ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Leave escapes. He has a GA as well. Starting to rack up with the Terminus. Still has his ultimate to play around too. Can go onto Red Art. That's a very dead Syndra. GA still around. Has himself the ultimate. Does he get the ability to use it? He does. Goes down into the GA. Photic, the only person alive and can actually do damage. Poppy dead. Sobro finally alive, has the ultimate. It's going to be a recall stop from the Ornn. I don't really think that's worth it. Sobro flashing forwards, trying to kill off Leave, trying to kill the AD carry. Not sure it'll work out like this. If you can get the supercharger, might work for them. Sobro kills the AD carry. 1,000 gold shutdown. Doesn't quite get ZDZ. Angel might kill him in return. There's some gold in pocket. I suppose it is important that he's killed the AD carry. Leave was such a thorn in their side the last few minutes. Angel, it's going to be a slow chase down, but he will get him. Sobro, not been the best game ever on the Ornn. I think Angel toyed with his food. Making sure the reset will be a little bit delayed. Of course, a minute 30 until the Dragon spawns, a minute till the Baron. Delaying the reset actually does make some difference here, because he won't be up for the next big objective. Setup, Dway. That's a problem. He didn't see anyone come out of that brush. Thought they were safe. No, they weren't. Wait, gets over the wall. Lucky to escape that solar flare. Nice team, 26905 09. Nice team, Oh, God. Way on the flank. Not sure there's much you could do there. I will say again, back at the start of the game, we're saying IG probably better draft. The Rise didn't feel like it was in a great spot. Well, Angel's now 9-2. Sobro on the Ornn has really struggled. Way on the Kiana really struggled. I think Dway on the Poppy has actually had a fairly good game despite the KDA. Renard's not had an awful game. Fodic's not had an awful game despite reservations about him from this year in the first game. This game probably is on top jungle. Way and Sobro not having a good time with things. Baron alive, Dragon in 20 seconds. All of IG alive at least. Just, you know, behind hideous amounts of gold. Recalls coming in from EDG. GA is still on cooldown for Xiaohao. Second item in for Parkia. As the locket, which is actually very important in these kind of moments. Honestly, my player of the game for EDG is ZDZ though. ZDZ has had an excellent game. He's been very, very good. Xiaohao, that being said, on the Xinjiao. ZDZ and Xiaohao have stuck together for a very long time, you know. They were together on Anyone's Legend. Stuck together when they went to Weibo. Now here on EDG as well. Baron started, but EDG would be potentially trading Soul for Baron. Leave has the level 16 extended ult range. He can fly pretty much from mid lane itself into the play. Poppy ult puts the Rise out of the equation. Can come in. Palkia's dead. Xiaohao in the pit. Has himself the ult running. He's full HP. He can look for a steal. And you know what? I think he might just get it. Not bad for the ult. Here comes Leave. I think the fight might be over before the Dragons. The Baron's even dead. It is taken by Wei, but I just don't think it matters. He gets back into the pit. Secures the Baron. But so many team members are dead. Just the Syndra alive that I think EDG might just walk in with the two inhibitors down and look to end the game. Leaf has himself a Jack show, by the way, on top of the Terminus. That's the old Callista. I said the oldest, the Callista build. Syndra trying to regen on the Nexus, on the Fountain. It's just not going to be enough. Gets out of the play alive, but no ability to defend this. EDG will 2-0 Invictus Gaming. And I gotta say, it looked pretty much in their favor despite the early game of Game 2. EDG will finish out our game by taking down IG. And now that means, folks, I get to rest. Stream's over. Game's down. Thank you everyone for joining me. And if you enjoyed this, please do leave a like, comment. I know I was losing my energy a little bit towards the end there, but always nice to be able to bring you LPL and enjoy this league with all of you. Very cool to be able to do this together. Have our own little piece of the LPL community to enjoy this with. If you're watching on YouTube, the show will end here. And if you're on, oh my god, Wei did so, guys, Dway out jungled, out damaged Wei, the Poppy out damaged Kiana. Okay, well if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. And if you're on Nivea as well, it'll end there. But if you're on Twitch, we will find a place to radio over to you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
我给德章一票，没问题。我希望他看在我这票的份上，给我。